Hey, happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Just kidding. I had a boss that was like, "Happy Monday" when I'd walk in Monday mornings, and I was like, "I don't do Mondays and I don't do mornings." But she'd be like, "Happy Monday." So shout out to Miss Pam. Right. She was from San Bernardino, California too. Interesting, huh? Anyways, how are you guys doing? I got out in the yard today. I cut myself. That's what happens when you do yard work. I need to toughen up again. But so I've been getting some sun yesterday and today. I have a little patch of grass left in the front, and I will have mowed the whole front yard by myself. So winning, okay? Small, obtainable goals. That is what I'm doing. Just trying to whip my, back into some kind of shape, some kind of semblance of shape. That'd be great. So just got to get the heart rate going. Not doing it back here behind this computer. I wish I could just carry it around with me like a GoPro. Anyways, hey guys, so good to see you. Hey Lynn K, hey sis, Beach Bum, Trace, what's up, ladies? Hey Golden Rule, how you doing? Aaron Soper, what's up? Here. Okay. Hey, Lynn. I said Lynn K. I'm sorry. I'm saying it again. Hello, Lynn K. Hey, Michelle. How are you? Denise Gibbo? We have Gilbos around here, but so I think it has an X too, an L and an X, but we like Gibbos too. Hopefully I'm saying it right. I'm a coon ass man. And just me. How are you doing? Came here for the silver fox again. Just kidding. I saw you in oh crap. I always forget the name. Eric. I saw you in Eric's chat. Okay. I was watching that hearing too for Corey Richens. I was like, oh man, it was a very laid back, lazy. I don't know. It's like all the cylinders were not firing at one time for all of those attorneys. I was like, the judge asked you a question like 15 minutes ago. Are y'all going to answer anybody? Not everybody at one time, you know? Lord. Oh, good. I like to be looking like I'm a lighter spirit, lighter in spirit. Got to lose weight somewhere. It might as well be in my spirit. Just kidding. That was silly. I know. Hey, Miss Dora, how are you? Hey, Vagabond Valerie. Would love to go outside. Oh, down with COVID for almost 2 weeks. Oh, well, well wishes are with you. Hope you get to feeling better pronto. Okay. I hope you're able to just make everybody wish that you were, you know, still sick. Hey, Lorianne. Good. Hello. Hey, Cindy Arnold. Angela Davidson. And on my way 808, on my way to 808, y'all heard about that earthquake or volcano, whatever? Russia's getting waylaid right now, huh? Crazy. Also, so Jason, he always happens upon, or he's a Facebooker. Okay. So he goes on Facebook a lot. I don't, not anymore. Like I stream there and I kind of every now and then I make my way around there. I don't know how to manage my time better. I want to improve on this. So hopefully I know there's ways to make this easier, streamline it and just make it easier where you can kind of do those things. There's people who do this for a living and they're damn good at it too. And that's not me. But I want to be better at it. But anyway, so Larry's comments were there. So was one of the jurors from Arizona trial for Charles. Uh, Toss. I know, Tosh or Toss. I never know how to say it correctly. Anyways, so there were comments there, and Miss Sherry, she kind of expressed. I don't have it verbatim, but she expressed, how come our comments never get pinned, and kind of hurts her feelings. And I mean, I totally get it, and I'm so sorry that is happening. So when Jason told me that, I was like, "Oh no, no, no!" Like I would never ignore anybody's comments. I don't even think about it a lot of most of the time, and I pin things all the time, but I don't see your comments. So I had to. The first thing that came to my mind was back in the day. I remember where you had to register or do something on your end where it would allow me to see you on YouTube, because I'm on YouTube. I'm using my StreamYard streaming service, and then it goes through YouTube, but I also stream to my Facebook page and to my Difficult Research Facebook group. Anybody want to join too, you're welcome to. So, but I do remember something about that, like having to register or click something. And okay, so I'm going to find out, or maybe any one of my mods who is well versed in Facebook, if you know right away, please let me know, and then I can get that over to, or maybe we can pin it in I don't know how that works, but I definitely would never overlook you, especially you, Miss Sherry. Okay. I love you. I appreciate you being here. But I do have a couple Facebook users, like Larry's comments were showing up from Facebook. So were Angela Davidson, hers always show up. But I think it's something that you have to click, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. So I'm just saying, I see you. I know who you are, and I'm not ignoring you ever. I never thought about it. Because I never see the comments. Anyway, so I'm glad Jason brought that to my attention. So anyways, hey, Tony Hoban. Are you related to Vicky Hoban, by the way? I'm like, oh my gosh, I wonder if that's, any relation. Either way, welcome in, right? Hey, Beach Bum. Yeah, hug Brutus for us. Hey, Stacy. And I'm sorry. I took a little minute there. Hey, Micah Dawn, and Stalisa or Clissa. How do you say this? Stalisa. Yeah, I feel like that all the time. That's me all the time. I'm trying to fight it back. I'm trying to get it back. Out of breath now. But, oof. Oh. Oh, yeah, I hope y'all feel better. Miss Mojo, hey, so good to see you. Angela Davidson says, to the Facebook peeps, it might have something to do with your settings in your permissions, would be my guess. Hope that helps. Oh, thank you, it does, because that kind of validates what I was already thinking. It just was something I was like, I remember having to verify something. Actually, I remember John DeLynn saying it. So there's that. Hey, Nina, good to see you. Glad to have you here. I know, right? It does, and I get more and more traffic there too, so it's interesting. And I don't know how to water both gardens. It's a me thing. It's Kresha thing, not anybody else. Hey, and this is our Facebook group right here. It's a private group. I mean, I didn't want to be bombarded. It's private. There's my family members are in there. There's former jury members. Oh yeah, it reminds me of Tom and Susan Evans too. And so, I mean, a lot may have happened between when I heard about it and then now. So I can't believe, right? I need a list of things that I need to name off, but it was something about Tom Evans, who was juror number 18 in Lori Vallow Daybell's first trial in Idaho, who wrote the books, Chad Daybell, One Mighty and Strong or something. I might have it backwards. And Money, Power, Sex, Lori Vallow Daybell. Okay, so his grandson had an accident or something. And I'm so sorry. I heard it from Web Sleuths maybe night before last. It, I don't know. I feel bad because I didn't. I just remembered it right now. But our thoughts and prayers are with you, no matter what, Mr. Tom and Miss Susan. I hope your grandbaby is okay, and we're wrapping our arms around you and him now. So you've done so much for my family, and I just, I beam you up. I beam you up right now. Thank you. Let us know how it goes. Let us know how you're doing. So sorry for my ignorance too. Hey, Deborah. Let's see. Okay. All right. You're not related to Aunt Vicky that I'm aware of. I probably need to talk to her because it's a very uncommon last name. And I've never met a Hoban that wasn't a family member. Interesting. Do you live in Arizona? Well, I don't really know exactly where they're from, but I know that's where Julie lives, her daughter Julie. And I mean, does she have more than, I'm sure she has more than one child, huh? Y'all, I am blanking today. Not on purpose. I just need to brush up on everything again. Anyways. Hey, Catherine. Good to see you. Hey, Jeannie. Did y'all see Colby's interview? I watched it. Anyways, I need to, let me get this going or we'll never finish. So today we're going to talk about part 2. This is the Budro victim impact statements that were read in court, or I'm sorry, read at the hearing, the sentencing hearing for Lori Vallow Daybell on Friday, July 25th, 2025 in Phoenix, Arizona. And I was there. I'm going to tell you, Lori made faces the entire time. Like I was going to go and count how many eye rolls she did. And then I was going to report back to everybody. And I'm here reporting back to everybody. But there is not a ticker or, what do you call those things? A counter, that could count that high because her face was steadily making faces. She was so disrespectful, but it's interesting the things that she did react strongly to. And it was mainly, she didn't agree with other people's narratives, like mom saying that JJ is forever 7. When she read from JJ's perspective, I am forever 7. Lori was like, nope, he's a grown up. He came to me, he said, Mom, you didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, that kind of thing. Because Lori is such a control freak that she has got to control even her victims in their afterlife. That's so extra, y'all. But then it made me think about Rex and Adam. And I'm like, okay, I can see similarities there. Look, I mean, I'm aware of it now. So I'm going to find things that, remind me of it, what's going on with Lori and Chad and their belief system. And then, of course, there's a lot of things that are resonating with resurrecting killer Alex Cox AI chatbot or whatever the hell he's going to be. He's going to end up being a talking head. And anyways, we can't get into that today. You can check my video from yesterday. You can check my video also that I did on Web Sleuths, which is on my channel as well, from July 28th, Monday, July 28th. We talked about, that's initially where I brought it up. And holy crap, I'm glad I did. Because when I talk about these things with you guys, I don't know. It's like I'm able to process them. If I sit there with my thoughts, they don't really go anywhere. So thank you for helping me out with that. She is so narcissistic. She is a control freak. I was like, what's for dinner? We have shepherd's pie. My babe is so awesome, y'all. So this is where we left off yesterday. I'm going to pop up there in just a minute, but let me get this started. And so this is Teresa and Carlson Boudreaux. Wonderful people. This is Brandon Boudreaux's parents. And so it is their turn to start reading their impact statements. I can tell you now that Lori was so nonchalant and rolling her eyes and disrespectful, especially when it was time for the Budro family to address the court and to share the impact that Lori Vallow Daybell has had on their lives, their son's life, and their grandchildren's lives. Because remember, there's Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, which I didn't land that plane yesterday. I told you about how we went into the back room, or this room off to the back of the courtroom at the end of that hearing, sentencing hearing on Friday. And it was just our families. I don't remember Rex being in there. Like, I've been trying to think like who was all in there, but it was mainly the Budro family. When they have a large family. It's not a very big room. And Vicky was in there, me and Megan, Uncle Jerry, my mom, Todd, my cousin Amber, my Aunt Melanie, trying to think, all the Budro family. And I don't remember Rex being in there. Like, I'm trying to think. He might have been outside giving a press conference. Sorry. Anyways, if you know, you know. So, but Trina K came in there and she addressed all our families, and she just said, thank you for trusting me to see this through for Brandon, for you, and Charles. And we thanked her. I mean, she was like, okay, I'm going to stir the pot. And she was talking about how Lori's tablet got taken away because of this like third party contraband stuff. I don't know, crazy stuff. And so then she looked at Brandon and she pointed at him and she said, me and you, or you and me, I don't know how she said it. She said, you and I need to have a meeting about you know who. And I was like, what? We were all like, oh my God, no, yes. I mean, she didn't come right out and say this. She didn't say, hey, we're going to go have a meeting, Brandon, about your ex-wife potentially getting charges. Okay. Being indicted, however that's going to look. Okay. But that's the one, right? That is for sure the one. Then there's so many others behind her, but for sure, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski was in there like swimwear, y'all. And I've put a lot of this information together. And so I need to look at my text to see. Me and Joe do a show on Tuesday nights. And it's kind of up in the air. We're either going to do it on Lori's Idaho appeal, which goes into the Curtin McConkie type stuff. How Lori and Mark Means were accusing what do you call those people? A mental health technician of assigning Lori homework, supposedly, to hire another attorney. And so Lori calls Curtin McConkie and she's like, hey, oh, anyways. And it just was a weird thing that I want to look more into because it's always bothered me and I didn't really know. I didn't know. And I mean, I'm not an expert. I don't even have a degree or anything in law. I have no idea. I'm just over here winging it like crazy. So, but it just is one of those things where I'm just like, why is the church involved? Why is the church's attorneys involved? Why are they, how really Lori just happened to reach Daniel McConkie? What, on speed dial from the psych ward? What? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. And I hate corruption, just like you, just like the next person. I don't like it on all sides. On all sides. I wanted Lori and Chad to have fair and just trials. No corruption, nobody stirring the pot, Nobody from the church for sure, because they did not intervene, in my opinion, from my experience, from my research. They did not intervene and help any of the victims, period. Okay. And so don't come busting in the door now or throughout the case when it's being adjudicated. Don't taint the jury pool by sending letters. Don't insert yourself into potentially it was going to be a death penalty case for Lori too. Remember how, that got taken off the table? Some people's kids, man. Some people's kids. Anyways, I don't like corruption, and I just wanted it to be fair. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying I don't know. These things kind of appeared. I didn't know. We went over the documents when they came out at that time when she was in the psych ward for 10 months, incompetent to stand trial. And I do dig deep. I do. Unfortunately, sometimes I'm like, good Lord, can you just do, this is me to myself. I'm like, can you just do anything half-ass? Like, just, it's okay to do some things half-ass, right? Oh gosh, I just spit. There I go. Making a butt out of myself, right? Yes, I did see, I loved it. Oh my God. It had just came out and I was like, okay, I noticed that too. Like, I love that. I love that she did a deep dive into it. Everybody go check out Wordwise. Maybe one of the mods, I'm putting a lot on y'all today. If one of the mods can grab the Wordwise channel link and or the video for the one she put out today. We love Kit. She actually emailed me the other day and it was so nice. She's so nice and thoughtful, and I appreciate everything that she has done. Just for understanding in this crazy ass belief system, these crazy ass people in this crazy ass case, and for the victims who are at the heart of the matter, always Charles, Tylee, Tammy, JJ, Joe, Brandon. She really does take one for the team, but I love how she takes her expertise and she makes it so easy. If anybody follows Hidden True Crime and loves Dr. John's psycho analysis, forensic psychoanalysis. Let me slow down. To me, it's like, if you appreciate that kind of content, then sub to Wordwise, because she's like the Dr. John of Chad Daybell, Jason Mao, Melanie Gibb, Jody Hildebrandt, and she's working on Visions of Glory now. I'm just like, holy cow, she's taken a lot for the team, and I really appreciate everything you do, Kit. Love you. Keep up the good work. And so she emailed me, and never know, could be a documentary in the future. Never know. I don't know even where to start. So there's that. But oh my God, who else better to work with, right? Anyways, good night, Catherine. Good night. Sleep tight. All right. 24 minutes in, right? It's like, hear ye. I got to pull all the things down. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's just jump into it. Let me push play and I'll jump up on the screen here in just a minute. So this is Brandon Boudreaux's mom and dad. Again, this is the guy who called when Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski was showed up at their house unannounced again, in a white SUV, a Kia Telluride. It was parked a couple houses down. Alex was sitting in the Kia Telluride, and we see on body cam footage Melanie Boudreaux come out of the garage, and then we learn, that Carlson here, Brandon's dad, actually called the police, and he was like, you could hear him screaming through the walls or the door at Melanie saying, "Get out of here. Get out of here." And I mean, basically he was telling the 911 operator that his son had gotten shot at a couple of weeks ago or a week ago or whatever it was at that time. And they had talked to the police, they had Brandon, I don't know this for a fact, but it seems like I picked up on that somewhere along the way recently, that he had actually talked to the local law enforcement where him and his kids were having to hide out for cover because he was being shot at. Melanie was trying to uh, procure, I don't know really what to say. She was trying to literally take possession of her children. I will just say that. And we come to learn that some of the children, if not all, I'm telling you, I've got to put that together, and I might already have it put together, but I want to say all 4 of them were dubbed dark. And so don't quote me on that yet, but just know for sure 2 of them were dubbed dark, 2 of Melanie and Brandon's kids. And I'm thinking it's like at 2 different times. So it kind of, you have to have one piece and then you're like, oh, that might be all 4. Anyways, we'll get clarification on that. So also, let me finish the thought. Joe Schmo and I are doing a live tomorrow. And so why don't y'all let me know what y'all want to do this on? Do y'all want to talk about Lori and her appeals, her Idaho appeals? You want to push that off another week? Do y'all want to talk about Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski and like I put it all together. It's like all together, text messages, who said what, where, things like that. I'm not saying I can have all of all the video and audio. I don't know if I have all that together, but I know for sure I have it all in one document. Play by play of Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski. And I don't know. I just, in the spirit of Trina K and what I picked up on in that meeting or whatever, after the hearing was over on Friday, we're in that room. She's saying this in front of us all that, hey, Brandon, you and I, we need to talk about, and I mean, it's got to be strategic. If there are going to be charges pressed against Melanie Boudreaux Melanie Pulaski, it has to be strategic because there are 4 children, actually 5, because of her child with Ian. I mean, you got to do it careful. I don't know. Not my problem. Not my problem. But I'm sharing that. It is not fact. It is what I picked up on. But I'm like, how come nobody's sharing this? But then I'm like, well, Mom doesn't have a channel. Larry doesn't have a channel. None of my family have channels. Yeah. So I'm like, oh, crap. Colby wasn't there. I mean, he was there Zoom, but he was not, in that after thing. Megan was there. And so when we appeared on Web Sleuths, I was like, I'm not, you don't have to back me up on this, because I'm just putting my name on this. This is what I picked up on from what was being said. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know where it's going to happen. I just believe that's what was being implied there when Trina said that to Brandon. Yes, they may want to involve, that's what I'm thinking, family court in Maricopa County because of the joint custody situation. And now that I don't know how that will work. And maybe we could talk about that. How maybe some evidence can be used from these trials that happened. All the trials. I don't know if the Idaho and Arizona trials. There's 4 different trials that contain Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski in them, and evidence that's just we've been collecting, right? And they have more than we do. So I don't know if they have to present that to the family court, for, I don't know. I haven't thought that far, but I really think that's I mean, I'm pretty much have good intuition. I like to think, but if I'm wrong, sorry, it sucks. I don't want to be wrong about this, but I'm gonna have to ask my mom and just see what she picked up on. Again, not fact, just what I think. Okay, let me hush. All right, I'm just going to push play. For real.
Thank you.
Let me know if y'all can hear it.
On October 2nd, 2019, due to Lori Daybell's evil actions, our family lost a measure of innocence and
Oh, crap.
security.
Okay. Did
Lori
it blank
Daybell's
out on you?
cruel criminal behavior
Let me back it
combined
up.
with the inhumane actions of those who
Holy crap. Okay. Hold on. It flipped just now for me. Oh,
conspired with her nearly killed Brandon.
let me do this
Criminal
again.
and security.
I can't hear it. For some
Lori
reason.
Daybell's cruel criminal behavior combined with the inhumane actions of those who conspired with her nearly killed Brandon. Had they been successful, the world would have lost a remarkable, kind, loyal man. As his parents, we would have lost a remarkable son. His children, our grandchildren, would have lost their stabilizing father. Our children, his siblings, would have lost an amazing brother who helps guide our family through his selfless example.
Megan did.
Brandon's genuine love and kindness is evident in his interactions with his family and friends. He truly cares for those around him, and his actions speak louder than words. We thank God every day that evil didn't succeed.
Mm-hmm.
As a family, we have mourned with all who have been affected by Lori's inexcusable acts. Lori Daybell and her evil co-conspirators devastated so many families. Her selfishness is responsible for innocent lives lost, taken from this world without any justification whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
She is the author of heartache and sadness. Today, Lori will face the consequences for her part in hurting so many innocent people. The sentence she is given can't undo the damage and pain she has inflicted upon us, but it's important that she be held accountable for her crimes. We would ask the court to keep Lori confined in prison, away from all of us and the rest of society for the rest of her life. As she serves her sentence here on earth, we will continue to stand together and support each other. We will choose to remember those who have gone from us because of her actions with love. As for me and my family, we will continue to heal together. We won't let Lori or her evil acts define how we see the world or our future. We have endured difficult times. During this period of time, we have feared for our physical safety. We've struggled with a myriad of emotions. The stress of being targeted and threatened takes a toll. There isn't a place in our society for Lori or her co-conspirators. Prison is where Lori belongs and where she should stay until she dies. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, like right there where she said oh man, let me pull the transcript up so I can read it. I'm not good with repeating what just happened, okay? I have more of a better long-term memory. Okay. Come on, catch up to here. There you go. Okay, so I mean, I just like the way they address and they say, well, Miss Teresa there said Lori and her co-conspirators. So Chad's already in prison. He's on death row. And Lori is right there. She's being sentenced again. And the only other co-conspirator that's been made public, I mean, besides just recently, which, you know, is Alex Cox. He's dead. But, I mean, if we leave it up to, I'm sorry, I'm going to make a bad joke. We leave it up to Adam and Rex, then he'll be resurrected in no time. Anyways, that's a horrible joke. I hope you have a dark sense of humor like me. Okay. But so Lori and her evil co-conspirators. That was a couple, 2 or 3 times she said co-conspirators. I made note of that. I think we all did. And if not, I think we all should, because this is Brandon's family. Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, or now Pulowski, was their daughter-in-law. She was the Boudreaux's daughter-in-law. That was Brandon's wife, the mother of his 4 children. Their grandchildren. They were protecting their grandchildren whenever Melanie and her crazy uncle showed up and terrorized these people. Not once, not twice, more than that. She was arrested for it. Her uncle Alex bailed her out the next day, and nothing to see here, you know. Nothing to see here. So I just think that they're implying, like when I hear them say, they never come right out and say Melanie. I don't believe. I mean, they're classy people, and they know what they have to do. You have to see the long game. They've had to see the long game in all this. I mean, Brandon is still sharing custody with this woman, and I can't imagine being in Brandon and Jenny's shoes and having to co-parent with Melanie Pulowski. Can you even imagine? Holy crap. And I mean, I'm just reading like the child the child custody battle they were having and the documents that were flying back and forth. We had to kind of read between the lines whenever they would file papers in their divorce to kind of be like, what's going on? And I mean, I'm sure the same for Brandon. I'm sure that he had to keep up with Lori's case here, what was going on, to kind of find out what was going on with his wife, ex-wife at the time. So, I mean, this is so very intertwined. And I know people on the outside have a way easier time compartmentalizing all these things. I don't know how, never knew how. They're all one and of the same conspiracy to me. Maybe the different from my family. This is just how they had to be adjudicated. So, I mean, I respect that. It was really weird to have Tammy, JJ, and Tylee recognized as, their adjudication, their justice in Idaho. But people were like, oh yeah, Charles, oh yeah, Brandon. Oh yeah, and then I never knew how that was going to play out, but here we are. Oh, wow. Yeah. Here, pat yourself on the back. Here we are. We made it. We made it. We have them all under our belt. We're notched, right? So sealed, if you will. Right, Lori? She likes that word. Anyways.
Times. During this period of time, we have feared for our physical safety. We've struggled with a myriad of emotions. The stress of being targeted and threatened takes a toll. There isn't a place in our society for Lori or her co-conspirators. Prison is where Lori belongs and where she should stay until she dies. Thank you.
Amen. Love it.
Next is
2350 that was. What? Oh. Well, wake up, Buttercup. Welcome in. This is Brock. This is Brandon's brother. He's nice.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot, and that we get to.
Can we just appreciate? If you didn't catch that, I need to slow it down. They talk kind of fast, huh? We're slow talkers, the Vallows here, and they're kind of fast. But I love that. I used to feel really, I don't know, just not being very classy, I guess you could say. And I used to say, thank God Alex Cox is a shit shot. Shit shot McGee is what I call him. And I love that Brock said, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot and that we get to be here today. Okay. So I appreciate him and his snark. I'm here for it. And I appreciate it. Real recognizes real, man.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot, and that we get to
thank you
be here today to talk about my brother who's still living, and he's the only one that was fortunate enough to have that.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
My name is Brock Boudreaux, and I'm the younger brother of the victim, Brandon Boudreaux. I'm writing on behalf of my wife and myself, and I'm here today to talk about the toll that this heinous crime has taken on our lives, as well as the lives of our family.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
When I found out my brother was having marital issues, I was there for him, trying to help. He was abandoned by his then wife, Melanie, in Utah, with his children at the end of June 2019, and forced to fly back to Arizona.
In June 2019, when Brandon's grandfather died, and this somebody brought this up to my attention, and I don't remember who. Make yourself known if you remember, because my memory is not that great. But the fact that when Joe Ryan died, my grandmother had just passed away, like right before Joe Ryan was found deceased in his apartment in advanced decomposition. March 17th is when my grandmother passed away. Lori did not come to town. Like, my uncle flew in and was here for quite a few days. When I don't know if he was here before my grandma passed away. Like, I don't remember. I'd have to ask. But he was here for the funeral services. I remember seeing him. And so that was March 17th of 2018, which to me has always looked like the perfect window. While the cat's away, the mice will play, so to speak. If anything was to be done, if there was an opportunity that presented itself when Charles came to Lake Charles and Lori did not come with him, to go to her, to be with her husband, to be by his side while he's grieving his mother, okay, who had just passed away, and to deal with all that, so she stayed back. And that to me is the perfect window of opportunity for opportunists like Lori and Alex, who clearly told so many people and made it so known, even now, I would say, to get rid of Joe Ryan. So I don't know. There's just always, I don't know. That's all I can do. That's where I found the hole, where I'm just like, oh, that's so crappy. So yeah, so Lori basically abandons Charles right after that, basically already, because her and Chad had been sealed. Well, let's see. March of 2018 was when my grandma died. April of 2018 is when Joe Ryan was found in his apartment. And then October of 2018 is when Chad and Lori, quote unquote, met. Did they meet then and automatically immediately start plotting the murders of 4 people in their family? Well, I mean, I don't know. That we can go with the body count, that's give or take. I mean, that, to me, that always struck me as so odd. But I mean, to even do that period is odd and just whoa. But to just meet that day in St. George, Utah at that godforsaken preparing a people conference, and then Loin Fire and James and Elena were born, and then here we are. The rest is freaking history. So again, and people are like, well, did Chad make Lori bad? Did he lead, or did Lori make Chad bad? And did she lead, or were they both just that perfect storm? Would Chad have killed Tammy, whether or not he had met Lori? And I mean, I could say, I'm going to put my name on this and say, here we have Lori, I believe, killed Joe before, quote unquote, she met Chad. Or did they know each other longer? Did they? I mean, to me, that makes more sense if they knew each other longer. But our records only go back to that date, to October of 2018. So weird. Anyways, and so Melanie also left Brandon at his most vulnerable time. He loved his grandfather. He abandoned Melanie abandoned Brandon and their children and started a fight, accused him of being a homosexual. That God had showed her in the temple, and he showed her a G meter, and then it tagged out to G for gay. You've got one accusing an ex-husband of pedophilia. You have another one accusing a husband of being gay. You've got Chad accusing his spouse of being lazy, when all the while they're the world's most obvious projectors, most deadly projectors too. I'll say. Anyways, I'll shush. It's just wrong.
I offered to help him and flew back to Arizona.
Hey,
when we
DJ.
arrived back at his home, we were both surprised to find his wife already home, having driven back to Utah after abandoning them all there.
No, he's not gay.
During that night, I helped the children get to bed and allowed my brother and his wife to try and talk and figure things out. Overhearing their conversations, I realized just how deeply involved Lori, Alex, and Chad were in the failure of my brother's marriage.
Ooh.
The next morning, I was talking with Brandon, and he told me how happy he was that I was there because Melanie had called her Uncle Alex the night before. And Brandon had mentioned how he was really scared of Alex, and that he was capable of
Charles said that
killing
too.
someone that had tried before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
At the time, I thought my brother was being a bit dramatic.
I do too.
But only a week later, I received the news that Alex had done just that, and he murdered Charles. This was the point where we started beginning to fear for our family's safety. A few months later, the thing my brother had feared the most happened. Alex had attempted to take his life on the orders of Lori. In that moment, our lives changed forever. We could no longer trust that we were safe. We always wondered if someone was coming for Brandon, not knowing just how far these people were willing to go.
I'm not Brandon. I'm not my parents, but I would be outside. I would see a car moving slower than normal, and I would duck. I'm not playing. Like, it was crazy. How you know? And this was just after Charles was killed. Like, of course, we didn't know the kids were missing at that point. It was just a stretch of time, and it was just like, you duck. I did. I mean, I was like, oh, why are they going so slow? I mean, you're I was hyper vigilant. I told y'all, and I've shared it, like it shattered me. When I found out my uncle Charles had been murdered, I knew it was murder immediately. And I was so pissed off. I've never been that angry before. Angry because I knew it was not right. Like, that's not whatever I'm being told, about this bat and that doesn't track. That doesn't make sense to me. That's not the person I know as my uncle. And I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't be capable of it. I'm just saying, like, that's not who I know to be like that. And I don't know. It's just a gut feeling too, anyways. And it shattered me. It absolutely shattered me. And it's like it opened, like, I was just so hyper vigilant. I was jumpy after that. I mean, for a good long period of time. I'm just now to where I don't startle that easy. I mean, it's terrible. And so I can't imagine. I can't even imagine being Brandon or my mom, who carried a pew-pew around her own house. Like, she would go to lay on the couch, or she was going to sit on the couch at night, to watch TV. And she had this big picture window that, you'd have to get specialty curtains for it. And that'd be the only reason to cover the window with curtains, is because there's this crazed, sister-in-law of hers, of my mom's, Lori, and all these people that are going wacko. And mom said that she would carry her pew-pew around the house, and then she would just she said she kind of ducked, lay down on the couch to watch TV and eat popcorn with her pew-pew. But she made sure she was below the couch. Like, that's terrifying. That is a domestic terrorist. I'm just so sorry he had to go through this.
Robbed of our sense of safety because of this. We all felt that we needed to get video cameras around our houses, obtain firearms to protect ourselves, and always be watching over our shoulders.
Brandon actually came to Lake Charles, Louisiana, to install cameras for my parents. And that's when I met him for the first time. I was carrying a drill around, and that's when I was like, "Are you sure you're not from Louisiana? Your last name is Boudreaux, dude." Anyways,
As hard as
nice.
it was for us as his family, I could see how hard it was for Brandon. He was forced to go into hiding, trying to keep his children and himself safe. The toll this took on him was immense.
Mhm.
My once fun, energetic, optimistic brother was now a nervous, sad, distraught shell of a man.
Poor thing. I know.
Our once fun phone calls about future life plans had turned into updates about the case that was proceeding.
I'll pull it up so I can share it at the end. I will.
June 2019 was the beginning of so much sadness in our family's lives. As the story unfolded and things became more public, our family name, being so unique, started to be recognized and associated with the ongoing trials and investigations.
I'm
I'm
guilty.
a practicing dentist in the state of Arizona, and now I constantly fear of people Googling my last name. Having things pop up about the case rather than information about me or my
He
practice.
does. He's a dentist.
I would like to think that this has not affected people deciding whether to come and see me or not, but I'm sure it has. Our lives have now become entangled with a story none of us wanted to be a part of. We are forced to have hard conversations with our young children, trying to explain why someone would want to kill their uncle. This has forced us all to watch as Brandon has had to share custody of his children with a woman we all know was involved in his attempted murder.
Boom.
It has forced us to sit back and
Yeah,
watch
very
as our
tense.
name has been publicly defamed and slandered by that same woman.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, she still walks free, but I hope someday she gets the justice she deserves as well. For now, all we ask is that you recognize the pain and suffering that has come from the actions of all the people involved and give a sentence that is fitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. She was sorry. Let me pause it. She was just like this the entire time. The way you just saw her turn to Jeff White, her investigator there, she was so flippant and so disrespectful and even more rude. It's like she was disrespectful to my family members who read their victim impact statements, to Colby, to Larry, to Mom, especially when it didn't jive with her narrative. Okay. When Brandon comes up, and I'm sorry, when Jenny comes up and she says that Brandon has a near-death experience, I'll remind you right before we get to it, but I just want to warn you so you can watch, because Lori is like, I mean, she did not like the fact that Brandon she calls Brandon to have a near-death damn experience. You know, she didn't have one. She jacks it from everybody else. Okay. Wordwise says that she jacked it from Tom Harrison, but I think they all just have to say that to be in this club. It's weird. I don't think Julie Rose had one. I don't think Chad Daybell's had one. I don't think Tom Harrison's had one. And I know this one ain't had one. I don't know, but I don't believe. You don't wait 80 years to come forward with it after you done wreck shop and then you profess one. I don't think so. At your allocution statement of all places. No, ma'am. So I don't know what's going on with this group, but they were into astral projection, which they called portaling. They were into hovering over using astral projection, which is your mind's eye. Look, I don't know, but our government has hid it from us. Just saying, there's some declassified documents that you can find on CIA.gov. Look into them. It's all about the vibrations, all the things that these people were talking about, and Tom Harrison was teaching them to do, especially Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe. They would drive to Salt Lake City, where Tom is, of course, he was a child sex abuse therapist specialist. Of course, got to mess with the children. He's retired now, thank God, but that doesn't mean that he is not working for the church in this in a role that basically determines whether a missionary is mentally fit to serve their mission for the church. I'm like, is he discerning whether they have light or dark in them? I mean, that's not a far stretch, y'all. I don't feel bad for saying these things because he acts just like them. Like, oh, persecution, like if he's a doctor and he's as renowned as people profess him to be, why does he hide in a Visions of Glory book that wasn't published by him under a pseudonym named Spencer? Okay. And then why does he say that he don't want to be anybody's guru? Don't follow me. I follow the brethren, just like Chad, just like Julie, just like Tim. They're very sure to not step out on their prophet. Lori claimed we still follow, President Nelson. That's their prophet right now. That's their living prophet. She had told Colby that back when she was in jail, and he either saw her on video. I don't know how, but it was early on. We didn't know where the kids were at that point, but he had talked to her and he let it be known. And she was referring to herself as Job. I'm like Job. I'm doing like Job, And she also said for him to follow the prophet, because at that point in time, the prophet was basically, he had shared with his congregation, with the LDS congregation, to purge, social media at that point in time. So she was like, yeah, you might want to follow President Nelson, do everything our prophet says, because, I definitely don't need you on the internet, Colby, in my opinion. Just saying. All right.
Next is Desiree Smoot.
She was so disrespectful. Desiree is so sweet, y'all. Me and her we kind of gravitated to each other. She's so sweet. Poor thing. She was so emotional. She was trying to hold it back. I don't blame her. I get it. I couldn't breathe. So, and she is just so flippant, y'all. It was.
My name is Desiree Smoot, and I am one of Brandon Boudreaux's older sisters. Sorry.
Poor thing. Holding all this in for
It
years.
is extremely hard for me to explain just how much my brother means to me, and how much the decision of Lori Daybell and others to conspire to shoot him on October 2nd, 2019 has impacted my life and my family's life. Nothing prepares you to hear your dad tell you that someone tried to shoot and kill your brother and that they missed him by inches. The shock, anger, helplessness, and fear you feel is unimaginable. Our lives were completely changed after that day. I saw my brother in person a few days after the attempted shooting, and I will never forget that moment. I can still see him today. His face was so full of fear and shock. He couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. He feared for his life and for his children.
Yes, I agree. As an
older sister, there's nothing you want more than to protect your brother, and I couldn't do anything.
Oh, I know.
I couldn't take away his fear and pain. I couldn't fix this. I can still hear my brother's voice as he broke down on the phone.
Me too.
He cried to me, asking how he was supposed to explain this to his children when they were older. How was he supposed to tell them that someone who was supposed to love him tried to take his life? The heartache in his voice broke me. I knew that this was a reality that he was going to have to face at some point. The trauma for him and his kids will never be completely over.
No.
The following months after the attempted shooting of Brandon, my husband and I lived in constant worry and fear as we tried to help support Brandon and my nieces and nephews. During this time, my husband was called by my dad and asked to rush over to their house because there were people there that we were really scared of. I remember being terrified for my brother, my nieces and nephews, my parents, and my husband.
Oh my God. Oh.
During that time, we also lived in fear that someone could possibly show up at our house. We had my brother and my nieces and nephews at our house quite often, and we had to be so vigilant in being aware of our surroundings because we didn't know if people were going to show up, people that were trying to hurt my brother. The stress and fear greatly impacted my husband and I as we tried to appear normal for our own kids and for my nieces and nephews because we didn't want them to be worried. Our work lives were impacted as we tried to balance our jobs with the stress and fear we were experiencing. I have never known fear like what we experienced for those few months after the shooting. Eventually, my brother was so scared, he decided he needed to take his kids and go into hiding because he didn't feel safe. My mom, my sister, and I decided we would split up the time and each go and support Brandon and help with the kids. I took off a week of work and left my own family to try and offer a little bit of love and safety to my nieces and nephews whose lives have been completely changed because of others' choices. Brandon and I worked hard to try and keep everything normal for his kids while both of us were scared and worried. We didn't want the kids to feel our fear, but we were scared. The amount of stress this balance put on us was extremely hard. We both could feel it. I could see the stress and anxiety on my brother. He was trying so hard to support his kids while he trying to find a way to keep them safe.
Nonchalant.
Family means everything to me.
This hooker right here, this is how she was during every one of the Boudreaux's statements. She really does not like the fact that Brandon lived, in my opinion. Like, she can't stand that. And so the fact that Summer's back there behind her, and mind you, I'm just reminding, maybe people don't know, whenever Brandon Boudreaux and Melanie were going through their custody battle, okay, after being shot at by Alex in October of 2019, after Charles's death, and then the kids' disappearance, we didn't know where they were. Brandon was the one that came out in the media and said Melanie knows where her aunt's two kids are, where her cousins are. That's Melanie's cousins, okay? But yet Melanie's calling Lori mom, and she's calling Chad dad or daddy, according to Trina K and according to the FOIA docs that we saw, according to the evidence. But just know that whenever Melanie I'll just say Melanie Pulowski, when she showed up for some of her hearings, I mean, she didn't show up to some of them at all. Like, she abandoned her children. She put some of their stuff on the curb and put a for free sign on it. That's all documented. And then the wench has the nerve to show up with Aunt Summer and her entourage. She had, it was Melanie, Ian, and then Summer, Aunt Summy, and we had Zalima, her other new aunt of like 6 seconds, all show up at the court hearing, and they sat in the pews right behind her, so proud of the niece. You got Alex vouching. That's her vault. Melanie referred to Alex as her vault. And she also mentioned in the recording between Chad, Lori, Melanie, and Ian that she wanted, after Alex died, she wanted Alex to haunt and drive fear into Brandon for the rest of his life. She also said that 2 of her kids, Uncle Alex in the afterlife was going to look after those 2 kids. I mean, in order for that to happen, logic says those 2 kids would have to become spirits too, if you know what I'm saying. I feel for these people's journey, and Desiree right here is just another voice. I mean, they're so sweet. They're kind, loving people. And Lori is such a bitch. She is so rude. I'm telling you, they're playing hangman or cat or tic-tac-toe. There's nothing that needs to be written here, in my opinion. Nothing needs to be discussed, but she is so rude this whole time. And I'm seeing her face from where I'm at, but I'm telling you, she did it so many times that I don't know. I can just say she did it the whole time. For sure, when the Budro spoke. Does not respect them. Not that she respects anybody.
Me, and I am extremely protective of mine.
I have felt so angry and helpless because I haven't been able to fix this for my brother and my beautiful nieces and nephews. My heart aches for the realities my nieces and nephews will have to face as they get older and realize what happened to their dad and how all of this impacted their lives and will continue to impact their lives. It is.
And JJ and Charles and Tylee. Okay, because I mean, Lori was looking after Melanie and Brandon's kids as if she was the grandmother. You know, remember when she was questioning Brandon and she was like, basically saying like a mother-in-law would meddle, referring to herself as Brandon's mother-in-law. Basically, I love how he set her straight. I love it. I love when that happens. I'm here for it.
And how all of this impacted their lives and will continue to impact their lives. It is not fair, and I hate it. I have to talk to my own kids about the fact that someone tried to hurt their uncle, someone they love greatly. These are not things any parent wants to have to discuss with their kids. How do you explain this evil act? How do you explain to them that their cousins who they love so much will forever be impacted by this? For the past 6 years, our family has rallied together during this nightmare, and we have become stronger. We have uplifted each other and supported each other. We have prayed for someone to take accountability, to show a little bit of remorse for the pain and heartache they have caused to Brandon, his children, our family, and all the families affected. We have not gotten that. That is really hard for me to accept. I pray every day to be able to forgive people who have caused so much heartache and pain to the people I love. I am grateful for the justice Brandon found in June. I am grateful for the people who worked for that. Today, I am asking the court to take into consideration how much these acts have impacted my brother and his kids, how much it impacted all of our family and all the other families. Please help Brandon find a little peace as he strives to put his life back together and keep his family safe.
He is horrified right there. He is really paying attention to her. You did good, Desiree. Oh,
other sister.
She's sweet too. You can tell she's a teacher. Melanie doesn't deserve these people.
Hi.
Period.
My name is Melanie Boudreaux, and I'm the youngest sister of Brandon. I've always been thankful for the beautiful family that I was raised in. My parents raised us in a home filled with love, laughter, and a belief in our Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm lucky to have meaningful relationships with all 5 of my older siblings. As they have been married and had kids, I had the opportunity to find more room in my heart for their spouses and children. Some of my favorite humans in the entire world call me Aunt Nay. I share this to help better demonstrate just how hard it was for me to hear that my older brother had been shot at in October of 2019.
I know, right?
Being my oldest brother, I've always looked at him as a protector and a safe space. Hearing the evidence that was presented in this case reminded me just how close I came to losing him that day.
Poor thing.
As terrified as I was to lose my brother, I could not imagine how devastating it would have been to my nieces and nephews had they lost their dad that day. The greatest impact I feared was what would have happened to those children if something had happened to my brother. Over the coming months, that fear and anxiety for his and their safety was a constant.
Okay, sorry. When she said that and it registered again, you know, when I listen to these again, it's like things that didn't click before click. And it was just going to be a repeat because had the bullet not missed Brandon's head by, I mean, an inch or so, I don't know. He would have been dead. The children would have lost their father after just losing Charles, after just losing their grandfather, their great grandfather, Brandon's grandpa. Think about this. Like, then they would have gone to Melanie 100%. She would be their sole provider. First off, she doesn't work. Okay. And she wouldn't have to because she and Brandon were selling their marital home. They were selling it selling it for $1 million, she would have gotten the full cash sale or whatever, the full sale of that house. Plus they had businesses together. That's why she ended up getting divorce settlement money at that point in time when they did separate, because his business partners and him were having to buy Melanie's share out. And I mean, she told the cops, that she didn't have to work. She had plenty of money. She had like $300,000. And I guess that was just going to last her forever, living the way they live. Anyways, welcome to the real world, honey. And she don't, because Ian's there, and I don't believe he's a good provider the way that Brandon was, just in that aspect. But so they would have lost their father. They would have went to their mother. And then we know what happened to Tylee and JJ. After Tylee and JJ are dead, buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, is whenever the shot was taken at Brandon. And the way that Melanie and Alex showed up, and they were trying, Melanie was trying to get physical custody of her children. She was trying to, she was acting like a crazy person, straight up. I said it. I'll say it again. Oh my God. And there's this text, between where it's Lori saying basically to Melanie, you have to give up everything. And I don't know. To me, it sounds like Aunt Lori is selling Zion tickets, so to speak, to her niece. And the way to obtain those tickets is to sacrifice your children. I said it. I'll say it again. I stand on that. I'll die on this hill. It is about religion at the core of this. Okay. I know it's the vehicle in which they chose to manipulate and kill and blood atone and all the things. It's not my crimes. It's theirs. You don't want these kind of people sitting amongst you in your holy places, period. I wouldn't think so. Help me nab them. Help me expose them, please. Or you could be right here in the same courtroom doing this same thing, victim impact statements, because your loved one went extreme, I don't know. I don't have the answers, but I definitely know this isn't like, oh, you believe in satanic ritual abuse? Oh my God, why? And it's like, because Tylee and JJ were ritually sacrificed. Okay, let's try that one. And I believe that Melanie's kids were on the chopping block, so to speak. And I believe that Ruby Frankie's children were on the chopping block, so to speak. Thank God that they got help. What if they hadn't? Anyways.
In my life. Being one.
Oh, plus the fact that Lori would have shown her niece, aka her daughter, I don't know, how to collect Social Security benefits for, the death of Brandon, had that happened. She would have collected on that too. I'm surprised she didn't have an appointment already as well. Yeah, they'd have made out like some fat rats.
One of the few adults he felt safe leaving his kids with. I spent many hours taking care of my nieces and nephews. I purchased plane tickets and used personal days at work to be able to travel and help care for the kids. I was a kindergarten teacher at the time, and I spent time reading with my niece who was in kindergarten that year. I held my brother's kids close, and I comforted them during times of uncertainty. I have an unwavering belief in doing anything in my power to protect innocent children.
Yes.
In the aftermath of the attempted murder of my brother, I watched my entire family rally to do just that for my nieces and nephews.
Amen.
Protect them. We set aside our own fears and worries to make sure that those 4 children were surrounded with love and security. I forged a special bond with my nieces and nephews, one that I still carry today. Had something happened to my brother that day, this bond would most likely not exist. I've carried fear, anxiety, anger, and sadness in my heart as a result of what happened to my brother. There have been times I've feared for my own safety as I've helped to keep those children safe.
Is she divergent? Where?
Out of respect for my brother and his family, I have stayed silent all these years as we've placed our trust in the justice system to hold all of those responsible accountable for what they did. I cannot begin to imagine what my life would look like today without my older brother and his family. I thank God that while we have been through hell, we didn't have to face that horrific loss. Accountability is essential to human growth. The impact of this act of violence on my personal life, as well as that of my entire extended family, has been significant. Thank you for the opportunity to share the thoughts and feelings that I have carried for so many years.
Bravo. They did so good. Here goes Jenny. Now, listen for her to say that Brandon had a near-death experience and watch Lori's whatever she shows you. Okay? Because I saw her face and she did not like that. Only she can have fake near-death experiences, except Brandon's wasn't fake. It's because of the defendant, her brother, and Chad, and others, and Melanie, allegedly. Ooh. He's such a good man, y'all. He has a good family. I don't feel like I have a knife twisted in my back like I did, like whenever you're around the Cox family. I'm just being honest. I wish that I could say that they were like the Boudreaux or like my family, but they're not. They ain't like us.
My name is Jenny Boudreaux, and I am Brandon Boudreaux's wife. First and foremost, I want to thank all those that have spent countless hours in bringing justice to not only Brandon, but to Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. Today, I stand here today as a voice for the pain and lasting trauma caused by the attempted murder of my husband, Brandon Boudreaux, on October 2nd, 2019, a day that none of us will forget. That morning, Brandon was driving near his newly rented home in Gilbert, Arizona, when a bullet fired by Alex Cox under the direction and planning of Lori Vallow Daybell and other co-conspirators missed his head by merely inches. Just inches. One moment, one shot. A moment that should have taken his life, but didn't. And yet, that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine.
Just know, I'm sorry. I thought it did. I thought it was on her head. She did not like this. I've said it. I was trying to prep y'all for it, but oh my God, I wish they would have shown it because she was like in strong disagreement. Lori, I'm talking about, did not like when Jenny said this, that Brandon had a near-death experience. And yet that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine. Lori was repulsed by it. Of course she was. She's counterfeit.
Should have taken his life, but didn't. And yet that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine. When I met Brandon, I saw a man with one of the biggest hearts I have ever known.
I wish I could have seen it.
But it was a heart that had been bruised deeply and wounded by betrayal from those he trusted most. To be hunted by people who were supposed to love and protect him, his own family, left scars that go far beyond physical danger. It robbed him of a sense of safety. It shattered his ability to fully trust. It forced him to live in fear. For months, Brandon was living in hiding, moving from place to place, always looking over his shoulder. The people who wanted him dead still were out there, and he knew they were not finished. After the horrifying news of the murders of Charles and Tammy, and especially Tylee and JJ, children he loved, and he knew
Poor thing.
Brandon had
Oh,
countless sleepless nights.
thank you,
The
Festus's
fear
mom.
became constant. I will never forget the night when Alex and another showed up at his family home searching for his children and Brandon. The fear I heard in Brandon's voice was like nothing I had ever heard.
Mhm,
He believed that he and his children could be killed.
mhm.
This was his new reality. These crimes
And
weren't
hers.
just about money or power or twisted religious beliefs. They were also about destroying families, destroying lives. Lori and her co-conspirators tried to take away a father from his children. This is a man who reads scriptures with them, tucks
Mhm.
them to bed at night, plays games with them, supports their dreams, encourages them, and loves them with all of his heart unconditionally.
So
He
good to
would
him.
do anything for his children. Had that bullet not missed, these beautiful children, now my beloved bonus
I
children,
love it.
would have grown up without a father's guidance, his protection, and his love. No child should ever be denied that. Brandon was deeply traumatized, and yet he continued to show up for his children, for truth and for justice, even on the first day of our honeymoon, which was meant to be joyful and sacred.
Yes.
I watched my new husband weep in a car after having to identify the remains of a boy he once loved and tried to protect. That boy was JJ, the cousin of Brandon's former wife, the son of the very woman who tried to orchestrate Brandon's murder.
Oh my God, y'all. Okay, so he was behind me. I didn't see all this, but it's just different seeing and just, I don't know, hearing it again. And I mean, again, when I told y'all yesterday with our part one that whenever I first walked into this courtroom to go sit in the jury box, Brandon and Todd were having the best conversation. They were talking about God. They were both glowing and lit up and smile. You know, they were glowing like they were just bonding. And it didn't hit me until after the hearing. And I was like, oh my God. They have not only Charles to bond over, but they're bonding over JJ. Like Brandon volunteered on his honeymoon. He drove up to Rexburg and he took the place of Larry. He told Larry had vertigo. Larry was in the bed and he was down and Larry wanted to identify JJ, and I understand that and I respect that. But I believe it would have killed Larry. Straight up. If I'm being honest with you. Brandon just came in on a whim and did this. Like said, no, you feel better. I'm going to do this basically so you don't have to. And it's a little, JJ always played with his own children. And Tylee, he baptized Tylee. It's so evil what they did. I mean, and I'm not taking away from it. Like, I even had survivor's guilt, and I see it. Like, I can see it on Brandon. I see it. I feel it. I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm grateful, forever grateful for what Brandon did and just for being there and for him and my parents to have each other to lean on. I also shared yesterday that I remembered that whenever I was always told that if I would have been a boy, they were going to name me Brandon. But I was a girl and they named me Cresha. And so I remember that while, the hearing wasn't in session yet or anything. So I remember, and I was like, hey, Brandon, mom, if I would have been a boy, they were going to name me Brandon. He was like, I'm here. I'm right here. She got me later, like I'm here. And it was so cute, like it's an unbreakable bond. I love that. I love that. I hate how it happened, but I love that it happened. Oh, I feel so. I just want to hug him. He's just gentle. Like, I don't understand these women, these Cox family members, like this Cox crime family, Cox crime syndicate. What do we call them? I don't even know. Melanie Pulaski needs to be held accountable, just like her aunt, or like we say here in the South, in the Southwest Louisiana, the taunt, her to taunt.
After having to identify the remains of a boy he once loved and tried to protect.
There you go.
That boy was JJ, a cousin of Brandon's former wife, the son of the very woman who tried to orchestrate Brandon's murder. That weight, that moment is still and always will be heavy in our lives. He has survivor's guilt.
Oh.
He sometimes wondered why he survived and the others did not.
Oh, man.
He would say, I would switch places with Charles, with JJ, with Tylee, and even Tammy so that they could live. This is the kind of person Brandon is. He would do anything for the people he loves. Brandon carries emotional scars of attempted murder, betrayal, and loss every day. And yet he remains kind. He remains faithful. And he remains a father that his children are proud of. Today, I am proud to stand beside him as his wife, his best friend, and a witness of his resilience and his courage. The truth has finally come to light. And although it has taken many years to get here, I pray that justice will be served properly. Evil tried to take away, tried to silence Brandon, but it failed. He is still here. He is still standing. And because of that, so are we. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, y'all. I didn't.
Brandon Boudreaux.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't watch this afterwards, but just, I don't know. It's watching this, going over it right now today with you. Like, I don't know. It's like I'm taking it all in. Oh, I didn't see him sit, like I wasn't facing him. He's right behind me. So I could hear she and Lori was making all the faces, which whatever, right? We expect that. We don't expect to have her to have human emotion. She's a creature.
After Brandon speaks, we'll need to give the court
love
a
that.
short break, so I'm just letting everyone know.
Love her. I love him. I just love them. What a man. Representing.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read my sister wrote a letter. She couldn't be here.
So he's reading what his other sister wrote. I think this is his oldest sister, if I'm not mistaken. So he's going to read that, and then he's going to read his.
I'm going to read her letter, and
That's for Donnell.
Yeah, for Danya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Danielle.
Hello, my name is Danielle Hackey. I'm the oldest sister to Brandon Boudreaux. 6 years ago, our world was rocked in ways none of us could have predicted. I'm not unfamiliar with the criminal justice system. I worked within it for over 10 years.
That was
But it
interesting.
had never touched my life personally until it did 6 years ago. I watched as my brother Brandon had his entire life ripped apart with absolutely no warning.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him try to pick up the pieces of a life and family he had built and to try to bandage the broken hearts of his children.
You said it, girl.
With oh so many questions, while also navigating his own personal sorrow and heartbreak. I held him and cried with him and offered what little advice I could with all the
Mm.
love my big sister heart could give him. Then just a few months later, while I was 7 months pregnant with my third child and returning home from a doctor visit, I had my husband sit me down on the couch and ever so gently let me know
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
that my brother had just been shot at.
Mm-mm.
You see, my dad hadn't called me. He called my husband to tell him so that he could carefully and gently tell me what had happened. My world as I knew it was shattered. All of a
Aw.
sudden, I was living in a paranoid, anxiety-filled, fear-driven nightmare. As details emerged and my brother gained more information and knowledge, he reached out to see if he could bring his children to hide at our home for a while.
Oh.
There was no hesitation. We took them all in,
I know, Tony.
but those few weeks were filled with terror. We stayed indoors with the blinds shut and the door securely locked. We did our best to entertain 6 children, ours and his, and keep them happy and as unaware of the situation as possible, while also monitoring our streets for any signs of those responsible for this. I no longer felt safe in my home. Leaving meant constantly checking behind and around me, making sure no one was following or watching us. We were on alert
yeah.
24/7.
We've done this.
Our entire family helped shuffle my incredible brother and his kids around, doing our best to ensure that they felt safe and were being loved and taken care of.
Oh.
This went on for months. Once those responsible were caught, we felt some relief. However, more details continued to merge, and my brother's life continued to get thrown for loops.
Mm-hmm.
Our family has come out of this closer, stronger, and more unified.
This is Brandon reading his oldest sister, Danielle, his sister's victim impact statement. He's reading it for her. And then this is Brandon Boudreaux. This is Melanie Pulowski's ex-husband and Lori's now ex-nephew-in-law. He's my brother. He's another brother, right? Oh, God.
We have held our tongues, never having spoken our truths. So
Well, let me back that up.
Get thrown for loops.
Because I feel like this is talking about Melanie,
Our
in my
family has
opinion.
come out of this closer, stronger, and more unified. We have held our tongues, never having spoken our truths, so
Me
as to
too.
allow the judicial system to do what it is designed to do, bring some justice to all of the victims. The big sister and me wanted nothing more than to take care of my little brother and his sweet children. I wanted
She don't
nothing
care.
more than to fix everything and make it right. I obviously couldn't do that. I watched as my brother experienced the most horrible things and do so with grace, love, and humbleness that I don't know I would have had. I am grateful for the example he has been to me. I pray that our family can continue to heal and move on
Mm-hmm.
and hold strong to each other as we try to close this chapter. So many lives were impacted by such selfish choices. I'm forever grateful that my brother was spared that day. And I know that for me, I will never be able to go back to being blissfully unaware of the horrific choices people can make for the
Yeah.
most unimportant and selfish reasons. Thank you for your time, Danielle Hackey.
I know.
Your Honor, thank you for giving me my time today.
Now it's Brandon's.
Listening to all these people who are my family now, and who are
I'm going to
have
back
gone
off,
through
but
this
I'm
with me.
still in. I'm still here.
On October 2nd, Lori Daybell, someone I considered family, conspired with others to shoot at me. An act that not only endangered my life, but it threatened to destroy the sacred family unit that I cherish.
She's
with my
right.
Children. Had this heinous crime succeeded, my children would have been left to face a lifetime of grief, robbed of the love, stability, and spiritual guidance I provide as their father. The betrayal by someone connected to my family has left me battling overwhelming emotions over the years.
Mm-hmm.
I felt fear,
This
paranoia.
was a lot for him to say.
I lived with constant
And look at
vigilance,
this bitch. Sorry.
loneliness, regret,
I can't stand her.
sadness, depression, anger, heartache,
She's like tic-tac-toe.
and embarrassment. all while striving to remain a beacon for my children. I didn't want them to see.
Nope. That's a good parent.
The word family in Latin was used as a word for servant, familia.
Lori wouldn't know.
How beautiful to think of those who are family as those who we serve or who serve us freely without the thought of reward. I try to live this truth every day.
Hey, I'm only breaking in because I wish that her investigator and her advisory council, okay, I wish that she didn't have this buffer, this security blanket, this way for her to be so disrespectful. Like, and I wish whenever she asks if she can remain seated, Lori asked the judge, and he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, can you just make her stand up? I get it, but it's so aggravating too. This guy, he just went through a long list of all the different emotions that he was going through, and this is how she was the whole time. I don't like that she can sit here and pass notes that I don't believe have anything to do with this, besides being like, whatever, Lori Daybell showing quote unquote love. Okay. I mean, she is so ass backwards, man. I really could say something right now, but I'm just going to hold my tongue.
Or who serve us freely without the thought of reward. I try to live this truth every day, serving my children with selfless dedication, nurturing their dreams, teaching them resilience,
Gidget, yes,
and providing a foundation of love.
Nonchalant.
Lori Daybell's actions sought to tear me from the sacred role, leaving my children without the father who serves them with unwavering devotion. Trust is something that isn't tangible. Yeah. It can almost, excuse me. It can almost be measured in interactions with others by the speed and comfort with which we speak. We can see this inside our families. When it's present, it creates beautiful, safe spaces.
It missed this one.
Where human beings can grow and feel loved. As a father, I strive to cultivate this trust, fostering a haven where my children feel secure to grow and express themselves.
Yeah, I just want to go
killed,
into her head off her
would
shoulder.
have been shattered, leaving my children vulnerable to fear, uncertainty, and struggling to rebuild the safety that they deserve. I believe the family unit is ordained of God, and as such, it can be the most safe and sacred space we have in this life. I was raised.
Oh my God, take it off of her so I don't look at her.
Unit by parents who created this for me. And my life's greatest desire is that one day my children will look back and say that I created that for them. This divine calling gives me
Amber
a drive to provide a nurturing and sacred environment for my children, mirroring the love I received. The choices that were made on October 2nd by Lori and others attempted to end my life. They threatened to rob my children of this God-ordained sanctuary, denying them the legacy and safety of love I strive to build. Research underscores devastating impact of losing a father in early childhood. 20 to 30% of bereaved children develop clinical depression or anxiety, grappling with abandonment.
So Boreski didn't break in right here because his stats are maybe right. Okay, I'm just saying, but he sure did for Lori because she did not even quote the right stats. She's so counterfeit.
Children develop clinical depression or anxiety, grappling with abandonment. It can hinder their ability to form healthy relationships. My children would have faced these scars and many more. Their sense of security would have been destroyed. The violent act orchestrated by Lori would have taken this. Additionally, children who lose a parent experience academic setbacks, social withdrawal. Studies show that
Such children face socioeconomic challenges as adults, threatening the stable future I work tirelessly to provide.
Mhm.
Besides my children, I have extended family for whom this conspiracy's toll I will never truly know. There's no
I know,
measurement
Judy.
system for our grief, for our stress,
Oh,
for
Angela,
their
I'm so
pain
sorry.
and their trauma. They carry a burden that was no responsibility of their own. They're good people, all of them.
Mm.
But they showed up. They understood what family meant. They postponed work. They postponed life. They postponed fun.
Mm.
They even put out their own children and their own spouses. I had to ask them
Mm.
and their families to keep me safe and put them in jeopardy.
Oh, he's on at him.
I was scared to stay with them for months after they shot at me and kept trying to find me.
Oh,
I was continually pursued when I asked my new wife to marry me.
oh, oh.
I had to do so, knowing the burden I brought to our marriage.
That's so sad.
A life filled with unwanted attention, trauma,
Worry.
from a conspiracy I knew nothing about until it was almost too late.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
This
They
burden will
wage
never
war.
go away, but we will learn to deal with it. We can never go back. We
Oh,
can't fix these things. There's no way to make right all the injustice and suffering that we've endured. So my greatest hope is that we can protect others from facing it. I hope those who participated can be removed from a place where they can have a chance to hurt anyone ever again in the future.
Melanie. Get her.
No one deserves to live a life of fear and trauma.
Nope. No
I
one
have
gets to
friends
dish
who
it
stood
either.
up and put their lives on hold to help me and my children. I don't know how to convey to you the fear they must have felt to just be involved with me or around me.
That's marking
As
your
others
victim.
conspired and continued to come looking for me. I can't imagine the impact it had on them after the fact or during. And some of them had to distance themselves to keep their family safe.
The Yules.
Finally, this overwhelming toll and conspiracy has had so much effect
It's
on
hard.
those who are called upon to uphold our laws and to those that I employed to try to protect my family. I would include attorneys, law enforcement, jury.
Rich Robertson. I know he's talking about him right here. And to those that I employed to try to protect my family. Yeah. Shout out to Rich, man. Oh my, I mean, not Rich man, but Rich Robertson. He is stellar. He was also he was Brandon's PI, and then my parents also hired him too. And I feel for his journey. He was watching things unfold. He was, oh my God, like it's just far and wide reaching, and the ripple effect is so, it's real, and nobody's immune to it. Nobody.
And to those that I employed to try to protect my family. I would include attorneys, law enforcement, juries, yourself,
Yeah.
your staff, all the people who have to deal with this. We've spent countless hours and precious resources from our community's taxes, mine and my family's personal finances, striving to prove exactly what happened.
Why you
And
got
most importantly,
slandered?
to keep children safe.
Mm.
All of this could have gone to more productive and beneficial things to help others, but it had to be diverted because of selfishness and self-centered conspirations.
Your Honor, I'm a believer in forgiveness.
Hmm.
And I believe it can be relieving for people to let go of the feelings that I've been describing, to give them away to their Savior, so that there's more room for good feelings and things that can come in this life. I try to practice this. I'm not perfect at it, but I have found relief in it. But I do not believe that this means that we can trust those who commit crimes to continue to have freedom that they had before. I choose to forgive Lori for myself so that I can be able to be a better father to those children I described,
I support that.
be a better husband for my new wife, a better son and brother to these wonderful people who came, and a better neighbor and friend to those people who were there for me when I needed it most. But I have never seen any remorse or acknowledgement from Lori or any of her conspirators.
Boom, Melanie.
Only denial, shaming,
Love
and
it.
accusation.
Toxic.
I would never feel safe if she has freedom. I will always fear her for what she would try to do, again, to hurt my family.
Mm-hmm.
The trauma of this attack has already shaken my children's sense of safety.
She's probably doing it on that notepad right now.
It's forced me to fight through pain, and it's forced me to work to restore trust for them in this life that we live. Lori's conspiracy was an assault on the essence of familia or selfless love.
Mm-hmm.
It's an assault on trust, and it's an assault on the divine sanctity of what a family is and what I grew up in.
And it's a basic human right.
I would urge you to recognize this harm, this act that was intended to inflict pain upon myself, my family, my children, who deserve to grow up in a sacred, safe space. And I would ask you to protect us as I let go of those angry feelings and all of those things. I would ask you to protect us, keep us safe.
Oh, I love
Keep
that.
these people who deserve it safe.
Mhm.
And I just ask that and thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Norma. Glad to have you.
We're going to take a short recess of about 10 minutes. You may wish to remain in the courtroom in your seats, but if you do need to use the restroom, you might want to do that at this time.
And so this was a weird little break. And this is when Jenny taught me how to cover the microphones that are sitting all around the jury stand. Okay. Yeah. There she goes, off to her little tank. She just passed her sister right there. And so we have like this little break, and we're all just like chit-chatting, you know. And let me skip to my Lou. Let's see. Oh, I can't stand this troll. I can't stand her. Ugh. But I mean, and I'm so grateful that Judge Boreski said, I hope that, you fade into obscurity. And I was like, he said it, I forgot.
Please be seated.
You saw that? Look at her. That's her
Be
respect
seated.
right there. As much as she bitches about going outside and not getting enough sufficient sunlight and stuff, she barely shows any respect to the judge. I cannot stand this woman, y'all.
Please be seated.
Oh, I used to call her Aunt Lori. That's bizarre to me. I don't know who she is. I can't stand this guy right here. I can't stand how disrespectful she's been this whole time. I can't stand her, but I do love this courtroom assistant who I thanked. I was like, thank you for everything that you do. She was like, oh, no problem. I'm like, no, really, thank you. I thanked her before the hearing even started. I love the faces that she makes too.
Back on the record,
When Lori
CR
talks.
2021-001704, CR 2022-001242. The state can continue with its presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I would like to address the court.
You go, girl. Love us some Trina K.
Lori
She's got
Vallow
a good name.
Daybell, in the jury trial for Charles Vallow, told the jury that the case and murder was about a family tragedy. In her next trial, she told the jury, again in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, that this was a tragedy. And while she's been in custody, she has agreed to speak to the media 4 times.
Poor.
And she has again spouted off that this was a family tragedy. A tragedy is a disastrous event, a calamity, a misfortune. Synonyms for tragedy are accident, catastrophe,
Write these down, Lori.
misfortune, or mishap. A family tragedy does not involve premeditation. A family tragedy does not involve the intentional killing of a person. A family tragedy does not involve working with an accomplice to commit first-degree premeditated murder.
Mm-hmm.
And a family tragedy does not involve conspiring with others to kill.
Hey.
Lori Vallow Daybell has evoked the words family tragedy, but her actions show her to be a cold-blooded murderer. Even more disturbing than Lori Vallow Daybell's attempts to fashion the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the shooting of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, as a tragedy, is the way she has twisted religion and fashioned it as a justification for her actions. The reality is this defendant is the same as every other murder defendant. The motives we usually see in murder cases, money, sex, are exactly what motivated this defendant for the murder of Charles and the attempted murder of Brandon. Although this defendant denies
I love it.
her text messages and her own actions show that these were her motives. Lori Vallow Daybell's motive for helping to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux was to help Melanie, the woman who called Lori Vallow mom and called Chad Daybell dad or daddy.
Ew.
Just like with Charles, Lori and Chad used their twisted religion to claim that Brandon was dark, possessed, and therefore his death would be justified. Brandon's death would have given Melanie money, the same motive as with Charles. The only difference was this money was for Lori's, quote, daughter, Melanie. The court has presided over these 2 trials and has heard all of the evidence. Court has accepted the verdicts from both juries. And this court accepted this defendant's admission of statutory aggravating factors in both cases. The presence of an accomplice, the use of a deadly weapon, and for Charles's trial, the infliction of emotional harm on Charles's family. The court is legally permitted to find any other aggravating factors and to give each of them the appropriate weight or value. Emotional harm is a very strong aggravating factor that exists for both Charles's family and Brandon and his family. But how do you give the appropriate weight or value to the aggravating factor of emotional harm?
Lori did it.
The defendant admitted it exists, but that doesn't provide this court with the facts to really weigh the harm that this defendant sentenced these families to. So I want to start first with Charles's family and their emotional harm.
I love how
Charles
she
Vallow
goes through
has
this.
5 siblings. He has nieces and nephews. He has 2 sons from his first marriage, Cole and Zach.
I love that
He
too.
had JJ and Tylee and Colby, and he had so many friends. You've heard from Charles's sisters and brothers. Charles regularly visited them. He talked with them regularly, and each sibling has suffered extreme harm as a result of this defendant. We didn't hear from Bobby today, one of Charles's brothers. When I first spoke with Bobby, he told me a story of March of 2019. Charles was visiting. Bobby talked to Charles, and Charles told him that Lori was trying to kill him and that she was going to kill him for his insurance money. Bobby told me how Charles was crying as he spoke.
He did.
And how difficult it was for him to talk to him about this.
Bobby told me how much he misses Charles and that it felt like someone had cut off an arm or a leg.
That's
That's
huge.
the pain that he suffers to this day.
Oh,
When I spoke with Charles's brother, Jerry, I learned how Jerry looked up to his brother and literally followed him around as a child. How they shared a love of baseball, and Charles, who was a semi-pro, tried to help his brother learn to be a better player. This is a loss that Jerry still feels every day. When I spoke with Charles's sister, Susan, she told me a story about how close her son was to his Uncle Charles and the reaction
My cousin
that he
Jonathan.
had when she had to tell him that his Uncle Charles had been killed,
yeah.
how it devastated him. When I first met Kay and her husband, Larry, I could see the exhaustion in their eyes after going
Yep.
through the trials in Idaho.
Oh, God, yeah.
Kay and Charles were exceptionally close. And it was clear to me that Kay would do whatever was needed to ensure that her brother got justice. And she has been here many, many days. But one of the most disturbing parts of this case that gives so much weight to the aggravating factor of emotional harm and shows how callous, how self-centered, how uncaring, and how narcissistic this defendant is
I love
is
it.
the text messages that she sent to Charles Vallow's sons, Zach and Cole, on July 12th, the day after Charles died. She let them know via a text message that their dad was dead. She wrote, quote, "Hi, boys. I have very sad news. Your dad passed away yesterday.
Oh, my
I'm
God.
working on making arrangements, and I'll keep you informed with what's going on. I'm still not sure how to handle things. Just want you to know that I love you, and so did your dad."
Bitch, sit down.
One of
I can't
Charles's
stand
sons
Lori,
texted
y'all.
back,
Oh.
"Larry, what happened?"
Mm.
Lori Vallow knew that Alex Cox had shot and killed Charles, but instead of being honest or caring about his sons, she lied and told
Disregard.
them, "We are still waiting on the ME report. I'll let you know more when I can."
Man.
Charles's sons texted again and again, and at one point, one of them indicated, "You can't just tell us Dad died and disappear."
Look, he's nodding his head. Yeah, that's
On
cold.
July
Real cold.
15th, one of Charles's sons texted Lori and said, quote,
Cold again.
"Okay, Lori, it's been 3 days. You
3
let us
days.
know our father passed away over a text message. 3 days and we haven't heard from anyone. The only information we have is the one text from you saying he passed away. You disappeared after that. We need any information you have. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now?
Mm.
Are there any funeral plans? We talked to him all the time, and now he's gone. He was our dad, and we loved him very much. We deserve answers." Lori Vallow Daybell never answered their questions about what happened to their dad.
Never.
Instead, she lied to them and said she was planning to cremate Charles and take all of them to Hawaii to spread his ashes.
I love this too.
Instead, this defendant FedExed Charles's ashes to Louisiana
The mom's
and
office.
took Chad Daybell to Hawaii.
Fat ass. Just saying.
This court has heard from just a handful of the people who loved and cherished Charles. There are more in the courtroom and many more who could not be here.
Yep.
Each one of them will never be complete again. This defendant damaged every one of Charles's family members and friends when she helped orchestrate his murder.
Yeah.
This court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Susan Vallow, Jerry Vallow, and Kay Woodcock. The state asks that you sign those and serve them on the defendant. The state also provided to the defendant hard copies of the restitution requested by Kay Woodcock for travel, food, and housing, all the things she had to do to be here in this court. The total amount of restitution for Kay is $8,949.52.
Love this part.
The state asks that you order that restitution.
Yeah.
The court also heard from Brandon Boudreaux and his family. Brandon survived his attack, but he suffered for months, fearing he would be killed. Brandon left Arizona to hide from Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski. Brandon is the person who tied this case to Charles's murder. And he alerted the police when he saw that Chad Daybell's wife had died, and he knew all of these things were connected. Imagine living in absolute fear that you could be shot and killed at any given time by people who were your family. Knowing a bullet had hit your car just a couple inches above your head. This is the emotional harm that this defendant thrust upon Brandon and his family. The court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Brandon Boudreaux, and the state asks that you sign it and have it served upon the defendant.
Oh my
Brandon
God.
asks to keep restitution open.
I wish he could do it for his kids too.
As I said earlier, the court has to weigh all of the aggravating factors that have been stipulated to by this defendant, all of the aggravating factors laid out in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the aggravating factors expressed to this court by the next of kin and victims against any alleged mitigating factors this defendant might present. There is no doubt that the aggravating factors substantially outweigh any alleged mitigation. The volume and weight of this defendant's actions and the aggravating factors support running each of these defendants' convictions consecutively to the others. Because of all of the aggravation, this defendant's actions, the state requests that this court run Brandon Boudreaux's case consecutively to Charles Vallow's case, and that these two conspiracy to commit first-degree murder convictions from Arizona be run consecutively to the sentences in the defendant's Idaho murder case, CR 22-21-1624.
All right.
I love it. Oh my God.
Would the defendant like to address the court or present any?
I wish that we could just skip over this part. I do. But she is preaching from the pulpit, y'all. That's what I've been gathering other prophets, you know, some are Latter-day Saint prophets or whatever. And I'm going to make a video compilation of their sermons, and they sound like Warren Jeffs, which is disgusting. They sound like Lori Daybell here.
Witnesses?
Ugh.
Yeah, sure. Can I remain sitting?
Go ahead.
No, stand up. Y'all, but if we can just, hold on. If we can just live vicariously through this courtroom assistant's facial expressions, okay? She is here and she don't even know that she is providing us with comedic relief or whatever it is we're trying to discharge, you know, because this animal here, this creature here that's about to start bumping her gums, okay, she enrages me. I know she enrages a lot of you, but she's a creature. And so she's an inmate. She's a convict, multiple 7 lifetimes, right? She has a ledger of life sentences or whatever the hell she says. Oh my God. She is like Nephi, right? Didn't she say the 3 Nephites have 7 death sentences or whatever? And I'm like, okay, first off, they've never existed. Allegedly. I don't know. Anyways, I can't stand this woman. Sorry. I mean, not take it out on scripture. But let's get it relief from her.
Myself at these 2 trials was a constitutional right that I exercised.
You didn't
I
have
could not
to.
have done so without my team. Annalena Ramirez, my
Annalena.
paralegal, Jeff White, my investigator, and Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy, my advisory counsel. I acknowledge
not
their
yours.
diligence and hard work in helping me exercise that right.
Well, how did that work out for you?
They worked tirelessly and I appreciate them.
I'm glad somebody does.
Representing myself, I have learned much about the law through this process,
Not enough.
and I'm grateful for the knowledge that I have gained.
Oh my God. What is it? Like two little specks? Because, okay, let me shut up.
Knowledge is eternal, and it is only love and the knowledge that we acquire in this life that we take with us into the.
She is going bankrupt. Okay. Like she has no idea that she is going to regress she has regressed like multiple lifetimes. Okay. Like she's going to start back, like Alex at estate number 1 or whatever the hell they believe.
Next, I have studied the rules of law, case law,
She needs to like bury that big ass nose in the bigger books and like actually retain it.
and the like. I was amazed and enlightened as my understandings were completely changed from before I started this process.
Right? I see the same thing whenever I look at her bimbo ass right now. Okay. I'm like, I don't know. My views have changed as well as to this thing I'm looking at right now. Like, I don't know who this person is. Foreign.
Before this long court journey, I only had basic understanding of the judicial process.
No. Remember, you had all kinds of years under your belt in case law. How she says law, I can't stand it. It's like when she says crime. It's weird.
I was of the understanding that both parties would be able to get up at a trial and each tell their side of the story, but I soon learned that the rules of law do not allow that.
Actually,
No, you don't.
they do.
Thank
The
you.
process is much more complex than that.
She just got louder. She just like didn't care what the hell he just said. And then she got louder because she needs a zap is what she needs. Remember when Chad was like, you want me to zap them? Those 2 3s you have with you, which were Melanie and Brandon's kids, right?
The rules of law do not allow that.
Actually, they do.
Love
The
it.
process is much more complex than that. It is not designed for that, although the Constitution of the United States was designed for that. The rules of law negate most of that. As
Wasn't it actually the Declaration of Independence? I think.
the defendant, I was precluded from calling several witnesses. Other witnesses for the defense were precluded from testifying things that they did witness.
Because you could not give relevant reasons.
As a defendant, I was precluded from asking law enforcement specific questions.
You asked too much specific questions. They went nowhere, just like you're going.
I was also precluded from admitting documents that the state turned over to the defense as discovery.
And Pam was running off Pink Pony, which is not relevant. It's not relevant for you and your crazy little freaking minion, Melanie, the minion, okay, to sit here and project your guys' homophobic fears onto her husband. Just because you can provide a picture of the Pink Damn Pony, which is a restaurant that people frequent because they're cool. And, like she is the most closed-minded person ever. She is the judgy judge. Like they don't get it. And I don't understand people like Melanie Gibb, like her, like all these people, you know who I'm talking about. These judgy, not just Mormons, but the judgy judges, the ones that act like they know they can recite scripture at the drop of a dime, but they do not know how to live by it.
The founding fathers of this country did not
Shouldn't even have to come into this conversation, but here we are, Julie Rowe. Here we are, Tim Ballard. Here we are, Chad Daybell. Here we are, all your little freaks, okay? Which y'all's founding fathers bullshit intertwined and mixed in with scriptures. Weird. Secret society.
Specific questions. I was also precluded from admitting documents that the state turned over to the defense as discovery. The founding fathers of this country did not intend for the rules and laws of trial that had.
They don't like you. No, the founding fathers don't like you. We don't like you. Nobody likes you.
Been implemented
don't even like
into
you.
this justice system to make it impossible for the accused to defend themselves.
Shut up.
Their objective was quite the opposite. They advocated for a fair and impartial and
Fair.
speedy trial.
Oh, she really loves that speedy crap, huh?
It was never their intention for people to be sitting in jail for years and years waiting to be tried while the state continues to try to gather new evidence against them.
New evidence.
This is what our injustice system has become.
Injustice.
Men and women sitting in jail for years and waiting to be heard. The constitutional
What?
right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness thwarted. My case is not unique. There are many here in Maricopa County that have been in jail almost 10 years waiting to be tried.
This has
The
nothing to
conditions of
do with
this
her damn
jail-
case. That's like oh my God, she makes no sense. And the fact that she's just, okay, it's just like, okay, I murdered, well, she's never going to admit it, but the evidence shows that she murdered every one of these people. Okay. Charles, Tammy, JJ, Tylee, and Joe. She tried to murder Brandon, and I'm sure she was going to murder Melanie's kids too. I'm sure, I mean, she was just ready for that feast. Okay, this woman is diabolical, and she never makes a relevant point for her justification, which is even more gross. She is sitting here saying, instead of fighting for her innocence, right? She's so innocent. She is such a victim in this, and she always will be. She's persecuted. How dare you persecute me? I had to make that smaller. This was in my Uncle Charles's stuff. And I say that because, I mean, I'm like, oh, I know exactly where this came from. This came from Bear, right? You know it did. Yeah. And so that's my highlight because I don't, but it's just a little pocket size citizens rule book for the sovereign citizen. They are that they think they are. Yeah. She's sitting here and she's going to talk about people who she's advocating for, who wanted their speedy trials, and they end up just taking a plea deal so they can get some damn decent sunlight. Okay. You get vitamins in jail? Oh my God. We're going to have to change that. Oh my God.
Are not for long-term confinement.
Well,
you do not have
I'll put this out
access
there.
to direct medical care. You do not have access to proper nutrition. You do not have access to sunlight. You do not have access to decent dental care.
Decent,
In
my
fact,
ass. You
when
know
have
who
been in
else?
Maricopa County Jail for proper
Okay.
nutrition, you do not of this jail. Those 10
Listen, let's listen to all the things that she's bitching about that, I mean, they're not even about her. She's just bitching to bitch, okay? Because she can. Why? Because she's breathing. Why? Because nobody killed her. Nobody infringed upon her basic human right to live and not be taken out by people who think they're quote unquote God. And giving God a bad name, right? I'm so sick of this. She is a tragedy pimp. She's a tragedy whore. She's a tragedy. She is the freaking tragedy, y'all. Colby's right. She pimps. LDS pimping. I think we called it before, right, DJ? I get it now. I didn't get it before. Julie Rowe does the same thing, except she's rescuing soul traffickers, by the way, Julie Rowe. But she's about to spout off all the things that her's just not getting, okay, or whatever. And but she has denied this very basic human right to every one of her victims. Just let that boil your blood. Take y'all's blood pressure medicines, okay?
My case is not unique.
No,
There are many
you're
here
not
in
either.
Maricopa County that have been in jail almost 10 years waiting to be tried.
Good for them.
The conditions of this jail are not for long-term confinement. You do not have access to direct medical care. You do
Neither
not
does
have
Kelly,
access
JJ
to proper
Charles, Tammy
nutrition.
Jo.
You do not have access to sunlight.
Your
You do
victims
not have
don't either.
access to decent dental care.
Your victims don't
In
get to
fact,
breathe.
When you
It's
have been
crazy.
in Maricopa County Jail for 1 year, they come to your door and offer you a vitamin D supplement because you have not been in the sun in a year.
Make her
Imagine this for
regurgitate
years.
it.
It is inhumane. The
Speaking
state of
of
Arizona,
inhumane.
according to the laws, since I am a prisoner from another state, only had 90 days in which to give me 2 speedy trials. That's 3 months. I arrived here at MCSO on November 30th, 2023. That is over a year and a half, 20 months specifically.
Girl, they can only cram so many damn criminal trials in so much time. If you wouldn't be so damn extra with all your crimes, okay? Tragedy crimes. Ugh.
That is over 6 times the amount of time it should have taken for me to have these 2 trials.
Right. Well,
But Arizona leaves this law up to the judge's discretion, and the judge has the power to extend your trial at his will.
say
Even
it,
though the
Coach
6th
Cat.
and 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States proclaims otherwise.
Proclaims.
98% of all cases in Maricopa County end in plea deals where the accused plead guilty. And I'll tell you why.
Ooh,
It's
they're
so
guilty?
miserable in that jail that they plead guilty so they can go to the prison and have decent food, decent sunlight, and a chance to live.
Irrelevant. to her entire situation here. Yet here we are. And it's just like her saying, I meant to say this earlier. It's just like her saying, I mean, they're not mad at me. Like, they're happy and busy in heaven and all the things. And y'all, Kit at Wordwise nailed it. And oh my God, I feel the same way. She nailed it. I'm going to try and find that spot. I'll have to stop talking though. That way I can go find that in that video. And because it's big. Be right back.
2% of all cases in Maricopa.
Oh, whoa. Real quick though. Remember when, remember how they were like, oh, we're the 5%ers. We're the beautiful people. 2% that. Okay. Oh my God. She's
Chance to live.
impossible. Chance to
2%
live.
of all cases in Maricopa County that actually do go to trial, of all the cases that actually do go to trial, only 0.2 end in acquittal. That is 1 out of 1,200 people who go to trial go home.
That's actually
According to Lori.
Not the correct stat.
Is that a system designed to convict you? The rules of law governing trial assure that.
Your jurors did.
As you witnessed in my 2 cases, the judge supports the state to achieve this outcome. So here we are. The state of Arizona has accomplished its intention.
Absolutely.
1, to extradite me from Idaho.
That's
2, to convict me.
irrelevant.
And 3, to add to my ledger of lifetimes.
Part of the process.
The state used countless taxpayers' money to transport me, house me, millions of dollars to wrongly convict me on 2 charges that they made sure judicially that I could not defend myself against.
Why not? Why not? That's because you're guilty as freaking sin, girl. That damn temple's going to catch on fire because you were in it. Okay. Like, whoo. I mean, they used to say like a whore in church or whatever, but I have to say where she went. I mean, it's what is the saying? It's hot. I'm hotter than a whore in church. Is the saying or the expression. I know it's not classy, but yeah, I mean, just saying. Sometimes you got to let it out.
I know political aspirations, raises, and job promotions were at stake.
Don't freaking murder. And then nobody has to make, I mean, people got to live.
So congratulations.
You're welcome.
I was
Thank you.
convicted in the media long before I went to trial.
I heard from Jumpsuit Pablo, okay, who I'm gonna have to pull that video up. God dang it.
We all know that there was no way for me to come to Arizona and get a fair, impartial, or speedy trial.
Especially doing
now that fact has been
media
proven.
tours.
The state of Arizona brought me here when I was already serving 5 life sentences.
She is serving 5 life sentences.
Now I will serve 7 life sentences. Will that be enough?
Collecting body count and sentences. Yes, that's how that goes.
I want everyone to know that I mourn with all of you.
No.
I am sorry for your pain. Losing those close to you is painful, and I acknowledge all of the pain, and I do empathize. I feel it too.
But if I were
accountable. If I was accountable for these crimes, I would acknowledge it, and I would let you know how sorry I was.
You're sorry.
But I have witnessed for myself what it is like to leave this mortal existence and return home.
Bye, bitch.
When I temporarily died in the hospital giving birth to my daughter, Tylee. When our spirit leaves our body and we return to the pure energy state in the spirit world, we immediately no longer feel hate, anger, envy, or resentment. I promise you.
I do right now. I do. No, but it's interesting because she is saying all this stuff. So she is really saying that's what you don't feel when you leave your quote unquote body. But because she is here, because she didn't do us all a favor. Okay. And I'm going to say it right here because I know I'm in the company of good people who get my sense of humor. I wish her mom would have swallowed twice. That's it. I mean, just a simple, and that would have taken care of this problem. Okay. I said it. It's horrible. I know. I get it. It fits. Okay. I've said it many times. But it's only whenever I really, really, really feel Like, why didn't she whole ass die? Okay, quote unquote. She's already jacking the experience. She's doing it off of Tylee and the beautiful birthing process of giving birth to a baby, especially your baby girl that you effing murdered. Okay. And she continues to exploit, and pimp out these fake ass stories. I don't know who this person is. All right.
Feel hate, anger, envy, or
This is all what she feels, is what I'm saying. And then she's also shaming us because she's saying that we shouldn't feel these things because now that she did us all a favor, she did them a favor, she did her victims a favor by unaliving them and putting them into quote unquote heaven, okay, in her afterlife, just like Rex and Cole and Adam's AI. It's the controlling the afterlife, the narrative thing.
and we return to the pure energy state in the spirit world, we immediately no
Go.
longer feel hate, anger, envy, or resentment. I promise you.
She feels all
We
them.
come to earth to experience these emotions, but these emotions are immediately replaced by a blissful.
She just said immediately, like it's like a whole different breath. She finishes a word with the next breath.
Heightened sense of peace.
Somebody should have just let her talk when she was younger, and this would have maybe taken care of some of this.
Love, joy, and well-being. The moment our spirit leaves our body, we feel more alive than we ever did.
I wish my spirit would leave my body right now. Okay. Oh my God.
On earth. And we have deep empathy for those we
Can't
have
even say
left
it.
behind. We do not want our loved ones.
This is how she's shaming us right here. She is saying we have deep empathy or empathy. It's all the way she tries to say it, but deep empathy. Oh my God. Sorry. Deep empathy for those we left behind, for our loved ones we left behind. So Charles, Tylee, Tammy, and JJ were forced to leave us all behind, right? And so they don't want us to feel that. They don't want her afterlife family, her victims, my family, Brandon's family. I mean, I'm just saying, like, these are not, she does not get to control this narrative, so much so that even Tammy comes to visit her. She's trying to control that narrative because she's a freaking control freak. And so she's even torturing or whatever. I know she doesn't have that kind of control, but you know what I'm saying? It's that level. And I've seen this before, not to this level, but it's concerning whenever I went to go look at LDS blogs to learn by reading the comments of like, what does this mean? Like, I don't know. I'm not a Latter-day Saint. Just wanted to understand without somebody trying to give me their narrative. So I just kind of would follow multiple mortal probate, just all the things. Like, there's so many things. And so like the three degrees of glory, and that's celestial, terrestrial, celestial. That's the 3 degrees of heaven in LDS. Okay. And so all these LDS people were communicating on this blog that they don't, they're not trying to impress me or anybody else for that matter. They're a community of like-minded individuals who share the same beliefs, but they also exchange their views on things. And I mean, I respect this. I have a whole hell of a lot of respect. And I mean, I did a video on this. I just never released it. It was like 2021. I didn't really know much, but I remember saying on that video, like, oh my God, these people are they're pre-planning even their afterlife. Who can minister to who? What kingdom? Like, if you're in the celestial kingdom, which is the bottom one, that's where all the murder, that's where this one's going to go, allegedly. But she only has to go there for like however many thousands of years, or she's got to pay her time. But then she can level up in her afterlife. So allegedly, I don't know. And so then they can go up to the terrestrial kingdom and they can minister, meaning they can go and help save other people who are dead in the afterlife. It's a whole lot of saving going on. but nobody, like, she can't even save herself. That's just it. Like, she can't, and I mean, this is more than just Lori. I've seen this in all kinds of other people, especially the clique that we deal with in and around this monster right here. But these people, and these are good people, you know, like on these blogs and stuff, and they are pre-planning what kingdom they're going to go to. Terrestrial, celestial. I mean, celestial, terrestrial, celestial. You strive to be in the celestial kingdom, or as Lori may or may not have been ordained or foreordained, got her second anointing. I don't know. I wasn't there, but the records put her there. The FBI confirmed that. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I'm not going to say that Lori and Chad weren't sealed by a sealer. I don't know. I was not there. And unless that person vouching for them was there, you know, then you can't say you were there either. So I'm going to leave that up to the church to clarify on their own, not in an indirect way, not in a passive aggressive way. If they want to come out and clarify whether or not, and they can prove that, you know, I mean, they've already provided temple records to the FBI, which was shared in court record. I mean, in trial, you know, testimony that they were there. They scanned their cards and they were there. Then the James and Lana story that corroborates a sealing ceremony. So I'm just looking at the evidence presented. But until the actual church comes out and like gets, you know, points me one way or the other, I'm going to leave it on them and not people to just decide that. It's just like Alex, you know, everybody thinks that her hands are without blood. I don't effing think so. But I mean, that's a nice narrative for some people to have, right? So that maybe they can feel and sleep more comfortable at night. I don't know. A conspiracy, you don't have, I mean, I don't know. I was not there. That's kind of like the good part about it, right? So that's kind of the whole point. She was asking and she was using this question to taunt all of her witnesses. Were you there? Did you hear it with your own ears and see it with your own eyes? No, bitch, we're not plotting like you. You know, like that's, yay, we're not there. You were though, obviously. So, and exactly why she is sitting in the chair she is sitting in right now, forced to be held accountable. She gonna feel it in her next life. Just saying, like, I'm not gonna vouch for these people. I don't know. I don't trust them. They're liars and they're murderers. They're child murderers. They're not just regular murders. They're like the covert kind, you know, that are plotting behind your back, smiling to your face, cashing in, trying to cash in on your life insurance, maybe putting it on the kids' lives. I mean, trying to sell the dog, the service dog. That's these people. And like Aunt Vicky said, rot in prison, or Lori, rot in prison. I love it.
To grieve or be sad.
Shut up.
We know that they will because that's a mortal experience, but they come to comfort us. We immediately know the minute you leave your body, you are aware of who you are, why you came to earth, and that we will all be together again soon, and that this separation is.
Nancy Jo just walked out. She's not dealing with this. Yeah.
Only temporary. All of the cares and pressures.
I'd have been like, he was a good kisser.
And problems immediately melt away.
This is what she's saying happened to her victims when she killed them. Whether she pulled the trigger or not, she called the shots. Maybe did it herself. I don't know. I'm not going to put it all on Alex. I'm not going to do that. It's a conspiracy. Whether you participated or not, anybody who was in furtherance of moving that crime forward, shame on you.
And after comforting our loved ones, we move on with our eternal life.
I picture them in a craft room, like a retirement home. The way she explains it, like they're like maybe learning how to knit, and then they go to another hobby class or something. It's so gross. So they're not worried about it. They're in a good, happy place where they're busy, busy, busy. And so yeah, I'm good. I'm exalted. Nothing to see here.
Continuing to pursue knowledge and wisdom and understanding in eternal progression. Heaven is a very busy and happy place.
You won't be
where
gone.
Everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do. That includes Joshua. That includes Tylee. That includes Tammy. That includes Charles.
I rebuke her. I rebuke
No one
you,
there,
Lord.
none of these people are seeking revenge or justice.
So we shouldn't.
So although we miss our loved ones, and I do too, I assure you that they are busy and happy and peaceful.
Look, she's looking at her like,
I
"Oh."
have
So again, she knows everything's good. She knows she's the know all be all. I cannot wait for her. I just hope that the narcissist it never gets. Oh my God. She was all about vibrations and stuff like that. Like she can't even conjure real good because she can't even get her vibrations up. I just thought about that. Sorry. I can be a little sadistic too, I guess. I don't know. Makes me feel good to think about her being in isolation and just not getting her narc supply, at least not off our families. And, really, I don't want her to have a narc supply off anybody else who's vulnerable and unsuspect, somebody who's trusting. Ugh.
felt the kind of contentment that they feel now, and I try to duplicate that here.
No, you don't.
So whether I'm giving 5 life sentences or 7 life sentences,
I'd give her
I will
14.
continue to try to uplift and help and strengthen those around me.
Oh my God.
It does not matter where you serve on earth as long as you do it with love. It doesn't matter if I'm given 7 lifetimes.
Didn't she just roll her eyes, the lady right here?
It doesn't matter if I'm given 7 lifetimes or the death penalty like
Gonna
my
back it up
husband.
again.
It does not matter where you serve on earth as long as you do it with love. It doesn't matter if I'm
I love it. Thank you, lady. Oh my God. Oh, her husband. Chins.
given 7 lifetimes or the death penalty like my husband. What things look impossible to man are easy for Jesus.
Jesus, not
Jesus
you.
tells us in the Bible not to judge, but this whole entire justice system is just that.
Yes.
So I want you to watch.
Right? You're in a court of law. They have the little balance, the scales, weighing the law. Wait, I don't even know what it weighs. I just know that it weighs things. Okay. But that's the scales of justice. And you are in the actual place where there's a judge and a jury and they judge you. So I don't know. You might ought to maybe read those books again. And this time, maybe don't cheat. Okay. Not a race. Oh my gosh.
Because the system is just that. So I want you to watch. Because God will show the world great.
Oh, I'm gonna back it up. I
not
want
to
to see his face.
judge are easy for Jesus. Jesus tells us in the Bible not to judge, but this whole entire justice system is just that. So I want you to
What?
watch. Because God will show the world great
Thank you.
miracles.
F your miracles.
I will
girl.
continue to love everyone I come in contact with, and I will turn this battle over to God. If this is God's battle,
Now she's gonna turn it over to God. Girl, it is late.
then the math doesn't matter.
Neither
7
does-
lifetimes or the death penalty doesn't matter. God's miracles will abound.
Not
When
for
a
you.
soldier goes off to war, he is a soldier.
Uh-huh.
When a soldier comes back from war, he is a warrior. And Jesus is in the prisons. He is
She said this too. Jesus is in this temple. He walks these very hallways. She said that in a recording with Melanie Gibb Zalema because they were at the damn church. They weren't at Melanie's house. Anyways, he walks these very halls is what she was preaching. So now he's in the prison. I mean, damn.
turning his soldiers into warriors.
It's like a custom fit Jesus, whatever you need him for, whatever you need to exploit him as, he's your fall guy, huh?
For the prisoners shall go free.
Mm,
Sometimes victory doesn't look like victory until it's finished.
Finished.
Prisoners who have been told
I mean, till there's nobody alive because you killed them all? Like, what does that look like when you're finished?
that they will never go free will
I'm glad was she ever a missionary, y'all? Because, oh my God. I hope like hell. Can you imagine?
be free. And I want you to expect miracles and I want you to watch for them because
We
you will
do.
see.
The miracle
We
when
fear
you
not what man can do because God's warriors surround us. When the battle is
that was weird. I'm like, God's warriors surround us. What does she mean by that? I mean, what? I thought you were a warrior. What are you talking about? You know, Jason Mouse, a quote unquote warrior. Time to warrior up.
we fear not what man can do because God's warriors surround us. When the battle is relentless, and this one has been for over 6 years, remember God is building his army of warriors in the prison system. He is turning Sauls into Pauls.
Oh, about died when she said this. I was like, what the hell did she just say? She's turning Sauls into Pauls. What'd she say in the interview with Nadine? She said something about, he kind of interrupted her though. It's in God's time. It's in his time. It's not early. It's not late. His timing is great or something stupid like that. I was like, stop it. Stop it. I'm Jesus. Wait, Jesus loves you, but he loves me more, right? Mm-mm.
When Jesus is sending his servants into the prisons to prepare his warrior team, we will be there only until this purpose is complete, and then the warriors will walk free.
Like that, lady.
We are redeemed by Jesus Christ, so we are free right now, but his chains will break. Prison
Chains?
walls will
We just
fall.
don't have
The power and
chains.
majesty of God will be revealed.
I'm gonna make a rap with her saying turning Paul or Sauls into Pauls. And what did she just say about the walls?
We are redeemed by Jesus Christ, so we are free right now, but his chains will break. Prison walls will fall. Free
He's
right
turning
now,
Sauls to
but
Paul.
his chains will break.
Just
Prison
saying.
walls will fall. The power and majesty of God will be revealed.
Girl, the power of Christ compel you. Okay. Oh, everybody break out the sage.
When
And
Jesus
the
is
holy
ready,
water.
he will call his warriors from the prisons and we will walk free. And
Girl, you can't. You are deaf and you are blind and you are dumb.
we will serve him. I will
Devoid.
quote Moroni, the great prophet,
Who?
from Moroni 8:16, and he says, "Behold, I speak with boldness, having authority from God. I
He did. Quit trying to be like him. Just be Lori, lolly.
fear not what man can do, for perfect love casteth out all fear." And in Ether, Moroni says, "And now, if I
This sounds like a damn threat.
have no authority for these things, judge ye. For ye shall know that I have authority when ye shall see me, and we shall stand before God at the last day."
And I get to show you. Come on, Judge B. Take it over, please.
Do you have anything else?
No.
Thank you, Jesus. She
In
is
this
a
day and age where truth seems to matter little to our talking heads on the news and to our politicians, I'm proud that this trial court and through our jury trials, we draw on the collective wisdom of jurors to determine the truth. As I said in my jury instructions to the jury, it is their job to determine the truth. The defendant spent several minutes talking about statistics and being
I'm gonna let him have
prevented
the stage.
from presenting her side, and that is not the truth. Maricopa County is a court of innovation. We virtually screened hundreds of jurors, and we kicked off jurors from service that had ever even heard of Lori Vallow. So when she says that she couldn't get a fair trial in Maricopa County, that is not the truth. Your cases involved 24 separate jurors who deliberated and reached verdicts on these two cases. They represent a broad cross-section of society, which means these two verdicts represent the decisions of our community, not the view of a single person, not the view of a single prosecutor, and not the view of a judge. The collective decision-making of juries helps to reduce individual biases and errors in judgment. 12 jurors in the first case unanimously agreed that proof beyond a reasonable doubt established you conspired to kill Charles Vallow. And 12 separate jurors in the second case, again with no prior knowledge of you whatsoever, no knowledge of your notoriety, unanimously agreed you conspired to have Brandon Boudreaux killed. Many people have asked why the state bothered to extradite you and bring you to Arizona, given the sentences that you received in Idaho. Trials are not just about seeking accountability or punishment from those who have committed crimes, but to give the victims of crimes justice and acknowledgement of the impact of being a victim. Justice demands not only recognition of the pain inflicted, but a firm response that upholds the dignity of every victim harmed by the actions of someone who has shown blatant disregard for humanity. You've left a wake of destruction stretching from Louisiana, across Texas, Arizona, up to Idaho and back again. Anytime a person victimizes a single individual, the ripple effects of their actions extend far beyond the immediate harm. And you have not victimized just a single victim, but many. You've shattered lives, you've undermined trust, you've sowed fear in the hearts of many. I can't imagine what Brandon and his family went through for those months, hiding, Charles's family wondering who's next. Is someone coming for them? Jenny said a lot of the things I was already going to say to you, Brandon. I'll just touch on a couple of them. I had wondered during the trial whether you suffer from survivor's guilt, and she confirmed that for me today. I also remember looking at you in the back of the courtroom trial, and just, you have this look about you of a wounded individual. I hope you can heal someday.
I'm glad he said individual, not warrior.
To Charles's family, I just wanted to share with you that I'm sorry for your loss. Charles seemed like a great all-around guy. One of the exhibits that was put up during the first trial, I noticed something. He and I share the same birthday. So I'll remember him on my birthday.
August 17th. Y'all, that meant so much. Right
I've
there.
seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person. The amount of contemplation, calculation, planning, manipulation that went into these crimes is unparalleled in my career. Your powers of manipulation are profoundly destructive, one that undermines trust, distorts truth, and can erode the very foundations of healthy relationships in society. The impact of your manipulation has been devastating, insidious, and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder if Alex died as a result of the extraordinary and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder
You heard
if
somebody go,
Alex
mhm.
died as a result of the
Hold on.
extraordinary birth.
Somebody, when he says, I don't know, I forgot, but something about other people dying, it's unknown. Like, it's, your damage is unknown. Your crimes or whatever. Somebody said, and listen.
And society. The impact of your manipulation has been devastating, insidious, and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder if Alex died as a result of the extraordinary burdens that you placed upon him. No one will ever know. You preyed on the vulnerability of those around you, JJ, Tylee, Alex, Melanie, others. And today I heard about Colby. You specialized in exploiting the empathy and goodwill of others, turning those virtues into tools of control and harm.
Oh my God. Yes.
I think that over time, as a result of being subjected to your manipulation, those people lost their sense of self and their ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. In the face of such profound damage, a long prison sentence is not merely a punishment. It is a necessary affirmation that our society values justice, protection, and the sanctity of human life.
Mhm.
You just referenced a Bible verse or a verse
I love
recently
it.
about the prisoners shall go free. That is not a literal verse. That is a verse about people that accept Jesus can be in prison and they will go free when they die and go to heaven.
Thank you for
But
this.
it will take an act of God for you to go free. In short, you should never be released from prison. Eventually, the camera that you seek out so much, the media requests, will lessen over time and you'll fade into obscurity.
Amen.
The state has requested that I find additional aggravation.
He was born in 56.
The court does find that in CR 2021-001704, the offense was committed in the expectation that you would receive pecuniary gain.
I can't even say that. Pecuniary.
In the CR 2022-001242 case, the court finds the emotional harm suffered by Brandon and his family to be immeasurable.
I like how he keeps looking over there like, I see you.
The sentences on those aggravating factors alone will be justified. The state also asked to find an aggravating factor of a prior felony conviction within 10 years.
At first, when I first like went back and listened to this, I was like, I didn't really like understand what was being said. Jason's like my strategist, right? He's always strategizing things. And so he had to kind of let it process too. And he was like, oh, I know why he did that. He was like, because the crime it was like she could have got an appeal. Okay. Because of the time frame of the crimes in what order they happened. So I totally get it. I am just I love this dude here.
Of this offense. However, I'm hesitant to do that just because of the way that statute reads that the offense had to be committed before the date of the offense on these
They're
two
careful.
crimes, which it wasn't. So the court will decline to find that aggravating factor. However, as I said, the substantial amount of
won,
harm
Lori.
to the victims and the victim's family, emotional, financial, and otherwise, are immeasurable and
Spiritual.
justifies consecutive sentences.
Oh, yes.
Ms. Vallow, what's your position on Ms. Woodcock's restitution request of $8,949.50?
All fours. I'll say all
I
fours.
just received it from my advisory council and I'd like to get a chance to look at it. So I know that the restitution from Brandon hasn't been turned in yet. So we'll look at that and I can discuss it with my advisory
Add
council.
some zeros to it, B.
Would you want to waive your appearance for a restitution hearing in the future and have your counsel handle that?
Please, camera
I
horror.
don't see why I couldn't appear by Zoom.
I think my request
Look,
would be just.
you
to
saw her
leave,
roll her
not
eyes?
waive her appearance
Sorry.
at-
Counsel,
Watch the court assistant right here. She rolls her eyes when she said, I can appear by Zoom.
handle that?
I don't see why I couldn't appear by Zoom.
I think my request would be just to leave, not waive her appearance at this time.
That's Pam talking. That's her advisory council who plays with her hands a lot.
But if there ends up being some restitution hearing, I can reach out to her and decide if she wants to be here for that.
I'm not going to have her extradited from Idaho for a restitution hearing if she wants to
Amen. Because she'll just bitch about it, right?
appear. So
In a sermon.
that's my issue here.
Thank you.
She may be able to appear virtually. I don't know.
Because at this time, we don't have the restitution from Mr. Boudreaux, so.
All right.
Add zeros. Add zeros.
I'm going to
Because if she ever publishes her scriptures, I want money to go into my mom's pocket and Brandon's. That way they can recoup some of their money.
set a status conference regarding restitution as to Kay Woodcock. We'll set that in a few moments. If you agree to it prior to that date, we'll vacate it. If not, we'll have to talk about setting a restitution hearing. The court will also, at the request of Brandon Boudreaux, issue a lifetime injunction that prevents you from having any form of contact whatsoever with him for the rest of your life. The court will also issue an injunction on behalf of Susan Vallow, Kay Woodcock, and Jerry Vallow that likewise prohibits you from having any form of contact with them for the rest of your life. You'll be served with those injunctions later today.
That makes me breathe easier.
In each case, It's ordered that you pay a $9 victim compensation fund assessment, a $20 probation assessment, a
Okay,
$2 victims'
so
rights enforcement assessment, and a $13 criminal penalty
oh
assessment.
shit. Hold
Although
on.
it's largely symbolic,
Sorry. Oh
the
my god.
court's going to impose the maximum fine allowable for each case. It's ordered that you pay a $150,000 fine plus a 78% surcharge on each case.
I was trying to pause it, but another video started playing in another window. It was so loud. And I forgot what I was even going to say. Shit.
Although it's largely symbolic,
Symbolic. I love that part too. It's largely symbolic. And this is where he hands it to her. And Trina K was like, I've never in my 25 years prosecuting cases, prosecuting criminals, have seen a judge actually enforce this restitution and then added 78% surcharge to it. I was like, oh my God.
probation assessment, a $2 victims' rights enforcement.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. In her Idaho appeal, this is listed as one. Like, how can you order me to pay money for restitution when I just filed indigent? I just got appointed, court appointed attorney, yada, yada, yada. And so I'm sure this is going to be in her appeal paper,
An assessment and a $13 criminal penalty assessment. Although it's largely symbolic,
Say it, Joel.
the court's going to impose the maximum fine allowable for each case. It's
Thank
ordered that
you.
you pay a $150,000 fine plus a 78% surcharge on each case.
That
Those
hurts.
total fines on
Lori.
each case is $267,000.
Woo.
I know the law says that you can't financially benefit off your crimes, but in the event that somehow you did, those restitution amount or those fine amounts are out there that can be paid.
Now, my question is, she's not going to be in Arizona. Let's say, she's going back to Idaho, supposedly. Does that count? I don't know. And so I need to dig into this or maybe ask an attorney if they know how that would work. I mean, just because I'm nosy. I'm a difficult researcher, we'll just say.
As to count 1 in CR 2021-001704, the court orders you to be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. This sentence would run consecutively to the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in Fremont County, case number CR 22-21-1624. As to count 1 in CR 2022-001-242-001, it's ordered that you be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. That sentence also, due to the number of victims you've created in the two cases, the immeasurable harm you've inflicted on many, it's ordered that run consecutive to CR 2021-001-704. Because these sentences are consecutive to one another and consecutive to the Idaho case in which you are currently serving a sentence, you're giving 0 days credit for time served.
I love it. 0 credit,
You have
0
the right to
out.
appeal from the orders of the court and to have a lawyer
Perfect.
represent you. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. If instead you want to represent yourself in your appeal, you must file a written waiver no later than 30 days after the filing of your notice of appeal. If you cannot afford copies of the necessary records and transcripts, they would be provided for you at no cost. If you want to appeal, you must file a notice of appeal within 20 days of today, or you lose that right.
Yeah.
If you want to petition for post-conviction of relief, you must file a notice within 90 days from today, or within 30 days after the appellate court issues a mandate affirming the judgment and sentence in your direct appeal, whichever is later, or you would lose that right as well.
I hope she forgets.
It's ordered remanding you to the Custody Department of Corrections effective today to carry out those sentences.
Bye, Hooker.
We're at recess.
Tell her, Aunt Vicky. Oh, yes. Bye, Hooker. I think she was going to wink anyway. Thank you, Wyatt. Yeah, wink, wink.
Do that. Let's go. Everyone else.
So just know, so in Nancy Joe's interview with Lauren, I don't want to say it was Lauren. Yeah. That, I mean, there's different people hearing different things at different times, sometimes the same time. And so Nancy Joe in her interview said that the courtroom assistant right there was like, oh, I hated that I had to say that. Like she has a job to do, right? So she's like, all right, none of that. So we had to get out of the courtroom. But I appreciate it. It was worth it. And Vicky, I'm so glad that you got your little piece of, I mean, I know it's not much, but your little piece of justice in the name of Tammy right there. That is so heavy. Y'all, I didn't realize like how much this woman weighs me down. Like, I know I started out looking light, my spirit looking light, but right now it's like super heavy because it is she's taxing. She sucks the energy from far away. And I'm not even there. Like she didn't even faze me. I mean, I say that, but like I'm sitting here looking at her. I've been more phased right here looking at her through my computer all this time, all these years, and I wanted to share this with y'all too. Okay. For what it's worth. I think it's, I gotta fix that. So, okay. Back in Idaho, 2023, I went to her trial. Day 2, we were told by the victim's advocate that they were going to be showing autopsy pictures on day 2. Ray Hermosillo testified that day, hence the introduction of the autopsy pictures. I saw Tammy, dead. I saw, I didn't see JJ yet. They didn't show pictures of that in the opening, but I'm just saying they left Tammy's picture up there way too long, in my opinion. I didn't know her in life, but I definitely don't want to picture her like that. Anyways, so day 2, mom purposely she was not planning on showing up to trial that day. They had a condo right around, it was a block away. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do it. And so I was there. Larry was there. Uncle Jerry was there. I remember those 3. I don't think Aunt Susan was there, but she may have been, but I don't remember quite well. And I was just going to tough it out. I thought I was. And then Rachel was standing right in front of me. And she just had some like photos or whatever on the desk. And like she was standing right. I mean, I could touch her. Like it was very like, whoa, she's in my lap. But the way she pulled them off the desk like that, and like she put them on her belly, like where, I mean, if anybody's on the side or behind her, you're not going to see them. But I saw the red pajamas as she was flipping them up, and I was just like, and it triggered me. And I opened up my phone, threw my earbuds in, and I was just like trying to find anything. I'd find a song on YouTube and then I would change the song. I was like doing everything within my power to try to collect myself and hold it together long enough to not disrupt the court, because that's embarrassing first off. And then, no, that's a no. I already have panic attacks, and it's heavy. It was so heavy in Idaho in that courtroom. It was so heavy. Did not feel anything like that in Arizona. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it is me or what. I'm sure it is, but that was a huge difference. It was, I liken it to walking into a hospital here. There's this one hospital here and I'm just like, oh no, I just will be okay. I'll be okay. I ain't got to go in there. I don't know. It's heavy in there and I'm super sensitive to that kind of stuff sometimes. Depends on where I'm at. But so we're sitting there, court is in session. Ray Hermosillo is on the stand. Mom didn't go because she did not want to see that. And okay, right. I understood later, but and her and Brandon and mom had testified day 1. So he was in town. So they went and had brunch on day 2. And so I see that flash of the red pajamas. I knew what it was. And I mean, it again triggered me. And I was doing everything within my power to just not make an ass out of myself, not cause a commotion, to stay inside my body is, I mean, I was just, oh my God. Okay. No, I'm not being dramatic either. Like, this is so crazy. There's so much hurt here, and it's down to the spiritual level. You know, she baptized my ass in that church too. I'm just saying, there's a lot of us who are baptized without our knowledge, and that is so disrespectful to me. Like, ask me. Don't just do it. Anyways, so we make it to the first break. And they say, all rise. So rise. And I'm putting stuff in my backpack because I too was called a bag child. Mama, I always had a backpack. I always had a bag. I still do. I always have like, I can't believe I actually didn't bring one into the courtroom here in Arizona or there in Arizona. I was like, wow, I'm growing up. I mean, so that's a commonality that JJ and I have, that mom used to call me her bag child because I always had one. And I was always going to grandma's house too. I had a little suitcase that said it was on wheels. Anyways, it was back in the day. It wasn't like the cool ones they have now, but, so I'll rise and I'm kind of packing my backpack, and I'm just fidgeting is what I'm doing. And, I look at Lori and we locked eyes, and it was just this, I don't know how to explain it. It was an awkward lock. Like, we locked eyes, and I say it's long. I don't know. I didn't count, but it felt forever. And like we just locked eyes and we stared at one another, but I kind of zoned out. I don't know how to explain that. You know how you just kind of look across the room, you lock on something, and you just kind of go inside your mind. I don't know, but I remember after the fact, I remember thinking, oh my God, like that happened. Yeah, I didn't have time to process all these things. Hold on, you'll understand in just a second. So that happened, and then I gather my stuff. I go outside. I talk to Larry and Uncle Jerry, just chit chatting. And then when they were going back into the courtroom, I was like, okay, I'm going to see mom. I'm going to walk over there, and I don't want to see none of that. I opted out real quick. So I walk the block, and mom is on the ground floor and in the parking lot, and she had went and got groceries. So I was helping her unload groceries. She was going to make spaghetti, which she did. We ended up having spaghetti with, Gigi. She invited Gigi and Lauren. We had spaghetti and dinner, later. But before all that, I'm helping her unpack groceries in the condo. I think it's like the 7th or 8th floor. And so while unpacking all the groceries, mom gets a text and she's like, oh shit. She's like, we got to go. And I was like, what? And she was like, I don't know. Something's going on at the courthouse. And I was like, oh shit. So we jump in the truck and we illegally park straight up. And we get into the courthouse, into the courtroom just in time. And they shut the doors, And so we sat down right back where I was. And I was just like, at first I was like, no, mom, don't go back. It's a trap. Don't go there. I'm just being sarcastic. But that's when we found out that Lori was trying to get out of being in court that day. She didn't want to be there all of a sudden. And so anyways, all that have Judge Boyce made her stay, which she needed to. She put everybody else through this shit, especially her victims, but her kids and Tammy, like, you're going to sit down and you're going to watch. Okay. That's how I feel about that. All these men and women. Anyways. So me and mom go back to the condo or apartment or whatever. And I have to have time to reflect and process things. And I was like, oh my God, just earlier before when I left, right when I'm all rise, right? I'm locking eyes with her, stare exchange we had, weird. I was like, oh my God, I hope like hell. This is just me and my expectations in my little world. I'm like, I hope like hell when we locked eyes and I just kind of zoned out. Hey, Megan, I'm like, I hope like hell she saw Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, whomever. I don't care. That's me and my little dream. Like, I hope it spooked her. And then that's what made her not want to show up. Anyways, so there's that. But I purposely locked eyes with her in this whole entire hearing because she kept looking at us. She kept looking over in our direction. So, I mean, I was like, what? You know, you communicate with your face, with your eyes, with your facial expressions, with your body language. And I was like, and I would not break eye contact first. I would make her break eye contact every time. It was like an arm wrestle with my eyeballs. Okay. And that's what I did. And I was like, because it reminded me of that first time. And she broke eye contact every time. Like, no, Hooker, you're not going to dominate. You don't dominate this. You don't dominate me. You don't dominate my family. You're not the boss of us. Okay. Like, I'm tired of her shit. Anyways, so yeah. But hey, Megan, how you been having fun all weekend? Girl, you're going to have some cooties. No, I'm kidding. I hope you've had the time of your life, but I bet you are tired as all get out. I am too, just by dealing with Hookerella there. Creature. We'll call her Creech. Okay, let me grab something real quick. I can't wait to hear all about it. I've got to go watch your video with Natasha, and I don't even know what else you posted. Okay, I'm going to try to make this quick. What was I going to get? Remember this? Hold on. Until I can figure this out. Remember that?
Please rise.
She looked like Wednesday on the Addams Family.
In the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in and for the County of Fremont, State of Idaho plaintiff versus Lori Vallow, aka Lori Daybell, defendant, case number CR 22211624. Verdict. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn to try the above entitled action for our verdict, unanimously answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Question number 1. In regards to count 1 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty. Question number 2. In regards to count 2 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Tylee Ryan? Answer, guilty. Question number 3. In regards to count 3 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow and grand theft by deception? Answer, guilty.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 4. In regards to count 4, the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of first-degree murder of Joshua Jackson Vallow? Answer, guilty. Question number 5. In regards to count 5 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder of Tammy Daybell? Answer, guilty. Question number 6. In regards to count 7 of the amended indictment, is Lori Vallow not guilty or guilty of grand theft? Answer, guilty. Dated this 12th day of May, 2023, signed by the presiding officer.
All those good
All
people.
right, please be seated. Madam Clerk, thank you for reading the verdict into the record.
Okay, so there's that. And then here's this.
Be considered in mitigation that
Oh,
you do have mental health issues. I've dealt with those throughout the context of this
Okay, hold on.
case where there were commitment.
Pause this because where am I even at on here? Okay, I'm so sorry. I look like hell now. Megan.
Hey, girl. Hey.
I don't have my drum set anymore, so
How are you?
good. You been having crazy Mormon fun or what?
Crazy Mormon fun. I don't know if I would go right to fun. Crazy Mormon.
Ex-Mormon's different.
You know, so the Sunstone Conference is a spectrum of Mormonism. And I have a feeling that you would love it.
Oh, yeah.
You would nerd out with me, but
I watched earlier. I watched Radio Free Mormon, Mormonish. It was their little
yeah. Ugh. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Like,
have
I
some
can't hear the guy in the back.
I have some unpacking to do.
I figured.
It was super cool. I loved it. My nerd brain absolutely loved it. But at the same time, like if you zoom out just a little bit and you look at what this conference is, like it was originally started with a great idea back in 1974. And by the way, they don't talk about this enough, but it was two female graduate students who came up with the idea of having a magazine that presented scholarly historical research on the mainstream church.
That's big for that time, for sure.
Yes, it's huge. I mean, so it's 50 years. This was the 50th year. But these
Wow.
two female graduate students went to their male professor, their male advisor, to
Yeah.
say, "Hey, we want to do this idea." So he said, "Cool, let's do it." He's the one who gets credited with it.
Oh, of course.
So that's
Moroni. No, I'm picking.
yeah,
With
yeah,
Moroni.
that's like number one thing that I have a problem with is like, yes, he put his butt on the line as the professor, but it was his two female graduate students who were the ones who wanted to start it. And this is what I will I don't want to say die on this sword, but
It reminds me of
this is
Heather.
something that I want people to understand is that even in the ex-Mormon spaces, they are dominated by men. If you look at the podcasters who are the most successful podcasters in the ex-Mormon space, they're men. And if you
Yep.
look at even the Sunstone Conference, which is a conference that is a place for historians and scholars to present their research about the Mormon Church and about Mormon history, the majority of the presenters, historians, and authors are men.
That's because
Granted,
it's
the
because of
Suns-
how y'all were raised in this. It's a
Exactly.
patriarchal and it carries on.
I'm super grateful that the Sunstone Conference is headed up by Lindsay Hansen Park.
I know, I like her.
She is the main person who heads up the conference, but the majority of the speakers are men, the majority of the presenters are men, the majority of the authors are men, the majority of the booth holders are men. You know, I mean,
I
it's
see a
really
change on the horizon, Megan. I see it because I feel like that's not on your watch. I
I
don't
mean,
believe.
this is the very first time that I went to Sunstone. And
Mhm.
so, you know, I'm not anybody in the ex-Mormon space, but if I am granted a voice and a platform, that's what I'm going to advocate for. Because even so, the very last night, there was a, you know, banquet with the panel of all the people who started and perpetuated Sunstone. There were 4 men and 2 women.
Hmm.
And the 2 women on the panel were Lindsay Hansen Park, who runs it now, and Peggy Fletcher Stack, who is a hugely influential writer with the Salt Lake Tribune.
Mhm.
I have a great deal of respect for her. But the thing is, you know, if the loudest voices are still men in the ex-Mormon space, we're still doing something wrong.
It's a patriarch.
Yeah.
And I want to interject here with my never Mormon experience, okay?
Of
And
course.
say, and I mean, this is just to offer insight. It's not to criticize or to judge. It's just an observation.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've watched a lot of the same people that you're talking about, you know, was trying to learn more about Mormonism to learn what separates Chad and Lori, so to speak. That's where I was like, well, what makes them a cult? Like, I
Right,
want to
right.
know. Like, I don't want to be told or shown, or somebody's perspective of what they
Yeah.
think I need to know. I wanted to know. And so here I am. And I have been a steady commenter, like I used to give super chats. I was supported all these people, and I didn't know if they were Mormon or ex-Mormon. I didn't care. They were talking about Joseph Smith. They were talking about all the things and people that I have never heard of. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. And they're talking about some of the things, but nobody was talking about Chad and Lori, period. And I was in the comments and I was like, justice for Tally, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, like I was steadily. And I was like, oh my God, I must freak these people out. Like they will not acknowledge me. Never have they acknowledged my existence. Then they started covering Chad and Lori. And I'm like, what the hell? Oh, thank God, like, come on, team. Come on, catch up, humanity. That's how I'm looking at them.
Right.
That's not how they look at me. I'm still an outsider. So and I'm noticing this in the ex-Mormon space where it's still a tribe. It's still inside. And you have offered the biggest olive branch. And I love that about you. I mean, you haven't judged me on that, like, because
No,
I'm
like,
not an
no,
insider,
I think you've done a lot more research than they have. And that's the thing that I think frightens them, is the fact that somebody outside the faith has more knowledge and insight than they do, and they
But
don't
I'm
want to
not
look dumb.
competing. I'm like not competing.
No, of
I
course.
needed them to talk, to give the victims a voice, because
Right.
I'm like, people inside Mormonism are definitely not listening to me.
Right.
Definitely not, nothing is being talked about with Lori and Chad and this whole debacle, or like you say, inglorious what?
Inglorious saga.
Yeah, it is so true.
Well, I will just say, having witnessed, I just have kind of been an observer of this space in a lot of different ways. Like, I'm definitely in this space, but I have watched a lot of the dynamics going on behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And what I can say is that ex-Mormon men are not necessarily any more enlightened than Mormon men when it comes to the role that they play in suppressing women's voices.
They've gotten so propped up their entire existence.
Right. And some of them don't really realize that they're doing it because they're so used to it. They're so used to being given the spotlight. They're so used to,
the blessings,
Yeah.
offering those things, the comfort or whatever, the head of the household, the head of the man at
Yeah.
the table.
They're
But
so used to having the floor, that they're not used to giving the floor to a woman who has maybe a better perspective, maybe more research. And so even in the Sunstone Conference, when there are women presenters, it's like we kind of have to remind the men that some of these women have expertise in an area that you don't have expertise in.
and a voice and shared time, like equality.
It's okay for a woman to be a presenter without a man presenting next to her.
And to have her
okay.
own ideas.
Right.
Yeah, and you don't have to like pimp those off of people. Like,
Right.
it's okay. Yeah.
It's okay
Wow.
for a woman to be a doctorate in a certain subject, to know more than you, and to present without a man beside her because she knows more than you in this particular subject.
Right.
Even ex-Mormon men in this space have to be reminded of those things. And I'm not saying all of them do.
Right.
But there are still a lot of men in the ex-Mormon space who don't realize how much privilege they've had over women and how harmful it has been to women. And I think that I wish that more men in the ex-Mormon space would take a step back and say, especially, white straight men. I wish more white straight men in the ex-Mormon space would take a step back and say, I had an incredibly privileged experience. It may not have been ideal. It may have been harmful. I'm not denying the trauma of any man who's been in the Mormon space, because it happens to all of us. We are a traumatized people, period. But I wish that more white heterosexual men would take a step back and say, there were people in this system who suffered more than I did.
Right. It's not a contest.
It's not a contest.
Now that's another thing I noticed. I'm like, oh my God, Mormons, ex-Mormons in this in or outside of the church are so competitive. It's like, I'm Mormon harder than you Mormon, or it's that thing.
Yeah, but it's also not the trauma Olympics. Like, so many times I will talk with a client or a friend, somebody who read my book and will say, I had some hard times. I mean, nothing like yours. And I'm like, stop that.
I get that too. And I'm like, this is not a competition.
It's not a competition. And also, trauma is trauma. It affects all of us the same way. It doesn't matter that your trauma was different than mine, or that you perceive it to be not as difficult as mine. Trauma affects us all in the same way.
It's a
not
sickness in the society that we,
right.
Or it's a mass. Yeah. It's as a whole.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's also the fact that trauma is stigmatized, and that dealing with trauma, overcoming trauma, requires therapy, which is also stigmatized. So can we all just give each other a lot of grace and say, and give ourselves, and that's, I think, the main thing, is give ourselves the grace to say, okay, Kresha and Megan, who are friends of mine, I know them, they had this horrible trauma. It was in their own family. What I went through doesn't seem as horrible as that. Okay, just suspend that thought for a second.
That's like a shame thing or
Yes,
something.
yes.
Minimizing.
It's a minimizing tactic. Just suspend that thought for a second and say to yourself, what I went through was horrible. It was traumatic. It affected me deeply, and I have every right to feel traumatized.
Feel the feelings.
Just sit with that for a second. It sucks. It's hard. And I think sometimes people dismiss their trauma as, quote, not as bad, because it is really hard to admit that what you went through was that bad.
And you have to feel the things. It's not comfortable either.
That was the very first hurdle that I had to overcome, was admitting to myself that I had been abused. To say those words was the hardest first thing that I had to get over, was to say, I was abused. That was not okay.
Yeah.
That was really hard, because it's a lot easier for me to look around and go, well, I didn't have it as bad as so-and-so,
Let me fix you instead of fixing myself. That's Lori trying to fix people.
Yeah. Like, I wasn't, swimming off of the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. I'm going to say Mexico.
Mexico. We say Mexico on this channel.
I didn't have my arm bit off by a shark.
Right.
And so, therefore, I don't deserve to feel traumatized. No, I'm sorry. Screw that. Because that trauma is just as difficult as whatever trauma that you went through. If you feel traumatized, it is perfectly valid for you to feel traumatized. And you need to look yourself in the mirror, in the eye, and say, I was traumatized, and it was not okay.
Right. That's important. I like how you're making me sit with that right now.
It sucks to sit with it. It sucks.
That's heavy shit, girl.
It is heavy shit. But the thing is, like, we do such a good job of minimizing and numbing, and we push that stuff away. And the longer we push it away, the worse it gets. And until we sit with it and feel it, we cannot get rid of it.
And then it affects our society as a whole because nobody's unscathed.
Exactly.
Generational, the ripple effect,
Mhm.
and we're we have to deal with it. Like that's
Exactly.
like like y'all say, putting your oxygen mask on first.
Yep.
Self-care. Like making sure you're okay before you can be of any kind of help or use to anybody else on the planet.
Yep.
Like if we can all just make sure that we're okay, I think that would be huge help to our society as a whole.
Yeah.
Oof, girl, we needed you. we need you. I don't know. You have a way of making or getting me to sit with things like what you just did. That was very tricky. I'm just picking. It wasn't tricky, but it was very good. Yeah, just that little bit of time, and it was like, okay, I'm already trying to cut jokes. Like, come on,
Yeah.
it's not comfortable,
Yeah.
but it's
I
necessary.
I wasn't trying to trick you, but
No, I know. You weren't
but
trying
all
to get me to read a Book of Mormon, so we're good.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior?
Lord help us.
No, but I just recognize in myself, and this is the thing, like even with my clients who I coach with one-on-one, I don't give advice. Some of them are like, "Thank you for the
You
advice." I'm
should.
like, "Nope,
You
I'm not
should.
advising you. I do
You
not
need
give
to
you
start
advice."
charging for that shit.
No, I mean, I do like, that's how I make a large part of my living is one-on-one coaching, but I don't give advice. All I say is, in my experience, this is
Mhm.
what helped me. And so
Yeah.
that's all I'm doing. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I'm just trying to say that had this realization that I was numbing. I was distracting myself.
I've
I was
masked
just
with medication.
yep.
I've self-medicated for years, masking, trying to. Thought I was like an extrovert, was not. Was totally not. Yeah. But I
Yeah, I
still
mean,
haven't quite dealt with everything yet either. And then there was new stuff piled on top of the old stuff, and that's even scarier.
yeah, new stuff is going to keep coming up, and the
It's
thing that
heavy.
I had to sit with is that I was distracting myself all the time. I was trying to stay busy, and I just like fucking hate Lori for co-opting that
Mhm.
busy and happy.
Yeah.
But it is 100% a Mormon thing. But
Mhm.
I tried to keep
Bad.
myself busy so that I didn't have enough time to think about how I actually felt. I would, get up in the morning at 5 o'clock, my feet would hit the ground. I would like get my workout gear on, go to the gym, work my
Girl,
ass off for an
I wish I
hour,
had that.
come back, take a shower, get my kids ready for school, take them to school, go to work all day, come home, make dinner, you know, tidy up,
Mhm.
deal with the dogs, and
Smile,
freaking
Megan.
fall
Yeah.
into fall into bed exhausted at the end of every day without a single moment to stop and think about how I felt at any time.
Mhm.
I was busying myself out of dealing with my own emotions
That is
and
the
out
thing.
and out of sitting with my own pain. Busy was a way for
Mhm.
me to distract myself from
Mhm.
pain.
Mhm.
And
I think
I think
it
a lot of us do it.
does trauma. I mean, I believe this is just my theory just from going through my own stuff, but like mine transformed. So when I stopped drinking alcohol and stopped self-medicating with the pills
Mhm.
and everything, and I mean, I was lucky enough, blessed enough, I don't know what the word is. I didn't have to go to a facility. And I mean, I'm not saying that's the experience for everybody. And I mean, like, I don't know. It's just, I don't look down on anybody who needs that. Like, I'm
No.
surprised that just was like, what the hell am I doing? What am I doing? And I just stopped. And it's like a light switch, and I just flipped it off and I left it behind. But it transformed.
Yeah.
All it did was transform into I became a workaholic.
Right.
And I think that's all it does. And now I'm a researchaholic.
Yeah.
And you see what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah. If you don't, it's not the addiction that is the problem, because all of us have an addiction to something. It's
Mhm.
either an addiction to a substance, or it's an addiction to work, or an addiction to research, or an addiction to busyness.
Mhm.
That's the coping strategy. Like, that's the numbing that
Yep.
comes in.
It's like
So
a running or something. Like I say, my mom's a runner, I'm a runner, Todd's a runner, but that's really says in another language. It decodes to, oh my God, we all need to face trauma that has happened. We need to sit still with it. We need to accept it. We need to say it to ourselves, right? Like you just said,
yeah, because
come to terms with
I,
it, feel it, and do the things to, the healthy things to try and not let that live in ourselves.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
all of us have to have this kind of reckoning. And the thing is, like, I don't blame myself
mhm.
or anyone else for what we have done when we were in survival mode. And I
Wow.
think until the trial ended, and even now, just a little bit still, we've all
Mhm.
been in survival mode.
Yep.
We've all been just living day to day with this heavy weight on us, this thing that we can't really let go of. And now it's
Yeah.
time to start letting go. We have to do it carefully. We have to be gentle with ourselves, and we have to forgive ourselves for what we've done in survival mode.
Yeah.
Because all of us have coping mechanisms that, maybe they're
I
not the
know.
healthiest thing, and
Or
that's
we
okay.
were like, I remember having to self-soothe as a child. I was a
Yep.
lonely, only child for 8 years until my brother came along, and then
Mhm.
I mean, I didn't realize it then, I was 8, but
Yeah.
looking back, I was like, "Oh my god, I had to self-soothe and, like, kinda heal my own inner wounds," you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying as a little kid, and it's just like, I didn't have that kinda language or those kinda tools, or I didn't know what that was called. I didn't have anywhere for that. What do
Yeah.
you call this? What is this?
Well, I mean, all of it is like whatever our default is to dealing with the pain, the trauma, whatever we go through. And for a long time, mine was dissociation, and that's why
Mhm.
I've kind of overcorrected into digging into every freaking detail. I want to know all the things, because before I was like, I don't want to know anything, and now I want to know everything.
Yeah.
I tend to be an extremist
Nerd
in that
out.
way.
Nerd out.
But
That's me too, and I never was into that either, and here I am being extremist in it. But I
yeah.
don't know, it's like I don't wanna speak ignorant. I've done that so many times, and I still will till the day I die because I don't know everything. But until those men
Well,
over there, they don't know everything, okay?
no, I mean, the thing is, not like none of us are ever going to know everything,
Mm.
because Lori and Chad aren't going to talk. But we've heard
Mm-mm.
everything in the trial. We've seen a lot of the evidence. I still have some questions that I want
Mhm.
answered, and I'm hoping that I can get them answered at some point, but I'm not obsessing about it. At this point, I'm satisfied that she's been convicted. I'm satisfied she's never going to leave prison. I can
You
leave
know
some of that behind. I'm looking forward and seeing a future where she is much less important, where there
that's
aren't,
pretty.
I mean, there's like one hearing on the horizon before she gets shipped
Yeah.
back, and that's it.
Um,
Instead of like multiple hearings and multiple trials and multiple,
yeah.
like, she's
Never
gonna,
you no end in sight
right, like, she's gonna keep filing until they make her stop, but I don't
for hand
care,
cramp.
because it's not gonna have any impact on her sentence. It's not gonna have any impact on the fact that she's never gonna leave jail.
Right. You know what I just thought of while you were saying all that? Like, perhaps, like, while we're in our trauma or while we're surviving in that survival mode, now that we can kinda start releasing from that a little bit at a time, whatever,
Yeah.
do you think maybe I'm kinda feeling like it would leave us open to finding more answers that way instead of being so tunnel vision and so focused and maybe not seeing answers right in front of us, like maybe blocking. I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of deep. I can be philosophical big time. Kind of like, because survival mode, we maybe have overlooked some things that, like when you came on not too long ago and I showed you those pages from the Chandler report and you were like,
Yeah.
oh, that's my so-and-so and so-and-so. And I was like,
Yeah.
what? You solved a mystery. Okay. In the doctrinal area of the documents. Okay.
Well, it was just family names. That's all.
Yeah. You're like, oh, that's imagine. Da, da, da. And I'm like, what? I have been looking at these names, trying to figure out the code. Like, I want to crack the code, the secret combination, so to speak.
Yeah.
And like, here you are, and you're just like, yeah, that's my family. And I'm like, what the hell? Can you imagine? Like, I wish that Lori's side of the family, who I'm talking about, like, I wish that they had come to terms with things a long time ago and how much they could be of helping
Yes.
to figure out this puzzle part.
Yeah, so the one thing that really still sticks in my craw to use a Southern
I like
euphemism. I really want to know what happened to Tylee.
Yeah.
I really do. And as horrible and traumatic and horrific as it may
She deserves
be,
that.
she deserves
She deserves that.
She deserves for people to know what
Yeah.
was done to her and by whom.
Mhm.
And I have some unanswered questions in that realm,
Mhm.
and I have some evidence that leaves me with more questions than answers.
It usually
And
does.
I
I
want to
hate that
know.
part.
And the thing
You know,
is,
all
I
we can do is
feel
put it out there though, Megan, and I'm telling you that's kinda how this works, and it's
yeah.
like everybody who joins in and listens to us or anybody, what I'm saying? Like, we all hold a piece of the puzzle, and
Mhm.
it's like one day it just, like, kinda this whole side of the puzzle is like, I'm like, "Oh my god, Megan just filled this whole corner in right here." I've been looking at it for 6 years, and I'm just like, "I don't get it." I revisit it. But here
Well,
you come with the answers, and I think it's as simple as that sometimes.
it is.
Unfortunately,
There are a couple of
horrible.
the detectives that I want to talk to,
Yeah.
because I think there are some people who can fill in the holes. What I struggle with all the time
Mhm.
is
I already know where
what
you're going. I feel it. I'm like, "No." No, I think we all do. I really do. Go ahead.
I was only at Chad's trial for a day and a half. The second day, I was planning to be there the whole day, and they let court out early.
Damn
But
them.
the first day that I was there, and it was right after Tylee and JJ's memorial. I was there the next Monday and,
Yeah.
half of Tuesday.
When you
And
should have spent the night, but I didn't know.
right. Kismet, though, it was Nick Balance on the stand, and he was
Yeah.
talking about cell phone pings. And what he said was, he said the time that they left Yellowstone, and he said the time that they arrived back in Rexburg. And what he said was, quote, there was no significant data in between those two times.
And
And
he meant that by according to this conviction, which was Chad.
right.
Yep.
And that's what people have to understand. And what I have told
Mhm.
myself over and over is that we were focused on getting a conviction for Chad. We did not want to bring in any evidence
Sure I
that would
did.
have
I
called
did.
into question the fact that
I
Chad
was
was
the Joe
guilty.
Schmo. I was the Joe Schmo of this whole rig, okay?
Well,
I'm like,
I mean,
"Well, what about this?" And everybody's like, "Shut up," and I'm
no,
like, "Oh my god."
I get it. I get it. And I'm with you 100%. But it's like, I understand the fact that the
Yeah.
prosecution has to bring forward only the information that is going to get a conviction for the subject who is on trial at the time. So they're
Yep.
not going to present all of the
Nope.
evidence. They're only going to present the evidence that is the most compelling to convict the person on the stand. And so
Absolutely. That was
it's
a hard
always,
lesson, huh? That was a hard lesson for me. I was like, oh
I
no,
was,
that's not how this works. What?
I was pissed. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong. I was very, very angry for a very long time. Not
Mhm.
only during Chad's trial, but during Lori's trial, during her first trial too. I was like, what about this? And what about that? And why aren't they bringing this up? And
Right.
that was my first learning experience with this. And it
Mm.
made me very, very angry.
But you
So
understand now, like
I
sitting with
do,
time with that and processing it, it's like,
yes,
oh, I see how this works.
I get it now. But by the same token, I want to know what happened. I know they have more information. I know they have more data. I want to know who lived at those locations where Alex stopped.
Mhm.
I want to know if they interviewed those people. I want to know and I'm sorry, I don't mean any
Mhm.
I guess I sort of do mean some disrespect. People come in my comments all the time and want to talk about Reverend Donna Serafina. And I'm just going to say this. This is all I'm going to say. Um I believe that there are certain people who have the skills to discern certain things beyond what you and I observe on a normal daily basis. I believe in some amount of woo woo. I believe in some amount of, you know, communicating with people on the other side. However, I think there are also some people who engage in those spaces disingenuously. And I haven't had any personal contact with Donna Serafina, so
I have.
I'm not gonna say anything negative about her because I haven't had any personal contact with her. But I will also say there are a lot of people who get attached to these cases for their own personal reasons to try and promote themselves, and I think that's gross.
I
It
think that I was reached out to by Joe's cousin. And she contacted me early on. And again, I was going through trauma. Like everything, I told y'all, like everything was like wide open. It was so crazy. Okay. But, and I mean, I was also in a panic. I was in like we were all in a vulnerable situation. However, I, so at the advice or the recommendation of Joe's cousin, who was very nice and sweet, I appreciate her voice in this. It's not just the only one out there rattling, there's other people who love Joe and advocate for him. They just don't do it on a public platform. And so I did reach out to Donna. And then, I mean, I'm just an open book, right? I'm gonna overshare all the time.
Mhm.
And there came a point, and I mean, again, this whole entire year that Uncle Charles was shot and murdered, and all the things happened. Then the kids, their story went public in December of 2019. Then it's all a blur. I've never recouped that. I don't know what ends. We also had 2 hurricanes. Jason had a thoracotomy. Lori was extradited. We were supposed to get married. Like all kinds of hell broke loose.
Mm,
I call it the trauma tour 2020. The kids were
yeah.
found, all those things. And then I did talk to Donna. I was, what do you call it? She called it a, kind of like a rocker. She called it like where, whatever. I didn't care. I will go wherever, I don't care, but I was not thinking either. And this is, I wouldn't mind backing Donna, but Donna has not been a very nice person to my mom.
Mhm.
She's been very disrespectful, and then to me also in that sense to my parents. She sent them graphic details and pictures, and it's just like, what? And I mean, I understand, I can see both sides, but I also was put in a very like, it's like she also wanted the $20,000 reward money. And that's not how this works. As far as I didn't have any control over it. I don't want to touch the money ever. I don't want to have nothing to do with any fucking money, period. And like, because it's blood money, in my opinion. I don't care how you look at it. And it was $20,000 because at the advice from the advice of the FBI. They were like, here, offer 20,000. Okay. That's how that's it. And so I think she's accurate on so many things. And I know that she's gone through some traumatizing experience. She's lost her daughter via murder. I think her brother, maybe. It's been a while. I still go back and revisit some of those things because I do think there's some details in there. Whatever. I go woo-woo too. I'll go wherever. Okay. Not everything's on the table. Because nobody knows one way or the other. We don't know. And it's like, but also the hurt, the pain, she was really pushy, at one point. And I mean, this is when Lori had just, she was incompetent. And then like the indictments come down. No, the indictments came down. And then all the shit was happening with Awen Reese and talking to Mark Means and just all these double agents, like all these people. And you don't know who you can fucking trust. Okay. So that means no one. You trust no one. But, you still have to live and you still live amongst others. And especially when you dive into these waters. Okay. This is real crime. True story crime, true crime, whatever you want to call it. It's not a genre here. Like this is real life, real effects, real stories, and a lot of people lose that. They start fangirling or it's weird. And I can't wait to share all my experiences with all that weird shit. It's weird. Just to be witness to it. I'm like, what? It's not a Hall of Fame. It's not a red carpet. No. We're not looking at Lori because she's famous. She's not famous. Mom said it. All the things. We're gawking
at the sideshow freak. And that's the other thing that I haven't yet kind of unpacked all of this in my brain and analyzed it all yet, but all of the behind the scenes stupid bullshit podcaster, not just podcaster, mean girl, trial attendee bullshit that happens.
Triangulation bullshit. I've had people reach out to me. I've let them in. And then as soon as they're in contact with my parents for whatever, and I mean, it has to go through a lot, like I'm not just like, here you go, like I'm not going to just thrust my parents into that either. But people have stepped on my head to get to my parents. And then once I get to my parents, they're like, who is you? And I'm like, right. That's my mom.
It's
it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird effing space, but it can help.
I'm so sorry. I had to sneeze.
Oh, I'm like, what the hell did you go? You're making me come out again?
No, I'm so sorry. No, what I was going to say, though, is that I have witnessed this behind the scenes kind of ridiculous thing that happens with these high profile cases where there are people who attend the trial and there are podcasters and there are news outlets. And for some reason, there's stupid, dumb drama that goes on between all these people. And it takes away from the victims.
It's a hierarchy, weird. Not, I don't know if it's patriarch, but it's hierarchy, weird.
No,
shit.
It is. It's not necessarily a patriarchy.
It's exploitation. Exploitation. I remember coming up with that word at its finest. And like, people don't realize how much from missing posters, the first signal out to the public saying, hey, I'm missing. Here's 2 missing children from Idaho, allegedly Idaho, just saying. And so the story hits the airwaves and then it never fucking ends. And then your family is exploited. And then, so I'm like, I'm not a boss hog of anybody. Like, I don't try to rule anybody's life. I stand back a lot, but I observe everything. And
Right.
I've watched people exploit my parents. And even though, like, I don't feel like, I know they have them, themselves. Like, I know they're grown-ups and they're my parents, but I still feel protective to it. I'll just kind of sit back and let things happen. And then if anything were to go astray, I'm like, hey, like I'll be there to call that person out because I've seen it. I've seen
Right.
it. And I've tried even calling one person out, and it came between me and my mom. Just being real.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
like,
I think what I want people to understand is that there's an underground around true
Mhm.
crime. And
Everything.
I had no idea that this existed. And
Mhm.
I was largely shielded from it from for a really long time. But it is so incredibly sick to me that there's this
Mhm.
whole underground of people who follow true crime cases, and it's not just
Tragedy pants.
podcasters,
Tragedy
but
pants movie.
yes, but there are also like the general public. They try to attach themselves to victims and
Mhm.
to survivors,
I've
and they
seen
try
it.
to make themselves important by
Yep.
being attached to those people.
Yes. I've seen
And
this happen. I've
yes,
seen this happen. Even creators do this. They um they weave themselves into the story, and then when they're talking about the victims' experiences, they're preying on people who open their wallets and their purse strings, and that's come in, but they're pimping the tragedy and writing themselves into the story. They're talking
yeah,
pitiful. I don't we have emotions, right? I don't know how to hide my emotions, but I'm not saying everybody, but I've seen it. I've seen it.
yes, and I have to. And the thing is, like, it's not necessarily people who are asking for money, but a lot of times it's people who just want proximity to the surviving victims. And what they will do is they will attach themselves to a surviving
Mhm.
victim. They will pretend to be an advocate for that person. They will pretend to be a protector of that person. But really,
Yeah.
what they're doing is stealing the energy and the attention away from that person and making themselves more important than they actually are. So
Uh-huh.
the
They
point
become
is,
relevant.
yes, the court appoints a victim's advocate for the
Yeah.
families. The
It's
court appoints
also
someone who is
ugh.
officially employed by the court system to advocate for the victim's rights, for the victim's needs. They are there with them in court every single day, showing up, getting the victims whatever they need, protecting them from the public, making sure that they are not, re-victimized or re-traumatized by
Mhm.
the defendant. That's their job day in and day out. That's what they do all day every day. But then there are other people who will attach themselves to the case
Mhm.
surreptitiously. They will try to get involved by saying, hey, I would really love to help out. How can I help you? What can I do for you? I would love to show up
Mhm.
for you. And then lo and behold, they've inserted themselves into a
Yep.
case where they don't belong.
Yep.
And they will just
And they can become the
show up.
authoritative voice even.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen this happen. I've seen this happen.
They will show up, they will take up space, and they will take attention away from the victim by creating drama that doesn't already exist.
Yeah.
And the real harm there is that the victims already have so much to
Mhm.
deal with. They don't need this extra drama of freaking behind the scenes podcasters, news
Yeah.
people, whatever. It is a
Yeah.
victim's advocate's job to protect the families from the media, from the
Yep.
podcasters, not
Yep.
to get involved with the podcasters and the media and to stir
No.
up more drama, not to
Uh-uh.
go out and put out their own narrative or to speak
Mhm.
for the family or say what the family wants and needs. It is their
Yeah.
job to serve the family, period. And if they're not doing that, they're not actually an advocate. They're
They're
actually
just
just an
they're
attention
just
whore.
noise. Yeah, they're noise, they're a distraction,
It's
and they're a
worse than
tragedy.
that. They're
They're just like the murderer. They are just like the perp. They are re-victimizing even the dead, you know?
so
The
remember that
memory.
part. in my statement where I said that Lori stole attention,
Yeah.
that's what these people are doing.
The
They are
little oak tree and the
stealing.
big oak tree, it kind of reminds me of that too.
Yeah, they're
You know?
stealing from the family.
Yeah.
They're
When
stealing
it's
it.
like there's no there's I don't know. There's so many different ways. I mean, again, I fought with this myself. It took me a long time, and I had people that, friends that I did let in, like, and I don't my circle is very small as far as look, this happened to me whenever Lori's trial was happening or about to happen. I was trying to prepare. I had a lady who was amazing and helped me with my flight and all that stuff. But I had a moderator who I'd given, I mean, basically, I say the keys of the kingdom, but I mean, I gave her all my passwords. I was just because I don't know how to tell her how to help me. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know how you can help me, but I finally let her in. And then she literally, and my mods they can vouch for this. We all went through it together and we had to figure things out while I was traveling to Idaho to deal with my aunt who murdered my fucking family.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it was like Misery, that movie, and it was like
Mhm.
ring, ring, ring. Like, I was like, oh my God, but I'm to blame. I let her in. I should not have done that. Fuck whatever what her motive is. Like, that's a sick bitch. Like, it reminds me of Lori. It
Yeah.
reminds me, it's the same kind of behavior because she
100%.
sat behind the scenes, would watch me, and I couldn't slow chat down. I was, in Salt Lake City visiting some friends of mine while I was there who got me, like it was such a hard time, but because I didn't like, if I'm going to go stay at someone's house who opened their home up to me, don't call that person and then volunteer and just say, I'll sleep right there on the floor next to like, no, bitch, that's not how this works. Like, that's creepy. And like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've never been there. I don't know what to expect. I don't know. I don't need an aid. I don't need, I'm my own person. I don't know how I'm going to react. I don't know. Never met that person. And I've never met that person in person
Yeah.
before either. So it's like so many things. And I'm just like, I had to be quiet too while it was happening. And it was hell. Y'all, that was some hell. Ooh,
Yeah.
I haven't unpacked that. Not like that. It was like kind of, I don't know, hostagey. I'm not trying to, I'm not, whatever. It is what it is. I let her in. It's my fault. I should have not done that because people, they're opportunists. And I
Mhm.
mean, the red flag should have, and they kind of did, I remember her saying that she was best friends with, oh my God, Shannon Watts. And I was like, really? Like, remember thinking that, like, what? That's kind of crazy, But again, didn't have time to deal with it and didn't know that she was like secretly plotting and then trying to sabotage. She did sabotage all
Mhm.
of, and so I had to contact, me and my other mods. I lost a couple other ones, I was just like, whatever. Sometimes the trash has to take itself out, like, I don't need you. Like, if you're, I don't know. This is not a job opportunity. I don't know. If you can help, great. If you can't, great. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It's weird. I can't afford a production team. Like, that's not, I didn't plan for this, I just
Yeah.
try to do the best I can with what I have. And again, it's fucking crazy. This is crazy.
So I just sent you a picture, Kresha. While I was at Sunstone this week, I got introduced to a lot of amazing people, and one of my friends invited me to go to the
Oh.
Community of Christ. And the Community of Christ, that was the branch that broke off when Joseph Smith was killed. They said
Mhm.
that his son should take over. And they were originally the Reformed Church of Jesus Christ. I just want to tell you, like, I showed up there for Sunday school, was before the main meeting. I showed up there, and what they were talking about was writing their senators and their representatives to make sure that they considered the fact that there are some people who come to this country seeking refuge from oppression and from war and from their families being killed, and we should accept them and love them and take care of them.
I'm all about
And
it.
and I was like, "Oh my God, that's like completely different from what I experienced in the Mormon church where they were like,
Yeah.
these people should come here legally and we have no compassion for them if they don't." Um, and that was like off in the Sunday school room. And so, we did that whole thing. We all wrote letters. And then we came into the main meeting room and I immediately saw this sign on the podium and I lost
Mm.
it.
I'm trying to pull it up through another studio. That way I can share it with everybody. Because it's awesome. It reminds me of my friend Jen, who also was targeted in all this shit. And I lost it drove a wedge between us because we didn't know why she was being hacked. She was being attacked, and so she's like, "Wait, did you send this? Did you?" And I'm like, "No," and I haven't gotten hacked. It was a crazy situation. I couldn't help her. I wanted to. I didn't know how, and she didn't know how to tell me how. And she's an
Mm.
ex-Mormon. She left. She's a lesbian. It's like she's kind of targeted, when you're talking about the Danites and shit. It's
Mhm.
and I mean, she
It's scary.
went to school and got dual masters in research. She really helped me a lot, and I opened up to her. And I mean, it was so hard. It really fucking sucks. I'm just being honest. Like I
Yeah.
love her and Michelle, and I don't know how to make it better. Like I'm like, move the hell out of Salt Lake. Okay, first off, just move the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Because they don't fight fair. First off. So whatever, no matter what, no, I don't know how I feel like it was my fault that she was targeted because of the Daybell case. If that was even like, I don't even know, like, I don't want to say for sure unless I don't know. I haven't talked to her in years now.
Yeah.
And so it drove a wedge successfully. If it was
Yeah.
somebody who was targeting or if it was just one of those things. I don't know. I've collected shit from everywhere, all corners of the damn internet. And I'm not about to jinx myself, but anyways, yeah, I never had that experience. So just because I didn't know, I'm just like, well, I've never been hacked, so I don't know if I could have sent her anyways, I don't know how that works, And
Mhm.
then Hidden True Crime got hacked, and then mom and Larry came to pick me up to go to Rexburg to the airport, went to the airport in Houston, and this is when Lori became competent. So it was like April of 2022. And as soon as I got in the truck and she was like, "Oh, Hidden True Crime." I'm like, "I know they got hacked." And she looked at me. I was like, hell no. I don't even know what the hell to do. Okay. I thought hashtags were just for fun. Like I didn't know you could click them. I'm just saying, but I observe everything. So there is some kind of weirdness that happens to channels that get hacked. I've noticed before they get hacked. I don't know I don't know who to raise that problem to. Is there a hacking committee or something? I don't know.
I mean, yes, you can put out complaints about it, but that's like the bottom line that's so scary about all of this
It
being
is.
a job for me is that I could lose it at any moment just
Mhm.
because somebody reports me. So, Mormon trolls,
You never know.
funnies, whatever. Anybody, Summer and her minions, they could all report my channel and it would be gone in a minute.
My mom has been accused of this and having sock accounts
Yeah.
of the other one's channel. I'm like, "What? Like,
Yeah.
stop projecting. That is
Right.
so
You
dangerous
spot it,
too."
you got it.
Yeah, like, okay, no, 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 no. I mean, I don't know. I'm not by my mom's side 24/7, but that's not her. Just like it wasn't like Charles to have a bat and go swinging. You kind of know the people, except for Lori. That was a whole surprise there. Well,
Yeah,
for me.
somebody in the chat said there was the quote, "Good Lori," too. Didn't she end up being a weirdo? Yeah, she did because
Yes,
she wrote a book. She quoted all these people without asking them permission to
she
include
was
their
in my
stuff,
DM.
including stuff that I said, stuff that Crusher said, without asking
Mhm.
us if she could put it in the book, without interviewing us at all, and then
Mhm.
just printed it with nobody's permission.
I've had people take things that, and I'm just like, whatever. Y'all probably can say it better than I can, right? Because I'm just being whatever, it's like at one point I remember being very protective over information. And
Yeah.
then I was like, why? Why? No, I want everybody to have this. If you want a link to the damn FOIA docs, here you go. Like, it's not like top secret shit. It costs money. Thank those people. Try to scoot, whatever you can their way uh, for them to hopefully recoup their money. But they're also making money.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like, and it's off the blood of our family members. And it's just like, and then I too am monetized. It took me forever. And it was that was a hard decision to make. Do I monetize?
Yeah.
Do I not? Oh my God. Like, but also this is my job. I
Mhm.
don't work anywhere. Like I drew unemployment. I took the time when we were pandemicking, okay?
Yeah.
And I I had some money in the unemployment. I had that built up, and I was working for Mom and Larry's company before that, so I was able to draw unemployment at that time. And it gave me a nice 6-month. It was just, it came at the perfect time. I was dealing with Charles. The kids were missing, then they were not missing. All the trauma that happened, and I'm grateful for that safety net that I had, that I had
Mhm.
worked for, that I had put money into. So it's like, and then I was like, "Oh shit, these subscriptions, they cost." And then I'm like, "This isn't like I'm not sitting here like trying to, you know, here." I don't know. I don't know. It's a fine line though. And it can get gross. It can get out of hand.
Yeah,
Oh,
and when I first started, I basically said, like, "This is an expensive hobby." I was
it
like,
is.
I was like, "I'm not making any money. In fact, I'm losing money because I'm paying for streaming services and all this other stuff."
Mhm.
Um, and then when I lost my job, a year ago,
Yeah.
um, I decided that if I was gonna do this full time for real,
Mhm.
I
And
needed
it's
to.
not just about Lori. Yes, your voice is needed though, okay? So that's the split, that some people may see. I don't see it, but you have a lot of value. You add a lot of value, a lot of insight, a lot of answers. You do Q&As. I'm like, I don't really do I don't have the answers, Like, go to Megan, because like, I don't have the answers, and, I mean, I just like to kinda toss things up and um, just discuss them as a community. That's kind of my thing. But I do like the fact that you have them, or that you can provide them to people, and to point out these behaviors and things for us to arm ourselves with and our children with, because it's important.
Well,
It sucks when you're up against a big old narcissist like Lori, who sucks the oxygen out of the damn room.
it's
You
not
will
just
die.
Lori. That's the thing. It's not just
No.
Lori. She still has flying monkeys who
Yes.
defend her. She
She's
still
not.
has people who are incensed that I would point out her flaws.
How dare you? Yeah.
Like, there are still people who are angry that I talk
Mm,
about the fact that she's always been this way.
mhm.
And that
I believe
that's
you.
kind of the hard part.
It
Um,
just wasn't my experience, but I was not her cousin. I didn't grow up with her, so that's the way the dynamics were in your
well,
family. I'm glad that you saw these things. And I mean, you might not have understood them at the time, but as you grew your toolbox and, started to develop these things and to learn what a toxic environment you've been put in throughout your life, like, I mean, come on. You got to come out with some kind of, some kind of knowledge, right? I mean,
well, that's the thing that is so hard for me. The thing that I have so much guilt about is that I knew this stuff was harmful, but I couldn't really engage with it at the time. And in hindsight, I'm like, oh yeah, I can line this out. I can explain it now. I
But you were
couldn't then.
kind
I
of
didn't.
going you were also going through your faith crisis, your divorce, your faith crisis, being a single mom, working, being a whistleblower, okay? You're like, "Rawr," okay? Like, I'm patting you on the back, okay? Because I'm telling you, I was a little territorial though at first. I was like, "Who is this? Who is this lady talking saying all the things I've been freaking researching in blood, sweat, tears, being ignored, not
Well,
acknowledged, like, what the hell?" And then here
I
you
don't.
come and it just comes off your tongue like, and I'm like, she's effective. Oh my God. Like, yay. I love that though. Like at first I was territorial. I am not gonna play. Like, oh, Lori's family. Oh Lord.
No, I get it 100%, and I'm actually shocked and stunned that anybody from your family would give me the time of day, honestly. I'm grateful, I'm humbled, I feel,
It's
um
a bonus. It's a bonus.
I feel so grateful that anybody from your side of the family was willing to even talk to me at all. But I will also say this too, um, it took me longer than it should have for me to speak up.
In your
Um,
time.
but also I do and here's the thing, like I know probably not very many people are going to hear this part of this, but I've had a lot of people ask like where the hell were you when the kids were missing? So I'll
Trying to
just tell
find your
you,
way out of a wet paper bag
right.
that you were left in.
I'll just say um February of 2017 is when my marriage really fell apart. And at that point, I had only been in talk therapy for a couple of years, trying to unpack all of the trauma from being sexually abused as a child. And I was in that coercive control marriage for 22 years. And I was probably in there for at least 10 years too long because I was Mormon and I believed that God was telling me you should stay a little longer, just a little longer for like 10 years.
Make your family work, your forever
Yeah.
family.
I was gaslighting myself into believing that I needed to make that marriage work for a really long time, for 10 years longer than I probably should have. And so, after I left my husband in 2017, I kind of finished my talk therapy because we got to a point where my therapist was like, you're just always going to have triggers and that's okay because she wasn't trauma informed. So I went and
Mhm.
sought out trauma informed therapy and I worked my ass off throughout all of 2017 and all of 2018. And in June of 2019, during the summer, because I was like, okay, I need to commit myself into an institution. I really
Mm.
thought that I
I feel
needed
you,
to
girl.
just
I've
like,
done it. I've done
I
it.
was like,
Don't
I
do it on a
needed,
long memorial, like a holiday weekend. That's what I did, like a dumbass. I was like, "Oh
well,
no, I don't belong here. Like, I need to go."
but I was a
Anyways.
teacher and I thought like, okay, if I can get to the end of the school year, then, my kids could stay with their dad for a couple of weeks and I could get things worked out. So I submitted myself to an intensive outpatient therapy, but it was something that I could do and also have my kids at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was June of 2019.
Yeah, that's when shit was hitting the fan.
And so it was a 9-week program. And, at the beginning of July, I was messaging with Summer because was planning to go to Rexburg to visit my daughter who lived there at the time. And I
So
was like,
crazy.
hey, I was like, hey, can we stop by and stay with you guys in Arizona on our way up to Idaho? She was like, sure, come by. But then I stopped hearing back from her and I ended up having to make other plans. So We went up, we visited my daughter, we went to Island Park, which is near Yellowstone. We drove through Yellowstone, and then we came home, and I was literally just finishing my 12-week intensive outpatient therapy program where I was in therapy for 9 hours a week. Just barely starting to heal from my trauma and about to finish my book that I was going to publish a couple years later. When I saw that Facebook post that Charles had been killed. So I was fresh. I was fresh out of healing from severe physical, sexual, emotional trauma from my childhood.
Generational, undealt with, what do you call that? What do you say all the time?
Unresolved
Yeah, yeah.
trauma. Yeah.
Had you left the church at that time?
No, I had
Okay,
not
so you
even
hadn't even done your
begun.
faith.
No, I
Oh
hadn't
my
even begun to
God.
unpack my faith
You're
transition at that
freaking
point.
beast, man. And I mean, oh my God, girl. But
I
you've
was
done
just
this and you've kind of because this is what I've done. I didn't know I was doing it, but by creating this channel, by, I don't know, opening it up, whatever, and then this community was so organic, is organic, the best, right? And I learned that this is therapy for me. It helps me process all the things. It helps me make sense of all the things that I'm like clueless by myself. I'm like, I have no idea, but I want to be in this arena. Like, obviously, I didn't know I wasn't like consciously making a decision like, okay, I'm going to go into whatever, like I just found a crack in the door and I busted it open. And I was just like, I'm so sick of like reading comments in other places where Lori has dumbed down the victims so much and dehumanized them so much that I want to humanize them. They're people, like that's my family. That's our family. That's our family.
Yeah.
And so like that was one thing, but then there's so many other things that started to bother me. Unfortunately, I didn't know I felt so strongly against child abuse. I didn't know till I actually looked into it. Till I opened, like you can't unsee it, and so you can't say, you can't just shut the curtains and say, "Oh, well, I didn't see nothing." If I don't acknowledge it, then it doesn't exist. No, I saw it and I had no choice. Like I feel like I was forced to see it because of what Lori and Chad and them did.
Yeah.
And it's like the only thing I think I can do in this space with this experience, with this platform, this organic platform, where I can, nothing that we do can bring them back, will bring them back. Nothing will ever right these wrongs. But I try to be the aunt that I always wanted to be. The aunt that I believe that JJ deserved, the step cousin that Tylee, never knew really because of the age difference, just all the things. And it's like, I couldn't be there to help them in life, but I want to do everything within my power to not let their fates happen to other children,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, exactly.
it's all about the children. It
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
matter
all
about
I
me.
care
I'm
about.
old news. Yeah. It's just okay. So I want you to continue.
Well, I don't I don't know with what.
Well, I mean, you hadn't, so all that happened, and then
Yeah,
again,
oh, yeah.
Summer never, she kind of stonewalled you.
Yeah, so I was like 10 seconds away from um, you know, like the intensive outpatient therapy where I was healing from all this trauma. I wasn't done yet, but that was
Mhm.
like that was the
Right.
big point at which I kind of started to feel like a normal human being. I
Yeah.
would come out of those sessions, I'd be like, "Oh my gosh, is this how people feel all the time, every day?"
Aw.
It's like without this huge, like waking up without this humongous weight on my chest where I didn't even want to get out of bed in the morning.
Aw.
I was like, oh, do people actually like getting out of bed in the morning? It's
Right.
like,
What is this?
what is this? What is this
Mm.
feeling?
Yeah.
What is this feeling? Um,
Oh my gosh.
and it was like, I think I literally had 1 week of that. And
Oh,
then I
yeah.
saw
Like a
the
week
face.
of bliss. And you're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, I feel like if this is what blessings feel like, then, oh, I'll take them all day." Like, "Oh, I didn't know." I did that too in 2018. That happened to me too, right when I stopped drinking and I had met Jason. No, I was not looking. I just kinda there he was. And I was like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah.
And then it's like this little, like you said, just this little period of time where I was like, "What? This is weird. I'm waiting on the other shoe to drop," But it was coming. It just wasn't
Yeah.
from a source that I knew.
Yeah, because I got home from that trip in the summer and the intensive outpatient therapy was over and I felt like I came through that and I was like, dang, I finished it. It was 12 weeks of like
Okay.
that was really hard. And I
Wow.
and I was like, man, I got through that and I feel pretty good. Like I feel hopeful about the future.
That's
And then
good.
I don't think it was even a week later when I saw Nicole, Adam's wife, posted about Charles being
I
shot. And
remember that post. I know that post you're talking about. It was on Facebook, and
God, yes,
she
I
she was the
saw it
only
and
one that actually said what I mean, she
she
acted
said,
like she
yes,
loved and cared about him.
yes, exactly. She was the only one. And I will say
Only.
at this time, I was still, um, I was on Facebook and Instagram. I was still friends with Summer, with Janice, with all of the other cousins. Okay, so
Mhm.
I could see all of their posts and they could see mine. And Nicole was the only one. She was the only one who posted anything about
It was
Charles.
genuine, it
Because,
wasn't skin deep, it was
right,
actually something, it humanized him.
right.
Yeah.
Because as soon as she posted that, I went to everybody else's profiles and I was like, what the
You
heck?
go, girl.
Because I wanted to know what else was going on. Like, who knows
Yeah.
other things? Like, who is saying what? I guess I've always been a researcher. I wanted to know everything that everybody else was saying. And nobody, literally nobody was saying anything. Summer didn't post anything. Janice didn't post anything. Lori didn't post anything. Like, Lori's never been on social media, really. None of the other cousins were posting anything.
Now
Nicole
take
was the
that, Jen,
only one.
uh, take what you're saying right now, it made me think about how at that time when, when we're both running across the same post, okay, and not because I'm friends, I don't know where it came from. Actually, I have screenshots of it, but I don't know because I mean, I wasn't friends with I don't think so. I don't think I was friends with Summer or anybody or Nicole. I didn't even know who they were. But or I did, but I didn't know them like that. And
Yeah.
I remember going through when I realized like, oh, they're Mormon, okay. And I was like, all right, whatever, like compassion, pass it along. That's all I had of knowledge of about the church was that commercial, compassion, pass it along.
Ugh.
And it was so I was so young, I'd be watching cartoons and that thing would come on and I was like, oh, okay. But I mean, I didn't know Charles was Mormon. I didn't know Lori was Mormon. Never, I mean, okay, so they never tried to, interest me in the Book of Mormon. Is what I'm saying. But but take that same attitude that you just described where nobody is saying anything and then magnify that to what do they claim? 16 million members, right?
Yeah. But it's really more like 3.5.
Right. So, but magnify that. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like, whoa, that's how
Yeah.
many people are not saying a word
Mm-hmm.
except for the community of Rexburg, and they don't represent the church. They're just good people.
Yeah.
They belong to that church. They belong to that faith, and I respect and appreciate. I love them, but it's like a compartmentalization you have to do, or I've had to do, where it's like, okay, I love them for their roles in this, like just like the policemen, the investigators and stuff. Like I appreciate their role, but I also am like, but I know that everybody's capable of corruption to some degree or another. Like I'm not, and I mean, it's not, I can love and not love, like it's not like a make or break. Just like with Nate, I respect him. He doesn't respect me. He doesn't value my voice.
Yep.
And I've felt that. I have felt so whatever, like it can be whatever. And again, well, it means a lot, like to be able to speak at and read victim impact statements, like, wow, just the acknowledgement, just to be able to be here, to be a voice, to speak for my loved one, like, holy crap. It's very healing, just that part. But it's also okay to let other people, like you said about the patriarch, like it's okay to let, I'm not a victim in this either. I don't look at myself like that. My parents are. I look at them like that. I look at my brother like that. I look at, I'm just saying, no, I'm
But
not
again,
saying
I mean, like,
I'm not unscathed. I'm just saying I'm not. That's what they want us to be anyways. And I say they, meaning the opposing team or whatever, those people. And I mean, if you have to be that for a little while, do whatever makes you feel good. Like I'm not trying to knock anybody's journey down, but I'm resilient. I don't know any other way. And that's what we have to do. We have to pick up the pieces, but I'm just trying to be smarter and more constructive about it instead of, I used to be totally destructive and like a wrecking ball, I would self-sabotage I mean, without even knowing I did it. I still kind of do sometimes. And I'm like, oh, girl. But
Yeah.
I mean, the silence was deafening is what I'm saying. The silence from them, the church, and I didn't understand it. I didn't understand how the hierarchy went. People on the outside, like myself, were like, who? President? What? Why? Like, I did not want to learn all that. I was like, no, fuck that. Like, what do they believe? Like, I just want to know where their beliefs are different. If they believe in the Bible, and I don't know the Bible, I just know my heart, and it's just like, I know with the little bit of whatever lessons I've learned going through catechism grade. I mean, that's how much it did not it had zero effect. I'm just picking. I just didn't retain it. And I mean, again, like the way it is here where I live, it's not the same for me, at least. And it's not been my experience. There's no church. How do I say this? I don't want to piss anybody off, but just going to be real. The church does a hell of a job intertwining the church itself, which is a physical thing, here on earth. Okay. It's made out of materials from the earth. You can't take it with you. And then they interweave Joseph Smith in there, and they use them when they need them. They toss them out when they don't. whatever day it is. Anyways, and then they interweave God with that. And so all these things are and then you then bring in the economy, the what do you call that? The social, what do you call that? Oh my gosh, the environment, the community. What is it's another word. Heritage or
well, it's like the sociology of it.
Yeah, but there's a word. It missed me. So you kind of start factoring all these things, and then you have where they interweave it with people's jobs, so when shit starts going south or whatever, they'll lose their jobs, they'll lose their homes, they'll lose all kinds of things, and they're anyway, so they do a really good job of intertwining all these things together. It's theocratic, right?
Yeah.
And so you can't lose one without the other, without the other, without the other, without the other.
Right.
It's like it is a domino effect straight up, but it just sucks because I've personally like I've seen people be so defensive, and I get it. I respect that. At first I was like, "What are you doing?" Like, this makes no sense to me how you're acting. Like, why, being accused of like, "Oh my God, you're just trying to take the church down." I was like, "What? What are you talking about? I'm looking for Tylee and JJ." Like,
Yeah.
what? Where are the kids? But so they deny a lot of things. It's a lot of the same pattern. Just know that that Lori has exhibited, that Chad, Janice, and so on and so forth. It's the same thing. Copy and paste. It's
Yeah.
deny, deflect. It's the Darvo thing. It's no accountability. I'm a victim. I want to save everybody.
Yeah.
Can't even save themselves. And I mean, it's just like, I just want a human, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. It's this crazy world all in of itself. They do a really good job of intertwining so many things. So when you had to deconstruct, and I'm sure you continue to, I don't know if it's a process you go, I don't know how that works, but my understanding is like, I would think that you would deconstruct, because you don't know where it's like your family, and then like where it's a church thing, and then where it's what is the word I'm looking for? The community, oh my gosh. I don't know the word.
Well, what I'm thinking of is the idea that I have to unlearn all of the things that I was indoctrinated into.
Yeah. The one thing I knew was the church was the common denominator between Chad and Lori.
Yeah.
They're from over here, California Mormons, whatever everybody wants to call them. And then here's Chad and his family, and they're on the other side of the hemisphere, like northern United States, not a hemisphere, but total different opposite sides of the country, but yet they share the same beliefs. And so I'm like, first you're born, you have your family, and then you'll have your church, your camps, your the activities you take part in as you're growing up, sports and things like that. So you kind of learn about your world and diversity, and like, oh, this is how your mom and dad, this is okay, this is how y'all do it over here, that kind of thing. Like, oh, that's not how we do it. I mean, or we don't eat things like that. I mean, that's how you kind of learn, by just experiencing different things with different people. But I knew that the church was the common denominator, and so it's like, what's going on here? How can two people just meet, right? In October of 2018, allegedly.
I
Yeah.
was going to say it was before then.
It had to have been. There's no way, nobody can convince me. I know that she is impulsive. I like Uncle Charles even was like, "Lori, you're always impulsive." He said that in his text messages to her.
Right, but did you
But
see and this was a long time ago, but during Chad's trial, when it came out that Chad bought his first burner phone early in
yeah,
October.
yeah. I'm telling,
And
like,
so
I'm
they
like,
were planning it. They were planning it for a long time before they actually met in person. I think they were talking for a long time on the Avow website.
how I need you. I can't do this by myself. Like, we gotta dig. We'll pressure them from different
Okay,
sides. I don't care.
because look, we both know that the Avow website was putting Chad and Julie Rose stuff behind a paywall for a long time,
Mhm.
before
Mhm.
2018, 2017. And we know that Lori started these prepper conferences, near death experience books and everything, 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
And so it's my assertion that she and Chad were talking on the Avow website for a long time. And here's the thing, and I will die on this sword, and God help me if somebody comes and gets me, it's Christopher Parrott or one of his people
What is snowmobile?
or
Oh my
my older brother. But I will say, I really believe that Lori and Chad were talking on the Avow website for a very long time before they met in person in October of 2018. I think that they were planning and plotting for a very long time before they met in person. And that's evidenced by the fact that Chad bought his first burner phone early in October of 2018 before
And
they
was
met.
that his first one? Was that really his first
Yeah,
one?
well,
Did this start in
yeah, but
2015? You know, like
it could have. I mean,
when
that's
they moved?
the evidence that they showed in court, which we know is not all the evidence they have,
Not.
okay?
It's
But
mhm.
what they showed in court is that he bought his first burner phone early in October of 2018.
Yeah.
And I believe that signifies that he and Lori were talking on the Avow website long before that. And we know that Christopher Perrett has that information. He
He does?
has those archives. Yes, he's running that website. He's running
Yeah.
that website. He has it. He knows. He knows he has it. It's in an archive
Oh,
somewhere.
the FBI did purge them. And so that was the very first FOIA. It was weird stuff that I'm like, what? Like, it's just their communications back and forth about the case. But this is early on. It could be before that. Maybe they didn't purge that far back in AVAL, but they did purge
Right,
and see
but maybe
records.
they just didn't bring it into the court record because they didn't need
Okay,
to.
hold
That's the
up. But
thing.
they were on SPLC before Chad Daybell came along. But then it just
Yes.
kinda reignited that, okay, when Chad and Lori
Yes.
broke the headlines.
But then there's
So
also the Preparing a People site, and they could have
yeah,
been
but that
communicating
no,
there
now
too.
that was created, uh, that was kinda new, but it was also created off some other things that were already existing, like Tom Harrison was an OG, so was, Avraham Gileadi, all the OGs, Karen
Yeah.
Pryor or Prior, whatever her name is.
Mhm.
David Warwick, they're the OGs. And so it's the same thing, different day. Same shit, different brand. They rebrand
Yeah.
and they learn it so well. Um and so that's what they do. And then they 404, they scrub and bubbles come out and then they scrub shit.
Yeah.
They're sitting on so much information right now that would blow our hair back. Just
Yep.
by privating it because they dirty delete comments that
Yes.
they see us criticizing them or
Oh,
whatever.
I
This is the
I
thing.
guarantee you that in December of 2019,
Mhm.
when the Center for Missing and Exploited Children finally released the report that the kids were missing,
Mhm.
I guarantee you that's when Avow and Preparing a People and anybody else who had anything to do with
Hector
Chad and
Sosa, I
Lori
saw it. I
scrubbed
saw it.
everything
Mhm.
at that point.
Yep, they did. I mean, for real, I have to share some screenshots with you. I'm gonna dig them up, not right now, but I will. And it's like of Hector Sosa and this Pathway to Zion is what it was called, PTZ. And you can find a lot of this stuff out on Left Undone, Kathy Brooks' channel. She was really covering this first, like she just didn't. She's wonderful. I love her, and she shared a lot of this kind of information in the beginning. But so I found all these things. I've got all these screenshots, but it reminds me of, and I've shared it before. It reminds me of that scene from Fun with Dick and Jane where he shows up to his company and it's like plummeting in the stock market. Okay. And there's people running with ficuses and they're like shredding all the paper. And that's what it was like. They were like,
Yeah.
Hector was like, do not, I'm putting this on read only. You can't comment here anymore.
Right.
It was weird. And it was like, don't share with your bishop. Don't share this, that. I really do believe that Hector Sosa is the other person that was also going with Chad and Julie Rowe to Tom Harrison's office so he could teach them how to astral project or remote view portal.
Yeah.
He's the other one. And they know they were doing wrong, because you're not going to fold a whole website, probably another 501c3. I've never looked into that aspect of it. I just thought about it because I said it. And there's something bigger going on here, I believe, and it involves the preparing of people, Latter-day Media. It involves, I watched Church of Core Horror the other day, and his video about, and I'm
I love
like, yep,
Joe.
same shit, different day, different damn doomsday.
Yeah, Joe is amazing. I love what he's
he
doing.
is.
I wish more people would go and follow the Church of Core Horror, please.
I know. I love his work. I love his personality. I love his I love his humor. Like, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
He just a lot of ex-Mormons are really good people. A lot of Mormons are good people, that I just really love this. I love these peculiar people. There you go. But it just, I don't know. I'm going to dig that up though. I'll share that with you. And, I don't know, maybe both our heads together, we can figure it out. But so it made me think of that SPL, Southern Poverty Law Center. Okay. So what put them on the map? Okay. Like, I'm interested in, like, what put them on the map anyways. And was it because of any kind of court papers prior to Chad and Lori's bullshit? Like, could there be some kind of law, some kind of civil, how did they know? Like, how did they get inside with all that information, to get all that information out? What makes them extreme? Like, I don't know the guidelines, I guess you could say, for SPLC. Like, I don't know what they base their information on. Is it nonprofit statuses? Is it, because that's what this is, I do believe. It's just like gathering humanity. The people that actually were casting out, which I had Lori, two of the seven gatherers, they own Gathering Humanity, and they're women of Chandler, they're upstanding individuals in their community, so to speak, which is disgusting. I doubt they share with their donors what the hell they've been a part of. I promise you that.
Yeah, so
they
Huggy
have,
Bear is saying that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is associated with OUR, and
they are.
you've done a lot of research on that.
Yeah.
And so, like, I thought that they were a safe
Trust no
organization
one
at the
is the
time,
best
but yeah,
attitude.
exactly. Trust no one and question everything. That's
That's
what this
it.
whole case has taught me. What the
Hey,
hell?
Summer says Redden, she's like, I hadn't read it yet. And I was like, what? What'd you say? You didn't read it
I'm
yet,
sorry.
maybe?
That's what this whole case has taught me.
Well, it's
Is to
taught
not,
me all
I
kinds of
can't,
things.
I can't trust anyone. I can't take anything at face value. I
No,
always have to
it's
go, like, I'm
okay.
going to go find the receipts,
Mhm.
because at some point someone's going to come for me and say that I'm lying, and I'm going to have
Mhm.
to be like, oh, really? Even somebody today was like, you said XYZ negative thing about somebody. And you said something negative about Nate Eaton, and what did he do?
Oh,
Okay,
wah.
I'll tell you
What
what
did he
the
not
fuck.
do? I mean, what
I'll
the hell? I don't know.
I'll tell you what the fuck he did. He sicked his news director on me to threaten
Yep.
me to take
Brother
down
Nate.
my post if I did not retract my statements. And I was
The
like,
truth.
and I said to him the same thing that I said to Adam, please be specific about what I got
Mhm.
wrong. And instead
Mhm.
of that, instead of being specific about what I got wrong, he doubled down and said, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But he wouldn't say about what. So that
Right.
means he doesn't have a leg to stand on. And I'm
Exactly.
sorry, this person was like, it's not classy to air your disagreement,
You
your
know what else is
disagreements.
not classy? To diddle kids. That's what. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
It's
I'm gonna leave it right there.
it's also not classy to cover up
Nope.
stories that make your favorite organization look bad.
Right.
So
Not on my family. Like, I no, so that's been the thing. That's the thing I was talking about, or one of the things where you realize how much exploitation goes into this and how much money there is to be made off 2 missing children.
Yep.
Period. And that's not just oversharing their picture or using it in a thumbnail. This is way worse, and it goes so deep. It's not even funny. You have to have a thick
Yeah.
skin for this because it's eye-opening. It's really
It's
gross.
it's gross. It's really gross. And I haven't exposed East Idaho News for the way that they bullied me, but basically they said, they were trying to bully me to take down my negative
Yeah.
comments about their channel, and they were trying to say that I hadn't done any research. And what's really, really hilarious is that the day before the news director emailed me, the other Nate emailed
Yeah.
me, I had already done a complete video on the research that I did do.
Mhm.
So I told them, yes, there was something that I did get wrong, and I clipped out that part of my video, and
Wow.
I clipped it out. I removed it because I replaced it with what I had done that was correct literally the day before they emailed me and said, you got this wrong.
I'm
So
definitely on their radar then. Trust me.
so what he came at me with was, if you had done even 5 minutes of research, you would
Oh,
realize
God.
that you were wrong about blah blah blah. When literally the day before, I did a video where I corrected my inaccuracy.
Mhm.
And so when I responded to him, I said, if you would have done 5 minutes of research on my channel, you would realize that I
Right.
actually did correct my inaccuracy
It's
the
more
day
than you
before
would've
you
done.
emailed me. So suck it.
Yeah. Girl, and so they're not gonna put time they're not gonna put us on a in a platform or on a platform and give us a voice and, well, oh my
No.
god, because
Oh,
then,
no,
you know
they're not gonna interview me. And
Uh-uh.
and I strongly suspect the reason Nate Eaton ghosted me is because he did not want me to say anything negative about the
Mhm.
church.
Mhm.
Because he
And
did
people aren't
reach
gonna
out
listen
and
to me,
he did reach
basically.
out. He did say, like, "Hey, let's get together, let's have a phone call," and then disappeared. And I think the reason why is because he realized that I had negative things to say about the LDS church, and he did not want to report on that.
So he did a little research maybe.
Maybe he did do some
Whatever.
research. Yeah.
I believe I'm and it's not speaking out against him. If it's I'm sorry. I can't help other people's like worldviews. Like it sucks. Trust me. Trust me. My worldview it continues to get shattered, but I just have learned that you don't trust anything, question everything. Humanity is still there's so much good in humanity. That's something that this case has shown me. As it's like as above, so below, because you see the grossness, but you also see the beautiful chosen family. So that, like you say, like it's like humanity comes together, but there's a dark side to everything. I don't care what
Yeah.
it is. And so just go in with a skeptical mind or just with a critical mind. Like just it's okay to be like that. Um,
Yeah.
it's healthy. I believe it's good. And that way we don't just open our doors and let the predators in, by chance. Like at least it's going to go through a couple phases first, a couple layers. But
Yeah.
uh I mean, and so they say follow the money, and then you
Yeah.
follow the money, and then they're like, "Oh my god, that's my favorite person, and you can't be talking bad." And it's like, I'm not talking bad. I'm just showing you how Frank Vandersloot owns this shit. And then this happened when Adam Steed was whistleblowing about the Boy Scouts, and then he was like trying to
Right.
stop them. That proves right there. He admits to it right there that he started these stations in order to combat the truth, and to take up for perpetrators. whether he knows it or not. I don't care. So then he starts a freaking East Idaho News, which would, at that point in time, it was 2015. This is when baby Dior was missing. Interesting timing. Not saying anything, but I'm just like, wow. And then it's like, okay, here's the same East Idaho News that's going to be the authoritative source covering your family's case in the future here in 2019. Fast forward 4 years from the time they open. They don't do a beat like Justin Lum. They, or all these other reporters and journalists who have covered this case from other stations. This is very specific. It's owned by this billionaire who owns Idaho. I mean, he is the man, and he's got a lot of powerful connections. I am very interested in what he's interested in.
Yeah.
He's also connected to the church. People make things happen. I've seen it with Diddy. I've seen it with Epstein. We've seen it, y'all.
Yeah,
I
100%.
don't
Like
have to see a list. I saw a list. I put John Huntsman's on there. John Huntsman Jr., I'm sorry. And so is the Marriott hotel chain owner people. I've seen, there's a list out there. It's been out forever. If you need to see a list, but don't count on people to show you a list. Just, already. You already know. You don't need to
you
see
do
the
know,
people.
like you don't need to. Yeah. I mean, you don't need a list to know like what your intuition is already telling you. The thing is, like, Vandersloot is one of those people who
Yeah.
is very
He's
well
in the
connected. He's very
billionaire club.
influential. He has a lot of influence, and he can basically tell people what to do or else, and they will do it.
Megan, where we had the kids' memorials at, I freaked out because there's these certain family names that come up, and they've come up in Charles Manson's case. They come up in the Son of Sam. I mean, when they say cult, these are really just fronts to something far more dark and far more sinister going on in the background.
Yeah.
Which in this side of it, I believe it is David Hamblin and that nasty shit, which is also connected to Tim Ballard and OUR and that nasty shit. It is human trafficking. It is exploiting women and children. I'll say allegedly for legal purposes. I mean, I'm just saying, like, they were there. Chad's company was sponsoring OUR the weekend Tylee effing disappeared. You want to talk about pings? I want to know pings.
Yep.
I feel like they hunted Tylee. It's a thing. Can you believe that?
Yeah,
It's
I can.
crazy.
Like it is crazy. I mean, at this
It's
point,
real.
I
It matches the rest
yes,
of the crazy.
exactly.
I'm just like, it didn't stop with Lori and Chad. These beliefs, this type of treatment, this depravity, and just treating people like they're pawns, especially children, has been going on since, I'll say, millennia. Okay. It's been going on. And so I'm like, wow, all these centuries, all the time that we've been on this planet, all these years, and nobody's ever said, "Oh, here you are," here they're doing these ritualistic crimes. It's these guys, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm fool me once, shame on me, like, the evidence is Tylee and JJ, in my opinion, and
Yeah.
Tylee's body is not even all together, and that bothers me.
Yeah.
Gordon Bowen, he reminds me of these kind of crimes, alleged crimes. But yet he's over here getting paid $20 million to create the brand of the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, Christos, the Jesus, like Joe pointed out, with the nipple hanging out. Okay. That he created that brand. He got paid, and he is named in these documents by these girls, which it's never gone to trial, and it never will because there is corruption. Ugh. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
And
It's pretty horrible.
yeah, they're psychopaths, man. That's all this is. So I just want to teach my children empathy. I want to teach them compassion, and just to be the best human that they can possibly be. Like, I don't want to put labels on them. Labels are harmful.
100%.
And it's like a class thing. And that's no different than what Lori and Jai were doing. I mean, I understand boys, girls, I get it, but it can be harmful. It hurts some people. So it's like, can we just human together? Can we just be humans
Yeah.
and not be shitty?
One of the things that it took me a while to learn, and I'm embarrassed and ashamed that it did take me
Yeah.
this long. But,
Always agree.
I started parenting my kids the way that I was parented, which was a lot of
Mhm.
controlling. It was a lot of control. It was a lot of shame.
Were you a blanket time mom? Were you like
No,
blanket
no,
training?
no. No,
It's
no,
okay.
no. I never did blanket training. I never
We're
did
looking
any of
at
that.
you, Bonnie Holing. We're looking at you.
But I did believe, I didn't realize this is what I was doing, but when my kids were little, I
Yeah.
was very controlling. I was controlling like my parents were controlling. And I
You were doing the
believed,
best you could
yeah, I was doing the best
with
that I
what you
could
were taught.
with what I
Yeah.
was taught, what was modeled for me.
Yeah.
And what I believed was that my kids could only have a happy life if they were Mormon. That's what I believed.
That's what you were taught.
And that's what I was taught.
Yeah.
But when my oldest son left the Mormon church when he was 14, and he was like, I don't believe any of this anymore. And I had to come to this reckoning of like, either I want to have a relationship with him or
Yeah.
or I want him to be Mormon because I couldn't have both. And I realized that if I couldn't have both, what I cared about more was having a relationship with him.
I'm so
And
proud of
and
you.
it was kind of like at that moment when I was like, I don't own my kids. I don't get
Right.
to decide what kind of people they're going to be. They do. They get
Yeah.
to decide what they value. They get to
Autonomy.
decide what they love. They get to decide what their life is going to look like, and it's just my job to protect them from harm as much as I
Mhm.
possibly can and to give them the self-confidence that they know what's best for them.
Yeah. And then you just are like, okay, I hope I did the best I could. And I mean, you've had to do a lot of undoing too.
Yeah,
But you've
a
done that.
lot.
You broke that generational curse right there. You've shortened it a great deal. Like we put kinks in it, like at least in our lifetimes and I mean, I wish I had done more, but again, I'm just like you. I think we all have this story, whether we realize it or not yet. Some people haven't had to, face these kind of things yet, or it's just been studying through Lori, like what is narcissism? I remember looking that up and I was like, oh my God, I
Yeah.
remember being told I was too sensitive and I looked that up. That bothered me when I was told that. And I was just like, what? What do you mean too sensitive? Like, oh my God, I have feelings, like that's what that
Mhm.
means. And so, because my mom and her siblings, oh, okay, I'm just being real. I don't know. I'm not them. I can't say what their experience was, but I try to fill in the blanks as much as I can, and it's okay. Like, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just trying to figure out my dynamics too, how this feeds into my kids and then my posterity, because it's generational. And it's like, it's okay if, like, it sucks that I believe, and I mean, again wasn't there. And my grandparents divorced actually right before I was born. But I'm just the way what I'm picking up on is like I believe that my grandparents were good parents, good people, or I'll say good people, sorry. But they were living in a time where, have as many kids as you can. They were Catholic, hardcore Catholics,
Yeah.
They brought as many kids as you can. And I mean, with each kid, it's like it gets put on the firstborn, and then they become like little mamas and little micromanagers. Look at Sherry Frankie. That's what it reminds me of,
Yeah.
like that was my Aunt Terry's role. That's how I see her. And I mean, I'm the oldest sister. I look after my brother like a mother hen. But it's like these dynamics. And so we end up anyways, I'm just saying I don't believe my grandparents, like Charles's mom and dad, my mom's mom and dad. I don't know this. I'm not trying to say this is their experience, but this is kind of my blanks that I'm filling in. It
Yeah.
looks like they were not emotionally available for their children, which, okay, I've experienced that from my own mom. I'm not like, you're a bad mom. I'm just like, that's what she was shown. So that's what she did. Just like you were
Yeah.
saying you did, not specifically, but it's like we pass these things on without knowing because it was normal for us. And I did do this to my kids too. I was not emotionally available for them. I was physically there, but not emotionally available. And so that's wrong. Like it's important that you acknowledge your child when they walk into the room.
Yeah.
And just let them know that they matter and that you want to know how their day went, that you, I'm going to start crying because it's like, I mean, I was estranged from my son for 6 years. That was a whole lot of hell. And that's grieving my baby that was alive. That is the hardest thing I've
Yeah.
ever been through. I wouldn't let myself feel. I feel like I deserve to feel. I would like start crying and I would look up and just be like sucked back into my eyeballs. Like I'm not
Yeah.
gonna fucking cry today. So I threw myself into work. I lost
Mhm.
weight. I mean, I was just like, I don't care. Like, I mean, I cared, but then I was not emotionally available for my daughter. It was like so many things shortchanged. Like you can't water all the grass around you, somewhere in
Yeah.
your orbit, there's something not getting fertilized and sunlight and water and nutrients and love. And it's a balancing act too. I
Yeah.
want more balance.
I agree.
I haven't had a chance to even examine what I want. I'm just like, I've been
Right.
surviving. Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to carve out the space to do that.
Yeah, exactly. But Rome wasn't built in a day.
Right. This is what I'm always going to advocate for. It's about small changes, small changes.
I
One
love
thing
that.
at a time, one thing at a time that becomes revolutionary.
Oh, I cut my grass like this. Look, by tomorrow, I have one little patch left. Small goals, obtainable
Mhm.
goals,
Yep.
and I'm out of shape. I have allowed Lori to just kind of rule and reign in this area. My ass has been planted right here behind this computer. I love visiting, but I also want to live, and
Yeah.
I need to be able to breathe and walk without being like,
Yeah, but
I'm
there's also
miserable.
there's a lot more that you can there's a lot more good that you can do beyond Lori.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, like, I'm tired of her like, that's enough. Like, I'm not allowing her to steal, hijack, murder
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
She's taken enough time. I've allowed her to do that. Now it's like, okay, bye-bye. Fade into oblivion, honey,
I
but
think probably 2 days ago was the first time that I
Mhm.
could wake up in the morning and think about a future without her
Yeah.
dominating it.
Yeah. Having to f it's like a fight for space too in
Mhm.
this.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, "What?" But I appreciate everyone else's not everyone else's, but even those I don't really, that maybe don't appreciate me, I still watch them and listen to them and value what they say. I take what they say and I'm like, "Oh, do I do that?" Like
Mhm.
that's kinda I thought everybody did that, but that is not the truth. That is
Yeah.
not reality.
Right.
'Cause Todd sat there at that lectern or whatever you call it, and he's like, "Lori, you spend time in your cell, those however many hours, and you have to relive that." And unfortunately, I don't think that's what she does. And so
No.
it's like over her head,
Yeah, she
but
dissociates.
yeah, she does not see herself as she was just like, "Oh, yeah. Oh, he knows. Yes, he's confirming what it's like to be in prison. You killed his
Mhm.
kid." Like,
Yeah.
what? It's crazy, but hey, we like the victim impact statements, you being there, Megan, watching her be like, we're all there. The victims were there in spirit, I believe. I didn't see them. I'm just saying I feel them. And they're in our blood, in our genes, in our memories. That's something she cannot murder, steal, control. No, she doesn't get to do that. That's one thing she has no power to do. But we were there to hold her accountable and see that through. And that's huge.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you see when I was like one tongue out at you?
Yes, I did. You and I locked eyes several times during that hearing. I was glad you were there. I was glad I could see you. I felt like I took strength from you, and
Same. We passed it around like a damn bottle of beer on the wall.
I was absolutely just floored. I told you this before. I was floored when you chose to read part of what I wrote.
Yeah.
I was grateful. I was humbled by that.
I really trust you because you sent that to me and I had to drive. I had to get, I had to get dressed, I had to drive, I had to it was a whole different expectation, like a reality. I was like, oh,
you had way more to do to get ready.
And so I was like, oh shit, I don't have time to do this. So like I saw the Lori Noreen Cox and I was like, okay. And so I took it, I copied and pasted it. And so I pasted it into my chat GPT because I asked chat GPT to change my other statement to not address Lori directly. I learned that while I was sitting in the damn jury box.
Oh yeah, because you can't.
Then I was like, oh yeah, Megan's thing, so I'm sitting in the jury box. There's people, there's Larry, there's Colby up on there, but I'm throwing things around in my phone. And I didn't read further than Lori Noreen Cox. I was like, okay. So I was like, incorporate this in there. And it didn't. It just you saw where it landed.
Yeah.
And I read till I didn't, until I was like, okay, yeah, no, let me I don't want to hijack her whole statement. But it's like it was so noisy in my head. Like there's so many things going on at that time. And to stand up in the courtroom in front of, I was like, can we please sit in the damn witness box? Can we please? Like, I don't know. But I also didn't think about it. There was so many things going on. It's like I didn't have time. I was just trying to kind of incorporate things. And anyways, it is what it is. It came out the way it came out. And I'm glad that it was important to put that on record. I just know that will travel with her, and it needs to, whether it's sunk in or not. Summer needed to hear it. Janice needed to hear it. Rex and Adam needed to hear it so they could deny it. They already did. And I mean, whatever, like this
Did they?
is.
I didn't even see.
Oh yeah, it's in that one. Their last.
God.
Somebody asked in a passive aggressive way. They were like, one of the other family members, their statement, and said, and they both looked at each other and they were like, no, absolutely not. And I was like, okie doke. We'll be here waiting.
Right. Meanwhile, other people have corroborated that's what Janice said to Lori all the time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it makes sense. That's what Lori said to Tylee about Stacy being reincarnated into Tylee. That's what Chad said about JJ being reincarnated into Colby. Whatever it is they're doing is what it is. What it is. They can be shamed about it or whatever.
I'm just grateful to you for. I did not expect you to read anything that I wrote. I was just hoping that what I wrote would kind of help you, like, jog your own memory about what you wanted to write for your statement.
That was the idea. And I was like, I'm not jacking her words. Like, so I was like, okay. Because again, I didn't read it. It was a trust fall. Oh, well, no, I felt like I was up there forever. And I was like, oh my God, I've been up here forever. I'm thirsty. I'm so thirsty. But I mean, I don't know. It happened the way it happened. And Yeah, I was. And then I saw like further down, like I kind of scanned, ahead because I'm ADHD and I'm way ahead of myself. And I saw where it said, it was talking about how you said, she knows. She knows what
Mhm.
happened to her. And then a
Yeah.
little further down, it said, because it happened to me too. And I was like, well, that's hers. It did happen to me too, but I'm just like, yeah,
Mhm.
this is not my story. This is not mine to
Yeah.
tell.
It's okay.
And that's when I was like, oh, yep. Let me skip down. And that shout out to Megan. And I was like, I'd rather apologize rather than ask for permission,
Well, I don't
like with
think
the judge.
Boreski was gonna say anything to you about any of that stuff, but I heard from some people that Lori was very active during the part where you're talking about
Oh
Lolly,
my God.
that she was
Okay.
kind of pissed off.
Ooh, good. I mean, if so, just know we got the bitch.
That's right.
Okay,
We
straight
we
up.
got to the bitch.
You need to sing it. We got because I can't.
We got to the bitch.
And her sister too. And they had to hear me speak your words, and it's on the record. It's like a STD. Like the loin fire, There's no cure for
Well,
that.
well, thank you for comparing it to an STD, but I am
Okay. I'm just saying it's
so
like
I'm
stank
just
on you shit, okay? It's gonna follow her around and haunt her ass like it already does, okay? Except it'll be written in black
Mhm.
and white, and then hopefully one day she'll be like, "Oh, wow." Oh, we can hope and dream, right? I'm just being
I
sarcastic
just
because 'cause I'm tired.
No, I just want to say thank you because I don't think that Lori ever expected that. I know her family did not ever expect that. And for you to actually, for you to say
Ask that
it and
question.
then to credit me, that was it was so unexpected. Literally my jaw was on the floor. I
I
mean, I
didn't
have to say
realize,
like
like, what that would feel like as you're in the damn courtroom. Like, I was like, "Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a weird position they gotta be put into."
no, I honestly
Hmm.
it was really emotional for me, like the whole thing, of course. Like it was
Yeah.
emotional for all
You
of
are
us,
emotional.
um but from the time that you started talking, I was already emotional and somebody was texting me was like, "Are you okay?" Right the moment that they texted me to say, "Are you okay?" I
No.
started to answer and then I heard you reading my words and my jaw literally was like on the floor
Oh my
and I was
god.
like, "Oh my god, oh my god, that's what I wrote."
I love how there was so many like, although I asked you about the devouring mother, how that's so relevant to, like, can
Yeah.
I incorporate some of that into,
Well,
yeah,
I
that idea,
yeah.
and then the way it played out is just the way it played out, but it's still shocking on so many levels, even though you wrote it. I'm just saying it. You didn't know though, and so it's like so many layers of I mean, wow. That is very a lot had to happen, for that to
Well,
take place,
the
kinda.
the whole the whole point of it was like I sent that to you because
Mhm,
I wanted to say like if you need to borrow some words or if this helps you think of something that
mhm.
is meaningful to
Inspires.
you. I did not expect you to read my stuff. I really did not. I
And
did not send that to you with the intent of saying like, "Hey, Crusher, read this on the stand." No,
and
it
I'm,
was
like,
like,
not a tragedy pimp, like, I don't wanna take your story and, like I'm like, "Uh-uh." Like, I'll and the way I only said Megan, I didn't say Connor, and I'm like, "What the fuck, Trisha?" Like, I'm kicking my own ass, Mom's like, "Why did I say 13 years and not 11?" I'm like, "I don't know what's happening right now." We're all just, like, saying things and forgetting to say things, and we're kicking our own asses, and it's not even over yet, you know? We
no,
need to
but I
forgive
just
ourselves.
I wanted to send that to you in case it could
Yeah.
jog your memory
Inspire.
for things that you wanted to say. And
Mm.
all I wanted to say was like, "Hey, if you need this to help you, use it, whatever." But I totally did not expect you to read it. And I was genuinely, I was overwhelmed.
I didn't want to steal your thunder either. That was my worry because I was like, oh my
No,
God,
no,
no, no.
no,
I hope
no.
people, like, I can't wait to go and tell everybody, like, this is Megan's part. It
No,
didn't
no,
go as I planned.
don't even
Um,
worry about that at all. I was not worried about that at all.
I think between
I,
you
I
and I,
can't even, I can't even believe that you said my name because that must have pissed her off more than anything.
not Megan, Megan, bitch. And so
You know who the fuck that is.
there's only one damn Megan I know, and so whatever y'all got to do.
I don't
It's
know.
just so special, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'm
I did
just,
say Megan. Sorry.
I'm always going to be grateful for that. You didn't have to do it. I'm glad you did. That wasn't my intention in sending that to you. I just wanted to help you if you needed, extra words or whatever. But
I need Heimlich. I swallowed down the wrong pipe.
if you can breathe and you can talk,
Yeah,
you don't need
that's
to
all
Heimlich.
No, I didn't want, you're welcome. And thank you also. I didn't have that time. And I need time to be
Yeah.
able to sit with things to be inspired. Like I'm not on the fly. Like I've got to sit there and resonate with things. So it's like crazy that I saw Lori Noreen Cox. It was a total trust fall. I was like,
Mm.
okay, Megan, catch me. Like I'm about to read your words. I don't know what the
Oh,
hell it
God.
all says. And then I read it and I was like, okay, all right, I'm getting a little too far. Like let me get back on track.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, so that's why I text you right after that. And I was like, well, we're still in the hearing. And I'm like, I don't even know what I text you. It was something like, I'm so jacked that up for you. I didn't, like I hope I didn't. I don't know. It was just a lot of collaborating, epic, extreme collaborating is what it was.
Yeah.
Last
Well,
minute. But I'm glad it happened the way it did. And the most important thing is the message was there.
yeah.
And I mean, for what it's worth, I didn't want to like jack your voice. I didn't want to jack your
You did not.
statement. Like I feel like I feel like I need to apologize 1,000 times. Like wait.
No, you totally should not.
Okay, I feel better.
So I texted it to you at like
Right.
9 o'clock in the morning. And then
It was
you,
7:30.
it
But I
was
mean,
what?
I think it was Arizona time 7:30. Were you? I don't know. I'll have
Oh,
to look
maybe.
again. Don't
So
quote me.
my phone says Friday at 9:19 a.m. Well, yeah, but it was before we went to court, so it was probably 9 Texas time. So
Yeah.
it was probably
It was
7.
right before court. I was getting dressed.
Yeah,
Jason,
7.
getting dressed. We were driving. I had to
And
drive there.
I wasn't done yet. I just texted you what I had and I was like,
Yeah.
whatever you can
Yeah.
use.
I wish my brain worked like that though. I have to I couldn't, that's why I didn't jump on a live stream either because Jason, Silas, I need I'm in here in my own room and I shut the door and it's just me. I feel ridiculous when I'm talking and there's like Jason right there. I'm like, I don't know. I have a thing about the camera anyways, like doing pre-recorded videos. Weird, totally weird about it. I'll do voiceovers, but like looking at a camera and nobody is on the other side of it typing comments or anything, I just feel weird. It's crazy.
Yeah. But then you texted me during court.
Yeah. And I forget it was something like, oh
You were
my
like,
God, I hope
I'm
I didn't do
sorry
any
I didn't
injustice.
you were like, I'm sorry I didn't give your words any justice. I'm like, what the why are you
It's loud in my
apologizing?
head,
Stop that.
girl. Because it was loud in my head. Like all I can
Yeah.
say is I didn't I didn't future trip or anything as far as I didn't have time to. I woke up, it was time to get dressed. I saw, I had to drive. I saw that you had text. So I was like, oh shit, in the jury box is when I'm having to kind of incorporate all this. Thank God I
Yeah.
had my
And
ChatGPT
we got
in that.
shushed.
Ugh. because I was like, oh my God, I do this. This is what my brain does when I go to push live. Soon as I push live, my brain, it's like a traffic jam.
Mhm.
And I will have just worked days on a presentation with all kinds of information in it, beginning to end. I've got so many of these things, okay? And I
Yeah.
gridlock. If it's not right there in front of my face, like if I'm working on my other computer, it just doesn't communicate like that. It's not like I've never had a Mac or anything, so it's like, oh, how do I get that over here? In this room.
Mhm.
And it's like I fritz out, and I hate this about this is another thing that I would change besides my always being late, my tardiness,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
hesitation. What do you call that? Procrastination.
Well, it's also time blindness.
And it's
You don't
ADHD
you
and
don't
it's
realize how long something is gonna take you.
no concept, none. And it's like I'm not trying to purposely be rude. I just Jason has to stay on top of me. And he will.
Yeah.
He does a great job at it, but I mean, I can body slam him if I wanted to.
Yeah.
I would never do that. No, my babe. But anyways, girl, we overcame. That's so good, and I'm proud of you for
Yeah.
doing it. I'm proud of me for doing it. I'm proud of Nancy Joe for
Yes.
walking out, walking back in. I'm proud
Yep.
of Jerry, Brandon, his whole family, Colby,
Yes.
overcoming.
Yes.
Kelsey was in my chat last night. Larry was in my chat last night. I was like,
Aw.
whoa, what the
That's
hell? It
amazing.
was really cool, and
Oh, I love that.
I got to toss, the Alex Killer AI idea. And Larry's feedback was no bueno. He was
That
like,
is
"Oh my god."
crazy.
But at least I got to kind of soften it.
Mhm.
Trigger warning, hey, sorry, it sucks, but and I feel like I'd rather it be me. I don't want it to hurt my parents anymore, but can you imagine all the families it can hurt though? That's my thing. Can we stop this here? Can we just cut this off right here?
Every family. Every family. And I
Yeah.
think what they said was like, "Oh, they put themselves out there by speaking
Mm,
publicly." I'm like, "That doesn't mean they need to be re-traumatized."
no. No. That's not the same, It's mm, it's like cloning. Do we just because we can clone, does that mean we need to go make a new JJ and a new Tylee and just make a new fam? Then no. Okay. The answer is no. That's not real life. And I've been finding so many other kind of similarities in the reasoning behind what's happening. I don't know. I even shared an AI of a woman, and you can look this up. Or you can watch last night. It's in the very beginning of my live stream. There's a woman in Chandler, Arizona, by the way, who in May of 2025 in a a Maricopa Superior courtroom, whatever. There was this guy who was killed by a road rage incident. This guy had road rage, and so he was murdered, and the judge or the victim's advocate um allowed the sister who was, there to speak on behalf of her brother and 49 other people reading victim impact statements. I'm like, holy shit. That's a lot of
49.
oh
Dang.
damn, pick a number, man.
Wow.
Clear the damn dark out the whole damn schedule.
Huh.
But I mean, okay, but this was her representing her brother, the victim who was murdered in the courtroom as an AI regeneration. And so he addressed the judge. And I mean, okay, so there's that part. And then I'm like, oh my God, there's so many layers to this.
Yeah.
How do you not? I don't want to stick my hand in the hornet's nest.
Right.
And there's that movie about the cloning stuff and how the little boy, I forget the name of the movie, but the little boy, he died or something when he was like 7 or 8, and so the parents clone him, and then so when the clone
Right.
reaches past the boy's age, he, like, turns evil, and I'm like, "Oh my god, no." It just
Imagine
reminds
that.
me.
Weird.
Mhm. It's just not dealing with reality. It's delusional. It's trying to rewrite the narrative, rebrand, make us feel
Yeah.
make ourselves feel comfortable. It's self it's very motivated. I did a little report on it too, just from the transcripts that were shared by those family members, and
Mhm.
you know, it kind of helped me put it into a perspective, like what are the goals, so there's two main goals or two main themes going on, and they did say that they were all about it's a for-profit opportunity. And I'm like, well, I can't say nothing because I don't make a living off of this. So I just want you to know, like, I'm like, it's helped. A lot of
Yeah.
times I've been in the red, like, I'm like, hey, babe, like I need to go get my ass a regular job because it's not, it just, I don't know. But,
I know
there's
what you're
some channels
saying.
out
Like
there, you can
we
check the social grips and stuff. You can check and see how much a channel estimates. There's some that make $10,000 to $20,000 a month, and I'm like, I told Larry that, and he was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, not me. Trust me.
Yep.
Trust me." I think I'm like at $200 now, barely, it's nothing. And I say nothing, but it'll pay my subscriptions, and I won't have to pull out of pocket, so it helps. So, and I mean, I'm like, but then there's these other channels who are covering my family who are in the big leagues, like they are making the money. And so I'm like, but they have talent. I don't have talent. I just have experience. I'm not here for that purpose. There's just a lot of factors. You know that. And I never had to think about these things before until Lori. She's forced the research. Because I just want to understand what's going on. I'm like, oh, don't want to be ignorant. So I'm so glad you came on. And I feel like Sunstone, I think it's important what you shared about the patriarch, how it carries over. I'm going to say kind of that cult-like inside networking thing goes on still after you leave Mormonism. And I mean, I can't say that about you though, because you've been very welcoming and open, and I appreciate that. I just
hey,
kind of want to be
maybe
like,
so you can't
here,
say
like,
in family prayers.
oh, what? Girl, when I'm sitting in a courtroom and you hear about Lori and Chad, Ian, everybody talking about, he said there was so many blessings, they were flying around,
Yeah.
whatever. And I'm like, but yet you
Crazy.
sneeze in that courtroom. Where I'm come
Mhm.
from, you sneeze. Like I meant to say bless you earlier because you said you muted. And I was like, oh shit, I didn't get to tell her bless you. But nobody says bless you. And I'm like, whoa. But there's blessings flying around. Why? This
It's
is
crazy.
weird.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't know. Hoping for a lice outbreak in prison.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just read it.
Yes, me too.
It's not my
So
intention.
that head gets shaved. Yeah.
I wish she'd
Well,
G.I. Jane. I mean, come
yeah,
on now. How many freaking cracks does she get to fall through?
right. If you have any guts, you're gonna shave it all off
Yeah,
and do
warrior.
some push-ups.
Yeah,
Do some
warrior.
push-ups every day. I
You
would
guys
love
are
to. That's actually what I would love to see. I would love to see Lori
GID.
being subjected to Marine Corps training.
Ring that bell, bitch. Ring it.
Ring that bell. She would ring it on the first freaking
And then she'd
opportunity she
lie
got.
and say she didn't do it. She'd
Yes,
be like,
she would ring it and
wasn't
she'd be
me.
like, I didn't ring it. It was somebody else that rang it.
I
But
just
I'm
heard
gonna go.
every time you hear a bell ring, an angel gets its wings. That's what
I'm gonna
she
go
would
ahead
say.
and go inside anyway because even though I didn't ring it, I think I deserve to go
Yeah.
inside and get myself ready to help other people in other ways.
Oh my God. She is the know all be all. I'm telling you, if she would take some of her own help advice, it's scary though. Hey, you need to watch
Yes.
Kit. I don't know if you got to watch Kit's latest video. She came out with it this morning.
Yes, I
It's
did.
about
I watched part of it. It's on my watch
girl.
later. Yes, it's
Yeah.
brilliant so far. Standing
Yes.
ovation so far. Like she's amazing. Yes, I love
She
her.
brings up the whole lolly thing, and I mean,
Yeah.
she's saying everything that I've been trying to put into words, right? I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
yes, that.
Yep.
I need like interpreters
I
or
agree.
something.
I agree.
Anyway, all right, girl. Oh, and here's that picture. I did share it, but you didn't see it, maybe. And it reminds me of Jen because Jen got married to Michelle
Mm,
in Salt Lake City, and before she met us, before the case happened, before Charles, before ever. Anyway, but at her wedding, her sister gave her a present on video, and so Jen had sent me that video, and it said, "Here, it's like I forget what it was. It was like a plaque or something, and it said, 'Love always wins.'" And I'm just
yeah.
like, "Oh my God." And then here we came, Charles's
Well,
message.
so this is from a Community of Christ church, and
Wow.
it's hard to see, but on the altar is like a Mediterranean Jesus, not a white Jesus.
At least they don't have a nipple Jesus, okay? There is the whole nip hanging
Yeah.
out there for what it's worth. The whole pepperoni.
Anyway, it made me cry. It made me think of you, and I'm just grateful for you. I'm grateful for everything you're doing, and I'm looking forward to more collaboration.
Yes. Don't leave. You
I'm
don't
not.
get to
I'm not.
leave. You don't get to walk out on this family.
I'm not. I'm not going nowhere. I'm still
We've
here.
got to shake it up a little bit. Okay, we
Yeah.
got to make them scared in their boots. No, I'm
We
kidding.
got
I
a
don't want
lot to
to
do.
here.
No,
Yeah, I just want some damn answers, and we know they met before then, so we're gonna find out.
we got a
We're
lot
not
to do.
dumb. We ain't got no
I'm not.
reports to write.
Yeah,
It's real life.
I'm not
Yep.
going anywhere. I'm still here.
Girl, you were appreciated. You was kind. You was smart, and you was important. And thank you. I really enjoyed this conversation.
And you too. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you, and I'm so grateful for you and everything that you do.
Ditto. All right, girl. And look,
All right.
here, I got to end with a bang. So girdle up your loins. Okay. All right. Bye, y'all.